Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the San Francisco Board of Supervisors meeting of July 19th, 2016. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Thank you, Madam President. Supervisor Avalos. Avalos present. President Breed.
Here.
Breed present. Supervisor Campos.
Present.
Campos present. Supervisor Cohen.
Present.
Cohen present. Supervisor Farrell. Farrell present. Supervisor Kim. Kim not present. Supervisor Marr. Marr not present. Supervisor Peskin.
Present.
Peskin present. Supervisor Tang. Tang present. Supervisor Wiener.
Present.
Wiener present. Supervisor Yee. Yee present. Madam President, you have a quorum.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Can you please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the
United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Colleagues, are there any changes to the June 14th, 2016 board meeting minutes or the June 17th special budget and finance committee meeting minutes? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve those minutes? Motion by Supervisor Campos, seconded by Supervisor Tang. Colleagues, can we take this without objection? Without objection, those meeting minutes will pass after public comment. Madam Clerk, please call the first item.
First item of business is the special order at 2 p.m., the mayor's appearance before the board. The appearance by the Honorable Mayor Edwin Lee. There being no questions submitted from supervisors from the odd districts, the mayor may address the board for up to 5 minutes.
Thank you and welcome, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you, President Breed. Good afternoon, supervisors, and good afternoon, members of our public. I'd like to begin today's question time session with a moment of silence for the brave and fallen officers of Baton Rouge and Dallas, and also a moment of silence to reflect on all the senseless violence that's occurred around the world, in Nice, France, to right here at home, to people in Minnesota, and to people in Louisiana as well. Please join me in this moment of silence. Thank you. Since there's no questions this week, I'll take a few moments to discuss some of our issues that are closer to home. In the past 5 years, we've had great progress on some of the most vexing issues in our city: unemployment, homelessness, housing, tax, pension, and budget reform. We have done this through consensus and common sense decision making and setting policies, setting politics aside for better policy, for better government, and for a better city. We have another opportunity now to keep this progress going, and you have many decisions to make today, supervisors, on the budget, revenue measures, and the structure of our government. These conversations are tough. People have strong opinions on these difficult issues. Disagreement is healthy. Well, this building is home to the civic, the small d democratic debates of our times. And the products of these debates, for the most part, for the last 5 years, have been good for the city, good for all of our people. At the end of these debates, we've joined together in the best interests of San Francisco. We have a responsibility to do that again now on the issues of housing the homeless, making our streets safer, and investing in Muni. I hope we'll once again choose the path that moves our city forward. In a world, a nation, and a city too often divided on these priorities, we owe it to our residents to come together and to act. So I know you have a long agenda, supervisors, so I'll keep my comments short. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right. Please, excuse me, we will have order in this chamber. If not, we will recess the meeting and continue at a later time. Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, can we please go to the next items?
Items 1 through 5 are on consent. These items are considered routine. If a member objects, an item may be removed and considered separately.
Roll call vote.
On the consent agenda, 1 through 5, Supervisor Farrell.
Aye.
Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang?
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener? Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee? Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos? Aye. Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed?
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos?
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Cohen?
Aye.
Cohen, aye. There are 11 ayes.
These items are finally passed unanimously. Next item, please.
Items 6 through 29, Madam President?
Yes.
Okay. Items 6 through 29 are being called together. Items 6 and 7 are the proposed consolidated budget and appropriation ordinance, appropriating all estimated receipts and expenditures for departments of the city and county as of May 31st, 2016. Item 7 is the proposed annual salary ordinance, enumerating positions in the annual budget and appropriation ordinance for fiscal years ending June 30th, 2017 and June 30th, 2018. Item 8 is the resolution to approve the budget of the Treasure Island Development Authority for fiscal years 2016 through 18. Item 9, resolution approving the fiscal year 2016 through 17 budget of the Office of Community Investment and Infrastructure and approving the issuance by OCII of bonds in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $185 million. Item 10. Items 10 through 29 are the ordinances and resolutions that accompany the department's budgets. Item 10, ordinance adopting the Neighborhood Beautification and Graffiti Cleanup Fund Tax and designating the ceiling for the tax year of 2016. Item 11, ordinance amending the administrative code to modify the requirements for city departments to acquire and maintain memberships in professional trade and other organizations. Item 12, ordinance amending the planning and administrative codes to adopt fee amounts for planning department fees and to set the process for annual adjustments to the fee amounts. Item 13, ordinance amending the
Excuse me,
administrative code.
Angela.
Yes.
If you are exiting the chamber, please do so quietly. We have business to conduct. Thank you.
Just continuing with item 13, an ordinance amending the administrative code to establish the District Attorney Neighborhood Justice Fund and to authorize the District Attorney to establish guidelines for disbursement of monies, rename the Community Courts Program the Neighborhood Courts Program, and direct that all penalties and fines collected from participants in the program previously deposited in the Support Fund be deposited in the Justice Fund. Item 14, ordinance to amend the administrative code to extend the authorization of the Director of Health to enter into managed care contracts for the provision of services to individuals covered under federal and state programs. Item 15, it's an ordinance to amend the health code to set patient rates and other services provided by the Department of Public Health. Please note that item 15 requires 9 votes pursuant to Charter Section A8.423. Item 16 is an ordinance to amend the administrative code to streamline the statutory authority for the county adult assistance programs and to make other modifications to the indigent aid program. Item 17, ordinance to amend the fire code to increase the fire department's overtime fee from $133 per hour to $134. Item 18, ordinance to amend the administrative code to impose a fee for credit and debit card transactions processed by the city. Items 19 and 20 are 2 resolutions that concur with the Controller's certification that services previously approved can be performed by private contractor for a lower cost than similar work performed by city and county employees for specified contracted out services. Item 21 is a resolution designating Muni Services LLC as the City and County of San Francisco's authorized representative in sales and use tax records examinations. Item 22, resolution concurring with the Controller's establishment of the Consumer Price Index for 2016 and to adjust the access line tax by the same rate. Item 23 is a resolution authorizing the acceptance and expenditure of state grant funds by the Department of Public Health for fiscal year 2016 through 17. Item 24, resolution to retroactively authorize the Department of Public Health to accept and expend a grant in the amount of $1.45 million from the San Francisco Foundation for the HOPE SF program through June 30th, 2018. Item 25 is a resolution authorizing the Human Services Agency to withdraw from the statewide finger imaging system for purposes of administering the county adult assistance programs. Item 26, resolution to authorize the execution and acceptance of a purchase and sale agreement on behalf of the Housing Authority for real property located at 440 Turk Street for $5 million.
Excuse me, Angela.
Yes.
To members of the public and to the sheriff's deputies, can we please ask the public to enter and exit the chamber quietly so that we can hear? We are here to conduct business and can't do so if there is a lot of noise happening during the time when we are trying to do so. So please exit and enter the chambers quietly. Thank you very much for your cooperation.
Thank you, Madam President. Just 3 more items. Item 27 is a resolution to approve the fiscal years 2016 through 18 expenditure plans for the Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing Fund. Item 28 is a resolution to authorize a $4.5 million transfer to the general fund from the Municipal Transportation Agency for duplicate and overpayments received by the city for parking and transit violations issued in the 18-year period between January 1st, 1994 and June 30th, 2012. And item 29 is a motion to enact a 2.25% cost of living adjustment to the base fiscal year 2016 through 17 contract amount for budget and legislative analyst services to be effective July 1st, 2016. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Angela. And before we get into a discussion with regards to the budget, I am going to go back and call on Supervisor John Avalos in order to do a special commendation at this time.
Thank you, President Breed. I appreciate your accommodating this time to do an in memoriam, a special in memoriam. And Supervisor Kim also wants me to take part in this as well. Oh, you're here. Okay, great. Well, I'd like to call up friends and family of Joseles de la Cruz. If you can come to the podium. This is an in memoriam for Joseles de la Cruz Ornelas. Joseles was a young man who I got to know over the years. He was actually a campaign worker for my citywide campaign in 2011. And actually, going over his bio, I realized that he was part of actions that I took part in 2003 during the Justice for Janitors Bay Area Master Contract campaign down in Palo Alto. We had a march, and there were Stanford students that took part in that march. So I know that Joseles was there at that time as well. This is quite a blow for a lot of people. Joseles is just a beautiful soul and had a really strong community around him, people who are really involved in labor and community organizing. And we're all very confused about really how we lost him. I'll read his bio. Joseles de la Cruz Ornelas was born on February 21st, 1983 in Mexico City. He attended Stanford as a creative writing major and graduated in 2010. While at Stanford, he began organizing around campus labor issues with SCIU, and ultimately it was San Francisco. It was in San Francisco, and especially with its workers, renters, and immigrants and queer communities that came to benefit from his immense skills and dedication as an organizer and his deep commitment to social justice. Joseles was a long-term mission resident. He was an active part of San Francisco's queer community and its housing rights, immigrant rights, and labor movements. He served as an organizer with the Tenderloin Housing Clinic SRO Collaborative, Pride at Work, and Causa Justa. He worked on countless efforts, including the City Stop campaign to protect tenants against evictions, and received an award for his work on housing justice from the Harvey Milk Club in 2008. Joseles ran No Borders Camp in 2007 that convened immigrant justice leaders at the border of Mexicali and Calexico. He worked on the ENDA campaign to prevent discrimination against queer and trans people in the workplace, and also continually moved the needle on the intersectional approach to LGBTQ politics, notably by organizing a boycott of the HRC dinner in 2008. Joseles was a person who always reimagined borders, physical, political, and spiritual. His vulnerability and ability to shake with others impressed those who had the privilege of knowing him. He had a unique laugh and a sense of humor that was contagious and endearing. He wore his heart proudly on his sleeve. He was always one to show up in solidarity and fight alongside people, expecting nothing in return. Joseles possessed visionary ideas and embodied both wonder and grace as he went about enacting them. He was loved by his many friends and wide community for this, and admired for his great contributions to his communities and the many causes he fought for. Across the city, people are remembering Joseles for the many picket lines, marches, delegations, sit-ins, and civil disobediences he helped lead. His dedication to movements for justice was deep and is forever embedded in the streets of this city. Joseles was always outspoken about the direction he hoped for in building a more just city. Today, we stand here and commit to keeping his memory alive and celebrating the intelligent, dedicated, and beautiful soul that was Joseles de la Cruz Ornelas. We know that Joseles' recent passing has been devastating and also comes on the heels of the recent loss of life of so many queer Latinos after the violent attacks in Orlando. We wish to extend our solidarity to his family as they continue to request from Palm Springs Police Department a thorough investigation of the circumstances of his passing. We extend our solidarity to his we extend our regrets and our gratitude to his mother, Yolanda Ornelas, and to his brother, Gary de la Cruz, as well as to his friends and the many communities he fought for alongside. The Ornelas family is also looking for support, not just in expenses for funerals, but also to look into the investigation of Joseles' passing. And the family has a GoFundMe account. It's www.gofundme.com/findjoselespound. I know that Supervisor Kim also has comments she wants to share, and we have a member or committee members from Joseles' family and friends who are here. We want to make sure they have a chance to have some comments as well. Supervisor Kim.
Thank you, Supervisor Avalos, for leading the board today in sending our condolences to the families and friends of Joseles. We all knew Joseles really well, and I think the one thing that we all can say about him is that he was incredibly bright and smart and warm and loving. And people say often, they talk about the underrepresentation of the vote in the Tenderloin. But as someone who has door-knocked many different neighborhoods in the city, I can say that I have not door-knocked on a neighborhood that is more knowledgeable about the inner workings of City Hall, our legislative processes, but even the variety of different policies that were coming before the board at the time that I was running. It is a cohort of residents that are incredibly well-engaged and well-informed with what is at stake here locally in policymaking. And a huge part of how that is because of the Central City SRO Collaborative Program. And this organizing program was not just in the Tenderloin, it's in the South of Market and Chinatown and the Mission, and has been a huge piece of how we have fought for budget justice and so many important policies here in San Francisco that has elevated all of our communities and also has fought for more affordable housing and eviction protection, defense, amongst many other priorities that we see that we fight for every year in the budget process, of which we are voting on today. Joseles was one of the main organizers in this institution that worked so hard to increase the universe of residents that were engaged in how we determine policies and how we spend down our taxpayer dollars here at City Hall. And I think in many ways, many of us don't have words to express the loss because I have a hard time believing that he's not coming back. But I do want to give my special thoughts and prayers to his family, his mother Yolanda, his brothers Omar and Gary, to so many of you that work so closely with him every day and got to be a part of his light and his love and his heart. We miss you tremendously, Joseles, and we hope to honor and continue your work and your leadership and your passion, but to also really accentuate how important it is to the family to contribute to the GoFundMe account so we can get to the bottom of his disappearance and his death. But more than anything, Joseles, thank you so much for everything that you gave to us, and we continue on with your work.
Anyone from the friends and family want to have a couple words? It's not necessary.
Thank you, Supervisor Avalos, Supervisor Kim. You know, it's a great testament to stand here with this diverse group of folks, and it's testimony to the soul and the personality that Joseles has and the ability to have brought so many people together, and I think touched a lot of folks. And so we do stand here today and grieve together with Yolanda and his family, and we are saddened, but we'll always remember him and keep his memory alive. Joseles presente.
Madam President, if I may be added,
Supervisor Campos has comments.
I just want to be added, my name added to the in memoriam. I honestly don't have the words to say how tragic this is. Simply as was said, Joseles presente.
Thank you, Supervisor Campos.
If anyone else would like to speak, okay. Thank you.
Thank you all so much for being here today. So we have two additional commendations, and at this time I'd like to recognize Supervisor David Campos.
Wow. Thank you very much, Madam President. It is an honor for me to call upon, I don't know if she's here, Teresa Sparks. Teresa, are you here?
Yes.
I wanted to take an opportunity to recognize the work that Teresa Sparks has done as she transitions from her prior role as the executive director of the Human Rights Commission to now the mayor's senior advisor on transgender issues. From my perspective, when you look at the work that Teresa has done, and I have actually served with Teresa prior to being elected supervisor on the San Francisco Police Commission, but I think that the role that she has played in advancing the rights and interests not only of all communities, but especially the LGBT community, makes her one of the most important LGBT leaders, quite frankly, one of the most important leaders we have. As director of the Human Rights Commission, she has helped ensure that our city tackles the issues of violence against the transgender community. She also served as on the founding committee of the Transgender Day of Remembrance in the late 90s, and is a founding member of Pride Weekend's Trans March. She was also past president of the San Francisco Police Commission and was the CEO of the sex-positive shop Good Vibrations. While there, she led programs of weekly educational outreach with respect to various communities. Teresa went to Kansas State University. She originally studied chemical and mechanical engineering. She went on to start up, successful grow several waste management, environmental services, alternative fuel, and recycling companies. In fact, patented 2 recycling techniques during this time. I don't know if I know anyone who has actually ever had a patent, so it's very impressive. But if you really look at the accomplishments, on a very personal note, for me, what has impressed me about Teresa is her personal dedication to the transgender community. When you think about the various communities that have been and continue to be disenfranchised within San Francisco, in my view, the transgender community is really at the top of that list. If you look at places like the Mission, where you have many disenfranchised people, the transgender community within the Mission is the target of violence and oppression from other members of that larger community. So I have been proud to be a partner in helping Teresa's work move forward in terms of advancing the interests of the transgender community. And I wanted to take this opportunity as she, transitions into her new role to acknowledge her contributions and to say on behalf of thousands of transgender men and women who have benefited from her advocacy, thank you. We're not where we need to be, but San Francisco, as of today, is the leading voice when it comes to transgender rights, not just in this country, but arguably the world. And that's in great part because of the work of Teresa Sparks. So with that, Teresa, thank you very much for all you have done.
Thank you, Supervisor Campos. It's very meaningful to be honored by this board, particularly since I think over the 7 years with the Human Rights Commission and 5 years with the Police Commission, I think I've probably worked with every one of you on something. And as you know, policy in this city isn't made by departments, it's made by supervisors. And so I need to also thank all of you. And I don't want to go through, and I think I could probably go through and name each one of you with exactly what I've worked on with. But I do want to point out that one particular supervisor I've worked with for much longer than the rest of you. I worked with Supervisor Aaron Peskin in Peskin 1.0 back. He was instrumental in having me appointed to the Police Commission. And absent that and Tom Amiano's efforts, I probably never would have been involved with those activities. And I want to certainly thank him for his ongoing support. David Campos, I have to say, has been an ally and a friend as long as I've been involved in politics, going back before the Police Commission. And he and I fought like dogs on the Police Commission, but we always ended up respecting one another's opinion going forward. He's been instrumental in working with transgender issues in San Francisco and has probably provided more inspiration and also fiscal support to the community through the years than any other single individual. The other gay supervisor, Supervisor Wiener, we would not have universal health care for transgender people in San Francisco without the efforts of Supervisor Wiener. Many people overlook that. Many people don't recognize that. But without him helping us and intervening and talking with the Department of Health and community leaders, we would not have that. And that is a model for not only the United States and for cities around the country, but for cities around the world. And so I have to certainly thank him for not only that, but other things we've worked on. And again, I will hesitate going around and naming each one of you because each one of you have been involved. We work with Supervisor Kim's office on around issues around Islamophobia and issues around previously incarcerated. And also, I would be remiss if I didn't thank the amazing staff I have had at the Human Rights Commission and the relentless and the amount of hours they put on working on issues for the people of San Francisco. So this is a tremendous honor for me. Hopefully this does not mean we will stop working together. I'll be working with the mayor on these issues, who's also very supportive for the transgender community, and hopefully we'll all be doing greater work in the future. So thank you so much.
Congratulations on your new position. And with that, I'd like to recognize Supervisor Malia Cohen for our last commendation of today.
Thank you very much, President Breed and colleagues. I have a commendation of just outstanding community leadership that needs to be recognized. It's been a somber afternoon so far in the chamber, and I'd like to recognize significant leadership that rests in Minister Christopher Muhammad and Ms. Felicia Jones and Ms. Elaine Brown. Minister, I'm not sure if there's other folks that you want to recognize.
Thank you. We appreciate President and Board of Supervisors for your...
Wait, hold on, Minister, before we get started. I love how the minister's all ready to go.
All ready to go.
Between teachers, preachers, and politicians, I think we all fight for the mic.
That's the truth.
But I think it's also important that we remember who we're fighting for and what we fight for. And I just want to take a moment to recognize the leadership, because I think it's incredibly important that we do not politicize the efforts that are afoot. The work that you have done, the work that I have done, the work that we have done as an entire body, and that we respect the black and brown lives and the reasons why we all come to this table to roll up our sleeves to do the work that needs to be done. And with that said, I'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you for your words, Board of Supervisors. We're here, and we certainly want to respect your agenda and your time. I'm here on behalf of the Justice for Mario Woods movement. As you know, once we get started, we don't stop until the objective is achieved. And having said that, we're joined by the legendary Elaine Brown, who was the former chair of the Black Panther Party for Justice and Self-Defense, who is celebrating 50 years of the founding of the Black Panther Party, but she's here as part of our voice of unity for justice for our fallen son and brother Mario Woods. We're joined by Felicia Jones, the leader of our movement with SEIU 1021, and we're also joined by some very special women, other than the special women I've just introduced. Mother Gwen Woods, the mother of Mario Woods, is here, and we are also joined by the mother of Kenneth Harding Jr., who was murdered 5 years ago, and Mother Danica Chapman was a resident of Seattle, Washington, but the justice movement for Mario Woods has moved her and her daughter down to the Bay Area to join us in our fight for justice for Mario and all those that are unjustly killed. Mother Danica Chapman. And we're also joined by Mother Maria Christina, who is the mother of our movement, in a very Rosa Parks-esque kind of way, as she was the leader of the hunger strikers who demanded justice and put their life on the line for justice for Mario Woods. Wave your hand, Mother. Having said that, Board of Supervisors, and being very brief, I may also say that as the past president of the African American Community Police Relations Board, I had the distinct privilege and honor of working with then Police Commission President Teresa Sparks, and I have to say Commissioner Sparks was probably the most progressive member of that commission in standing up for rights for African Americans in this city, so I personally wanted to make that acknowledgement. Lastly, we have with us today, of course, Archbishop King, but we wanted to remind you that a few months ago, you all passed a historic Remembrance Day acknowledgement of Mario Woods in a unanimous gesture that went all over the world and certainly gained you great respect and honor by those who are active and love justice. They applauded the San Francisco Board of Supervisors in your unanimous, bold stand in making July 22nd Mario Woods Remembrance Day. Thank you. And to that end, that day and the acknowledgement by you under Supervisor Avalos' leadership, along with Supervisor Campos, who co-sponsored that, we acknowledge that the comfort that that acknowledgement gave to Mother Gwen Woods as a beginning step in the painful process that she and her family and the wounded community are trying to get through after witnessing the horrific murder of her son. Having said that, this Friday is the Remembrance Day celebration that we've now combined to Friday and Saturday as Mario Woods Memorial Weekend. And to that end, we have scheduled some very, very significant events, a vigil on Friday, a community town hall meeting, and other things that are surrounding that day that will make that day hopefully a healing balm for Mother Woods and her family and the community. And we just wanted to remind you, in case it kind of slipped off the radar, maybe it didn't, that this day is coming up, and we don't want it to be out of sight, out of mind. We want the full weight of the city and the Board of Supervisors, whatever in-kind services, whatever accommodations that you can make to help that event and that day come off without hitch and make it the first of many. And certainly if you would help us to do that, and we're fully expecting you to do that, then of course that Remembrance Day will carry the significance that we believe warrants and is required, as the Mario Woods Justice Movement has had impact now all over the world. And as you can see, celebrities have taken on this fight. Not just Beyonce and Alicia Keys, but now celebrities and influential people all over the world have joined in this demand. And other movements are calling us to find out how can they replicate what we've done here in San Francisco. And in part, in some ways, we've worked together. And we have celebrated some victories together. And of course, some things we need work on. But suffice to say, we feel that in San Francisco, we're cutting edge in terms of making sure that these movements and these victims have voices that are uncompromising, unyielding, and don't quit until justice flows down the mountain like a mighty stream. So with that, we wanted to acknowledge the mothers. And if there's any words you would like to share, Sister Felicia, if not, I thank you for your time. I thank you, Supervisor Cohen, for your facilitating with the President this accommodation at the last minute. Thank you, and let's make this Remembrance Day a success, and we will follow up with people from our staff to let you know the kind of help that we'll need, okay?
Thank you so much. Miss Elaine Brown, would you like to say a few words? And just to, I'm a big fan. I appreciate your book, A Taste of Power.
That's what I'm talking about.
And thank you so much. It's really an honor to have you here in the chamber today.
Well, I appreciate you saying that. Ms. Reed, thank you very much. Reed, pardon me. I do want to simply say that these two mothers, I've been working with Danica Chapman for these 5 years off and on. She's suffered tremendously. And now, unfortunately, I'm having to work with Sister Gwen Woods. You know, there's many, many things that we can do, but I like to say that in this 50th anniversary of the founding of the Black Panther Party, that I believe that we can see the resurrection of the spirit of the Black Panther Party, and we're hoping that we can really bring about power to the people. Thank you for allowing me to say a few words.
Thank you.
And lastly, I think we would like to weigh in for about 30 seconds. We would be remiss if the movement for justice didn't weigh in on the historic proposal from Supervisor Avalos, really demanding accountability and the withholding of resources until those accommodations, until those recommendations, until those demands are met by SFPD. We do think one of the tools, along with independent investigation, is that the threat of withholding resources to hold the department accountable is something that should be supported by the community, and the Justice for Mario Woods movement supports your call and your demand, and we hope and pray that you all do the right thing and back that as another tool of accountability for SFPD. Thank you.
Thank you. And Minister and members of the coalition, I should also mention that Supervisor Cohen has done something truly historic by putting it's on our item number 37, asking the voters to vote for a new Department of Police Accountability. It's overdue. It's overdue, and I will tell you, it's truly overdue. It's significant, and I want to applaud Supervisor Cohen for her leadership on that move. Thank you.
We were briefed earlier, Madam President. We were briefed on that, and it's just an oversight on our part because I was trying to be short-winded when I have a track record of being long-winded. But certainly the proposal of Supervisor Cohen has our full support because it's something that the people of this city can vote and support with the weight that it brings. It's revolutionary in scope, and the movement for justice for Mario Woods lends the weight of our movement behind that effort as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you. Okay, with that, we are going to return to our full board meeting, and I know that there are a large number of seniors who are in the audience today, and because of that, I'd like to accommodate them by calling item number 36 out of order. Madam Clerk.
Item 36 is a charter amendment, third draft, to amend the charter of the City and County of San Francisco to establish the Dignity Fund to support seniors and adults with disabilities, require an annual contribution by the city to the funding, including an annual baseline amount of $38 million, increasing by $6 million for fiscal year 2017 through 18, and increasing by $3 million a year for the next 9 years until fiscal year 2026-27, and continuing at that amount adjusted annually for changes in aggregate discretionary city revenues for the next 10 years until fiscal year 2036 through 37, to establish a planning process for expenditures from the fund, to create an oversight and advisory committee, to set up an expiration date of June 30th, 2037, and to change the Commission on Aging to the Aging and Adult Services Commission and update its responsibilities to be heard at an election to be held on November 8th, 2016.
With that, I'd like to recognize Supervisor Cohen, the author of this particular item.
Thank you. Thank you. I may be the author of this item, but I'm just a vehicle here to do the work that an incredible community coalition has that they've drafted me to do. And I want to recognize that I have really strong leadership right here on this body as well. Supervisor Marr has been incredible. Supervisor Weiner has been with us every step of the way. And Supervisor Yee and everyone else that will be voting for this measure. But these gentlemen have been incredible in taking this this measure to the voters. So, colleagues, this is something that I am personally connected to this work. It's a coalition of community leaders that are bringing this ballot measure to voters in November. San Francisco has the highest percentage of seniors and adults with disabilities of any urban area in the state of California. And this population is steadily increasing. By 2030, we expect the senior population in San Francisco to grow by over 100,000 people. And this generation of seniors are expected to live an additional 34 years. That is incredible. We are doing something right. People are living longer and they're living stronger. Over 70% of the veterans in San Francisco are over the age of 55, and 28% of them have disabilities. 28%, it's almost one-third. 60% of the people, 60% of people with HIV are over the age of 50. And in 2020, we estimate that 70% of the people with HIV in San Francisco will be over the age of 50 years old. Seniors, veterans, adults with disabilities often live on fixed incomes. While many communities are feeling the pressure of the rising cost of housing in San Francisco, those living on fixed incomes, such as our seniors and veterans and disabled, are getting hit hard. The charter amendment that we are bringing before you today will establish a dedicated fund which will baseline spending and guarantee investments in critical services for some of our city's most vulnerable residents without raising one tax. That deserves applause, ladies and gentlemen. And not only are we going to do this by not raising taxes, but we're also doing it in a way, in a manner that will not impact our city's existing general fund set-asides. So this proves certainty. This provides certainty and stability for funding for desperately needed services and such as in-home care, respite care, adult daycare, transitioning housing, I mean, you name it. Eviction protection, I think this is a critical one. Eviction protection and other services that allow our seniors and residents so that they can just simply age in place and age with dignity. So I'm sure all of you on the board have personal stories about caring for a family member and friends and loved ones who are aging or who quite possibly have a disability. Even with this robust network of family and friends, it can be incredibly difficult to age in San Francisco. So I really want to give a shout out and recognize the incredible number of community leaders and service providers who have come together to push for this effort forward. And I want to thank, again, Supervisor Marr and Supervisor Yee for being early supporters, and Supervisor Avalos, Campos, Kim, Weiner, and Breed for their support and, most importantly, their co-sponsorship. Our seniors helped build the city, and our veterans have fought for our freedoms. We've also have residents who have contracted HIV and AIDS in the 80s who thankfully have lived longer than we ever expected them to. So let's reward everyone that have worked hard. Let's pass this measure. It's morally the right thing to do, but more importantly, it is also the fiscally sound and responsible way to address the needs, the future needs that our city is going to be facing. So colleagues, I would urge you to support this item. Thank you.
I want to appreciate all the members of the audience, but also I'd like to let you know that their applause is prohibited in the chamber. So if you'd like to provide your support in any way, just wave your hands in support. Even though I know Supervisor Cohen encouraged the applause, we do appreciate you all being here today, and we want to make sure we move this item right along, as well as our lengthy agenda. And with that, Supervisor Marr.
Outside on the steps about an hour and a half ago, we heard the tremendous spirit of this grassroots coalition of senior and disabled people's organizations from every single neighborhood. And though you can't express it in ways that I heard outside in our communities, I'm just appreciative that you're building a movement and a culture of health and dignity for people with disabilities and seniors in our city. I'm proud to be an ally of the organizations that started over, I think it's like 2 years ago, before it was even a concept at this Board of Supervisors. And I wanted to also say that by placing this on the ballot in November and passing this in San Francisco, we would become the first city in the nation to respond to this baby boomers turning into senior boomers and this huge boom of the population of people with disabilities and seniors. But we would be the first city in the nation to address this with adequate resources, not just for existing programs, but for new programs that allow people to age in place in their own communities and to provide adequate nutrition and services to our aging population in our city. I wanted to give the special shout-outs, as Supervisor Cohen just made, not only to Supervisor Cohen and myself for really shepherding this through, but also Supervisor Yee, Avalos, Campos, Breed, and Kim. We wouldn't all be supporting it without that vibrant grassroots movement that's been educating us all along the way. I wanted to say that I am a baby boomer, like Supervisor Yee. We are aging in our communities, and I think this is forward-looking, as Supervisor Cohen mentioned, that the Bay Area senior population is doubling in numbers from this decade to 2040, and by 2050, we will see seniors make up nearly, and people with disabilities, 40% of the population of San Francisco. So I think this is wise fiscal planning, like the Children's Amendment was in the early 90s as a revolutionary budgetary act by our board. This is similarly equitable for the many seniors, especially low-income seniors in neighborhoods throughout our city. I wanted to thank my staff, Nick Pagalatos, and my former staff, Raquel Redondias, for working so closely with the Dignity Fund Coalition, and a special shout out to the chairs, Herb Levine and Ramona Davis, but especially the spirit of the Dignity Fund Coalition, Marie Jobling from the Community Living Campaign, and Sandy Mori from Komochi, and the Grassroots Coalition that will make history in San Francisco as we pass this Dignity Fund on the ballot in November. And we think that many cities around this country will look at the model so that they and we can have adequate funding so that we can have dignity and caring across generations in our city. So thank you so much to the coalition and to Supervisor Cohen and Yee for helping with putting this on the ballot. We will win. We will make history in San Francisco in November. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Marr. Supervisor Weiner.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to add my strong support for the Dignity Fund and also echo comments thanking Supervisor Cohen for her leadership. This measure, despite it being a no-brainer in terms of wanting to provide increased support for our growing senior and disabled population, it was definitely a long trail in terms of getting this from start to finish, with a lot of dialogue, a lot of negotiation, sensitivity towards the overall budget picture and all the competing needs. But in the end, this is just incredibly important so that we as a city are making a strong statement that our seniors and our residents with disabilities are not an afterthought or a group that gets funding when it may or may not be available, but that we're going to prioritize support for our seniors and people with disabilities in our budget every year with a dedicated fund. And this makes all the sense in the world. Our senior population is growing, as was noted. We want to make sure that our seniors and our residents with disabilities are able to be vibrant members of our community, to be at home with full support, and to really age gracefully. And that's really what this is about. As I mentioned earlier in the press conference celebrating this vote today, I want to thank the Dignity Fund Coalition for actively including and embracing the LGBT community. We have a growing LGBT senior population, which is a really good thing, particularly because people with HIV are living longer, and we need to make sure that we are meeting the unique needs of LGBT seniors. We've gone through a long planning process in terms of policy recommendations to meet the needs of our LGBT seniors, and we have been gradually doing so, including legislation later on the agenda today about collecting data on LGBT clients of our social services. But the inclusion of the LGBT community in this Dignity Fund and in the coalition is much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Weiner. Supervisor Tang.
Thank you. First, I do want to start off by thanking Supervisor Cohen, Marr, Yee, and of course the Dignity Fund Coalition for all of your important work on this particular measure. Unfortunately, I'm not able to support this particular measure. It has nothing to do with the fact that I'm the youngest member of this board, but actually everything to do with the fact that it has been a general policy of mine to not support set-asides and baselines that are not backed by revenue sources. And so this is consistent with how I have not supported the transportation baseline, for example, in recent times, as well as the most recently passed parks set-aside as well. Not that I do not support any of those important issue areas, but to me, I do believe in having that conversation comprehensively with all of the other budget priorities that we have here in San Francisco. But I will continue to and have, as a member of our budget committee, support funding for our senior community, whether it is in the form of providing support at home, whether it is in the form of groceries, deliveries, meal deliveries, whether it's in the form of other services, again, that our seniors need. I will continue to support those efforts. So again, I just wanted to explain why I'm not able to support this particular measure today, but want to thank everyone who's worked on it.
Thank you, Supervisor Tang. Supervisor Yee.
Thank you, President Bree. I will stand for this, just to show that I'm not that senior. So, first of all, I want to thank my colleagues Supervisor Cohen and Supervisor Marr for working with everybody on the Board of Supervisors to put this together and to work with the Dignity Fund advocates. I have to say that for 4 years now, I've gone through 4 budgets, and every single year that I've been here, I've fought for increasing services for seniors and people with disability, and getting frustrated every year knowing that it's not enough for the population that we have today. And for us to project the numbers that we will see in the future and not do anything about it is really a disservice to our seniors and people with disability. Earlier today, when I was at the press conference outside, I had a little badge that said, "Age to perfection." Age to perfection. And some people that drink wine might think, oh, what's he talking about wine for? Because when you age it to perfection, you have to love your bottle of wine. You have to take care of your bottle of wine. Well, yeah, that could be one reaction. Or we could say, wait, our seniors need to age to perfection. And in order for us to see that happen, we got to love our seniors. We got to take care of our seniors. You let a bottle of wine out there not being taken care of, and it goes spoil, and it's no good anymore. So that's a lesson for us, for people that are wine lovers, that we need to also take care of our seniors as much as in a bottle of wine. Come on. So for me, this is really beyond just a piece of legislation. It's something that I've cared about for a long, long time in terms of seniors and people with disability. And I'm happy to be a co-sponsor, and I'm hoping that the rest of my colleagues, at least the other 9, will vote for it, and that we will be very successful in November. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Yee. And as a fellow wine lover, I do understand. So thank you for the analogy. Supervisor Farrell.
Thank you, President Breed, and I'll be short, but again, I just want to thank my colleagues, in particular Supervisor Cohen, who's been leading this effort and done such a great job, to all the community advocates. I mentioned before, so many of them. I remember the first meeting in my office over a year ago talking about this, so it's been a long time coming. Much has been mentioned. Our population is growing in age here in San Francisco. I think this is the right thing to do. I just want to thank everyone for coming together and building this measure together, because this is what it's all about, how we've done this here in San Francisco. So thank you very much, and look forward to seeing it pass in November.
Thank you, Supervisor Farrell. Supervisor Campos.
Thank you, President Breed. And I'm not sure about this whole wine discussion, but I will say that I'm very proud to add my name to this measure. I want to thank Supervisor Cohen, Supervisor Marr, Supervisor Yee, and everyone who has been a part of this pretty broad coalition. And I respect the perspective that many folks have about set-asides, and I think that perhaps in a perfect world we would not have set-asides because we would automatically fund the things that we need to fund. That hasn't happened, though, in the past in San Francisco, which is why we as city government have made choices, and it's the same choices that families make. Sometimes you put money aside so that you can make certain investments. And one of the things that we have invested in, rightly so, is the Children's Fund, so that we take care of children in San Francisco. Well, if we're going to do that for our youth, we have to do that for our seniors and our disabled community as well. And that's why we have to support this. It's about having a threshold level of dignity that people can live under. And I know for a fact in places like the Mission, Bernal Heights, the Portola, so many of our seniors are struggling. We live in the most expensive city in the world, arguably, certainly the most expensive city in the country. We have to make San Francisco prioritize our senior and disabled communities. I'm very proud to be a part of this effort.
Thank you, Supervisor Campos. Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, Madam President. There is no question that there is a need. I have great respect for the advocates and understand the concept of the Dignity Fund, but I rise to be consistent with the notion that we as legislators have been charged with making the tough decisions about how we want to appropriate our existing funds. There is an endless amount of need, but a limited amount of resource, and I am going to continue to stand against set-asides that are not accompanied by new sources of revenue. So, unfortunately, the need notwithstanding, the right public policy, and I am going to be consistent with my vote relative to the open space and park set-aside. I was very clear with Supervisor Campos that I could not support a public advocate position that had a set-aside. I was very clear with our district attorney who wanted set-aside. It is the easy way out, and unfortunately, I will be voting no on this measure.
Thank you, Supervisor Peskin. Seeing no other names on the roster, I just want to say quickly thank you to all the members of the Dignity Fund Coalition, including the fearless leader, Sandy Morey, Ramona Davies, who are both co-chairs of this coalition, J.C. Cohen and Marcy Elderman. I know they worked really hard to try and come up with the right formula every single year. They're in the halls of City Hall pushing to make sure that the Board of Supervisors prioritizes seniors in our budget on a regular basis, whether it's important food programs, housing, or assistant living services. All of those services make such a difference in a person's life who doesn't always have the ability to go out and do some of the things that we all take for granted for themselves. We have to make sure that we fully fund the programs that serve our seniors. This is a small way to do that. And as someone who was raised by a grandmother and utilized these services on a regular basis, I don't know how I would have made it without the support of things like in-home support services or Meals on Wheels or all the great programs that continue to help and to support seniors so that they can grow in dignity in their homes. And with that, colleagues, and seeing no other names on the roster, Madam Clerk, on this item, can you please call the roll?
On item 36, Supervisor Farrell? Aye. Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim? Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr?
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin?
No.
Peskin, no. Supervisor Tang?
No.
Tang, no. Supervisor Wiener?
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee?
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos?
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed?
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos?
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Cohen?
Aye.
Cohen, aye. There are 9 ayes and 2 noes with Supervisors Peskin and Tang in the dissent.
The charter amendment will be submitted. Congratulations. All right. With that, Madam Clerk, can we go back to our budget? We have already called the items, and there's a specific order that was already established for speakers, starting with Supervisor Mark Farrell.
Thank you, Madam President. So, colleagues, as your budget chair for the 4th year now in a row, I just want to say thank you to all of my colleagues, especially our budget committee members, for all of their work this year, and very proud to have worked collaboratively with everyone in terms of the budget process. We were once again, for the 4th year in a row, able to pass the budget out of committee with unanimous support from my committee members, and I want to specifically thank Committee Vice Chair Supervisor Katie Tang, as well as Supervisor Norman Yee, who we are in budget committee all year round. So thank you for your work together on that, as well as Supervisor Wiener and Kim for their support and resolve during committee. Given the challenges and certainly some of the dynamics, I think it was challenging to put this budget together, maybe more than other years, but very much proud to have brokered out of committee a consensus measure. I do believe the budget in front of us today reflects the values and priorities that we continue to espouse here at the Board of Supervisors and inside of City Hall. I think particular attention this year in terms of producing more affordable housing, working on public safety, reducing homelessness, and improving the quality of life for all of our San Francisco residents were able to be addressed. In terms of the board process itself, we were able to identify approximately $60 million in savings. I believe a record if you take out the $25 million we were able to put in last year towards affordable housing, with just over $33 million in this first year and $25 million in the second year. With these additional budget savings, in terms of our prioritization of the board, over $13 million more went to address homelessness and produce more housing. $6 million for enhancing public safety and common sense police reforms, $7 million for LGBT-specific services, including funding our Getting to Zero ask, securing over $7 million for youth, TAY, and at-risk specific services, and over $2 million to address food security needs, and many, many other priorities that were reflected. I know there's going to be some discussion about the budget today. I do believe what we have in front of us right now represents a collaborative process that passed out of committee unanimously, and I want to thank everyone for their efforts. In particular, I mentioned my committee members, all of our staffs that have worked so hard and do every single year. This year was no exception at all. I want to thank the Mayor's Budget Office, Acting Budget Director Melissa Whitehouse, our Controller's Office, Ben Rosenfield and his entire staff, our Budget and Legislative Analyst, Harvey Rose, to the clerk of our committee, Ms. Linda Wong, and Victor, who filled in quite frequently, and again, to all of my colleagues and your staffs, thank you, and ask for your support.
Thank you. And just to be clear, there was an established order, and I just will read off the names, and I will take you off the dais, and anyone who comes after that, I'll call you after I call the members who put their names on the roster when this item was originally called. So next will be Supervisor Avalos, then Supervisor Weiner, then Yee, and then Peskin. So if any of your names are on the dais, I will be taking them off. And then after those individuals speak, then Supervisor Marr, you will be called. Supervisor Avalos.
Thank you, President Breed. Colleagues, I'm not sure if this is the best moment to be voting on the budget, since we have other measures that are before us later on the agenda that the budget is contingent on passing. I believe that we should actually settle our issues around revenue measures first before we actually start approving the budget, or else we'll be putting the cart before the horse, and we know how well the cart's going to go if we do that. So I'd like to see if we can re-refer this item to later in the agenda after we settle with our revenue measures that are attached to the budget.
Is that a motion?
So a motion to re-refer.
Second.
So Supervisor Avalos has made a motion to continue this to later in the agenda. It was seconded by Supervisor Peskin, and out of respect for the other colleagues who wanted an opportunity to speak, I would like to call on them before we move forward with that motion. Supervisor Weiner.
Thank you, Madam President. If this is going to be deferred, may as well. I'll just make my comments now. I just want to thank and acknowledge Chair Farrell for once again doing extraordinary work as chair of the Budget Committee. It's never easy, and once again, I think he did a great job mediating some very difficult disputes around the budget, and I think this is a good budget. It makes smart investments in public safety and our public health system, significant increase in investment in housing our homeless residents, and I near and dear to my heart full funding for the Getting to Zero program, so that we can aggressively move towards eliminating new HIV infections in San Francisco and eliminate HIV-related deaths in San Francisco. This is a terrific budget, and I look forward to voting to pass it.
Thank you, Supervisor Weiner. Supervisor Yee.
Thank you. In addition to what Supervisor Weiner stated in terms of some of the big wins in this budget process, I also want to point out that early education was amongst those that did well in this budget process. When I say well, it just means that we were able to get money into it, not that it solved all the problems. I have to say that my appreciation for all those involved, from our staff to the supervisors to the city staff in this budget process was not fully appreciated until I was on the budget committee. I saw all the work that everybody had to do for several months. For some of the city staff, it was much more than just several months. But when you see it firsthand and realize that, oh my God, all these decisions have to be made, and it's about working with others and trying to find the best budget we could find for our residents in the city. I have to say that I'm in full support of this budget, but I have to make a comment about some assumptions that we made as we put this budget together that came to my awareness a lot later into the process. I didn't realize we were trying to balance this budget with revenues that we didn't have, in which we were hoping to get revenues through the ballot initiative. And that should be something that we never should do again. It puts us in a very awkward situation, and you're going to hear the rest of it today, as you'll see, that we really, what if we don't pass any of this stuff? Well, what does it mean to the budget? And I don't think that's the way that any entity, and let alone the city's budget, should be put together. I want to be fiscally responsible, and I don't want to end up where we're going to have we don't have enough funding to fund the budget that we will be voting on today. So I just wanted to make that comment, not to say I'm not going to support the budget, but certainly we should be all aware that that's what's happening. And I don't think any of us going forward should allow that to occur again. Thank you for all the work that everybody's put into this.
Thank you, Supervisor Yee. Supervisor Peskin.
I'll defer my comments.
Supervisor Marr.
Yeah, I support Supervisor Avalos' motion to consider revenue options at a later time. But I'll just say thank you to Supervisor Farrell for chairing the Budget Committee process. It's a lot of hard work. The $9.6 billion we're voting on today is the biggest decision we make as supervisors. I wanted to thank the budget and legislative analysts and others for finding the savings, the $60 million of potential savings that are allocated in the budget as well. I think it's a balancing of citywide needs with each district's needs, and I credit Supervisor Farrell, but also Supervisor Norman Yee as well for ensuring that we had equity at the citywide level, but also that fairness for each district's needs as well. I wanted to acknowledge the Food Security Task Force again this year, advocating with strength for about $2 million more to end hunger in San Francisco by 2020. Tremendous props to Terry Oley and Quaintance from Meals on Wheels, Terry Oley from the Food Bank, and the whole Food Security Task Force effort. For food justice and healthy communities, doubling the Healthy Retail SF program helps us transform corner stores, especially in low-income neighborhoods, not just in the Bayview and the Tenderloin, but expanded to other neighborhoods. So I think that the Healthy Corner Store Coalition deserves tremendous props for that effort. The water access and health equity expansions with the Public Utilities Commission and the school district, but also Rec and Park, allows us to expand access to healthy, clean drinking water with 100 new water fountains and drink tap stations by the end of this year, and I think it's about 130 by 2017. But the Health Equity Coalition, led by Roberto Ariel Vargas and many of the grassroots Asian American, African American, Latino, and Chicano communities' advocacy for health access and health equity is really important. Like the Dignity Fund Coalition, many of the senior and disability organizations were successful with my office to create a new program, $1.6 million a year for in-home care for upper poor or low-income people to be able to have access to stronger in-home care that treats the home care workers with dignity, but also provides caring across generations in our communities. So props to the senior organizations, the Care Council, Jobs with Justice, Senior and Disability Action for winning this new important program for seniors and people with disabilities, and lots of work on the safety net for not only seniors and youth, but also for immigrant communities. Lastly, I'll just say for my district, District 1, I'm really pleased in support for not only our youth and seniors, but also music, art, murals, and festivals, which give a vibrancy to our merchant quarters and our neighborhoods, and especially work with the partners like the National Park Service on ensuring that the Ocean Beach bonfires move forward as a partnership with the city and the National Park Service and Surfrider Foundation and community-based organizations, in addition to planning for the Ocean Beach Master Plan and other efforts at the westernmost edge of our city where I live. So thanks to Supervisor Farrell and the entire Budget Committee. I really appreciate the hard work and look forward to voting on this budget at the end of this meeting.
Thank you, Supervisor Marr. On the motion to continue these items to a later time in our agenda, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Supervisor Farrell. Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener. Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos. Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos.
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Cohen.
Aye.
Cohen, aye. There are 11 ayes.
Okay, the budget will be continued to a later time in our agenda. Madam Clerk, call item 30, please.
Item 30 is an ordinance to amend the Environment Code to prohibit the sale of food serviceware and other specified products, including packing materials that are made from polystyrene foam or that are non-recyclable or non-compostable, and setting operative dates, and to affirm the Planning Department's CEQA determination.
All right, seeing no names on the roster, colleagues, can we take this item, same house, same call? Without objection, the ordinance is finally passed unanimously. Next item, please.
Item 31 was referred without recommendation from the Land Use and Transportation Committee. It's an ordinance to amend the Planning Code to create the 100% Affordable Housing Bonus Program, to provide for development bonuses and zoning modifications, to establish procedures and a fee for review of this type of project, amending the Planning Code to exempt from the height limit specified in the Planning Code and the zoning maps, affirming the Planning Department's CEQA determination, and making the appropriate findings.
Same house, same call. Without objection, the ordinance is finally passed unanimously. Next item.
Item 32 and 33 were referred without recommendation from the Rules Committee. Item 32 is a charter amendment, fifth draft, to amend the charter of the City and County of San Francisco to require the Department of Elections to hold a special election when there is a vacancy in the office of member of the Board of Supervisors, unless a regularly scheduled election will be held within 180 days of the vacancy, to provide that the mayor shall appoint an interim supervisor to fill the supervisorial vacancy until an election is held to fill that vacancy, with the interim supervisor being ineligible to compete in that election, and require the mayor to fill vacancies in all local elective offices within 28 days of the vacancy at an election to be held November 8th, 2016.
Supervisor Avalos.
Thank you, President Breed. Thank you, President Breed. Colleagues, I want to encourage your support for this charter amendment. It has been before us a couple times before. Its real intent is about promoting democracy. We had all heard about our democracy here in the United States is based on the separation of powers, and that's what this measure essentially does. We are part, as the Board of Supervisors, we are part of the legislative branch of government, and I want to make sure that our agency as elected officials on the Board of Supervisors remains in the legislative branch and not necessarily out of the executive branch, which is the mayor's office. The checks and balances is sacrosanct in our Constitution. It's something that we all grow up with to know and respect, but somehow in San Francisco we have something different than the real checks and balances that are in existence in most every other city in the country, with the exception of the The Colorado governor can make appointments to fill vacancies in the Denver District Attorney's Office, and the mayor of Philadelphia can make appointments to fill vacancies in their city election commission. But other than that, according to our LAFCO study, San Francisco is the only place where a mayor can fill vacancies on the legislative branch of government when the mayor does not actually serve on the legislative branch of government. So, colleagues, this is actually a basic amendment that we're doing to our charter that would ensure that we are not conferring the power of incumbency on appointees to the legislative branch of government, and that we can have a full-fledged process of having an election to fill vacancies. This is something that we've seen in recent years when appointments have been made to the Board of Supervisors, that those appointments can be very divisive for the districts where elections are held. And rather than have that divisiveness, why not do something different and have elections to elect our elected officials? Simple enough. So, colleagues, I would like to encourage your support and welcome your comments.
Supervisor Tang.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Avalos, for bringing this back before us. I'm going to make similar comments that I made when this came before our board previously, but I do want to start by saying that I do agree with one portion of this measure that you have before us, which is the requirement that the mayor shall appoint someone to fill a vacancy within 28 days. I think that putting a time limit on actually is a good thing. So that's something that I can definitely stand behind. However, I do believe that what we currently have in terms of our system for filling vacancies is one that I have said is certainly not perfect, but has worked. As currently written, our policies allow for 3 different deadlines, possibilities to occur when a vacancy needs to be filled. And in my case, for example, I was appointed and had to run for office actually in less than 7 months, then had to face another special election the following November. So I ran for office twice within 2 years after an appointment. Secondly, I just point to our recent history and some examples that have occurred even under this existing mayor, Mayor Ed Lee, which was that he appointed someone to District 5 in 2012 who lost to our current president, President Breed, and again, that was an appointment made. Next, my seatmate here, Supervisor Peskin, overcame a mayoral appointee as well in the last November election in 2015. So one mayor who made 4 appointments had a 50% success rate. I think that signals that what we have in place actually does work. So I know that this measure was put forth because it is supposed to be a more democratic process. But what I ask all of you is whether it is democratic to appoint someone for a short duration of time who will be prohibited from running in a subsequent election, who will be taking votes at the board, real votes with real impacts, and potentially subject to even more pressure from the mayor because it is a mayoral appointee and there's no consequence, no impact because that person will be leaving and not be subject to confirmation by voters in the future. Something else that I find undemocratic about this measure is that this person will also basically this person will be in office because they're not running for office in the future, won't be held to any sort of, responsibility to the constituents, right? We don't know if this person will be as responsive to constituent complaints that come into the office, again, because they're not beholden to any election that will be following. The other point is that this person, whoever is going to be running in the election to fill the permanent vacancy, will be an election where there aren't going to be any other measures that will be allowed. It will be a special election unless I believe that there's a new provision that was amended into the charter amendment if the next scheduled election will occur within 180 days. But without any other measures being on there, any other offices to be on there, the person who will be filling the vacancy permanently will be elected by a small voter turnout. Just as an example, I believe it was in my first election where there was the assessor recorder who was on the ballot, the treasurer, and 4 ballot measures on their city attorney. The turnout was for that general election actually in November of 2013 was only 29.3% here in San Francisco. So I do have concerns that we are going to be potentially putting through people who will permanently replace a vacancy with such low voter turnout. So again, I find many portions of this measure actually very undemocratic. I know that we cannot write away the power of incumbency, but I do believe that the system that we have right now does actually work. Again, given the fact that this one mayor has made 4 appointments and 2 of them have lost their elections. Also, lastly, I'm just going to point out that actually the LAFCO study that Supervisor Avalos referred to actually found that 63% of jurisdictions engaged in an other category, meaning that there wasn't any sort of appointment by an individual or a group. There isn't really any sort of consistent practice by other jurisdictions as to how they fill vacancies. So those are some of the reasons why I won't be able to support this measure today. I do believe that our current process works, so I don't believe that there needs to be a charter measure to fix something that really, again, is working.
Thank you, Supervisor Tang. Supervisor Marr.
Thank you. I disagree with my colleague, Supervisor Tang, and support good government, popular democracy efforts like this one. Props to Supervisor Avalos. I am a co-sponsor of this one, largely because Friends of Ethics, Common Cause, the late Eileen Hansen to Larry Bush and others, including our civil grand jury from 2013 and 14, agree that this will help prevent abuses of power that go on behind the scenes, limiting the power of incumbency that we all know is so powerful when people are running for election. But it also prevents the temptation for unethical deal-making that goes on behind closed doors in this building, City Hall. I wanted to say that I think the LAFCO study, as Supervisor Tang just referenced and Supervisor Avalos did, I think this shows what an anomaly San Francisco is, that we lack this basic democracy and basic public process. This is a good government measure. I think it's a no-brainer, and I'm just pleased that we're putting this on the ballot, and I urge support. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Farrell.
Thank you, President Breed. I have a whole set of talking points, but instead of doing them, I will just associate myself with the comments of Supervisor Tang. I thought she was very much on point. From my perspective, this is a charter amendment, is a solution in search of a problem. I believe the system we have today works well. It is as democratic as it gets. And banning people from running for office in the future, to me, is not what we should be espousing here at the Board of Supervisors, and I won't be supporting it.
Thank you, Supervisor Farrell. Supervisor Campos.
Thank you, President Breed, and I really appreciate the dialogue. There are probably some things like, not having someone run that I'm not necessarily sure that I think makes sense, but I do think on balance, the idea of balancing the power of the executive relative to the legislative branch makes sense. There is a measure on the ballot to recall Mayor Lee, and I'm against that measure because I don't think that recalls should be about undoing elections. They should be about acting when there is malfeasance. And I think that anyone who is unhappy with the way that this mayor, or any mayor for that matter, is doing the job, the answer is not to recall someone who has not engaged in malfeasance, but to actually make changes to the system and to the structure of government so that there can be a balance. And I think that this kind of a measure is one of those types of reforms that brings balance and can address some of the concerns that people have raised. It is true that it has worked in some cases, and we've seen it with President Breed, with Supervisor Peskin. But I do believe that the appointment by the mayor is something that it is unique and very unusual relative to San Francisco. The vast majority of jurisdictions actually don't have that and actually vest the power to appoint in the voters. And from my perspective, when in doubt between voters or elected official, I'm going to err on the side of giving the voters the opportunity and the ability to select the person. I respect the perspective, but I want to thank Supervisor Avalos for bringing this item forward.
Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I concur with the factual statements that Supervisor Tang and Supervisor Campos made relative to the races that Supervisor Breed and I both ran. And yes, incumbency and possession is 9/10, but from time to time, the electorate will actually vote for somebody who is not an incumbent. But I think fundamentally the policy issue is what Supervisor Avalos raised, and that really is about the separation of powers. And if you look at what happens in these races, where the executive branch of government is invested in supporting their appointed incumbent, it actually erodes many of the processes in a free and fair election, and in many ways erodes the integrity of government. And I don't want to rehash old history, and we should all be gracious in victory and somewhat gracious in defeat. But if you actually look at the institutional behavior that this government behaved like last summer and into the fall, it is exactly an argument for the separation of powers. Had an appointment to a vacant office, in the case of District 3 to the vacancy left when Supervisor Chu was elected to the State Assembly, that kind of political behavior and all of the trappings that came with it would not have occurred, whether it was the appropriation of funds to support the appointed incumbent, whether it was political behavior in the election where various wholly held subsidiaries, including employees of the executive branch, whether they were taking time off on the books or off the books, that behavior would not have happened, and there would have actually been a real free and fair election. So I stand with this charter amendment. I think we should put it before the voters and let the voters decide.
President Breed.
I just want to make a few comments because I think everything that I want to, of course, associate my comments with the comments of Supervisor Tang. I think everything that she said was spot on. If anyone has any reason to try and take away this power from the mayor, it's definitely me. He didn't make a good appointment in District 5, and so I chose to run as well as other people in the district, and the voters made their decision. Ultimately, I think that Supervisor Peskin is right in his comments, but at the same time, we know that politics, sadly, it's sometimes a dirty game. And whether the mayor has the ability to appoint or not, it's still going to be a dirty game. At the end of the day, this process is not a perfect process, but it's a process that has worked for many, many years. My two biggest concerns, I mean, I do agree with the fact that the 28 days requirement is a good one, but the issues that I have with this particular legislation is the fact that I do believe it's undemocratic to tell someone that if you take this seat, you don't have the ability to run for this particular election. I have a real problem with that. I also have a problem with spending more money on a costly election when we don't necessarily need to do so. It's clear that we do have a challenge. No process is ever going to be perfect. And oftentimes when we're making changes to policies like this, there are unintended consequences that come with it. Someone isn't going to like it if this passes by voters and then the process begins to take shape. There are going to be complaints. There are going to be people who are probably going to want to come in and change that process as well, because for some reason they may not like the decision the mayor makes or the decision the people make. I mean, there's always going to be disagreement in the world of politics, and changing a policy like this and making it what I believe just as undemocratic as possibly the mayor's appointment can also be perceived as is just not the step in the right direction. And so with that, I will be opposing this item. Thank you.
Supervisor Peskin.
So I just wanted to say for the record that term limits are constitutional and they've been upheld by the voters. There's no difference between what is proposed in Supervisor Avalos' charter amendment, which is in essence a term limit, and the term limits that we all live under.
Thank you, Supervisor Peskin. Supervisor Avalos.
Thank you. I'd like to think that there are lots of different ways that you can look at this, or look at changes in the law or the existing law about appointments, and there's nothing that's ideal about it. There's things that work and things that don't work, but I'll tell you what didn't work. In 2012, when Christina Lage was appointed to the Board of Supervisors, she was forced to vote on things. And there were serious consequences if she didn't vote on things the way that the administration wanted her to do that. When I had submitted alternative version of the gross receipts tax at that time, she had supported my version, which was challenging the mayor's gross receipts tax. And the mayor's office came down on her like a ton of bricks. That's not ideal, and that happens quite frequently. And it happened frequently with Supervisor Alage. So what I believe when it came time for her election, the mayor wasn't even supporting her at that time. So what we get is a process that really, as Supervisor Peskin says, erodes people's trust in government, erodes relationships in government, erodes good government altogether. And we have an election this year for the state senate, and if either one of the people who are running in this board chamber is going to win, and it'll be inevitable that the seat will be vacant. Whoever takes that seat, if we do not make any changes to the law, will be unelected and will serve for 2 years until the next election. That, to me, does not seem democratic. And I think that we have the opportunity to actually put forward rules that are about democracy, are about the separation of power, and are about trust in government. Colleagues, I urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Avalos. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on item number 32?
Supervisor Farrell?
Nope.
Farrell, no. Supervisor Kim? Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr?
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin?
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang? Tang, no. Supervisor Wiener?
No.
Wiener, no. Supervisor Yee?
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos?
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed?
No.
Breed, no. Supervisor Campos?
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Cohen?
No.
Cohen, no. There are 6 ayes and 5 noes with Supervisors Farrell, Tang, Wiener, Breed, and Cohen in the dissent.
The charter amendment will be submitted. Next item, please. Madam Clerk, please call item 33 and 35 together.
Item 33 is a charter amendment, third draft, to amend the charter of the City and County of San Francisco to transfer responsibility for the maintenance of street trees to the city and establish a special fund primarily to pay for such maintenance and the maintenance of trees on San Francisco Unified School District property, to amend the Business and Tax Regulations Code to add a special parcel tax primarily to fund the city's maintenance of street trees and the maintenance of trees on SFUSD's property, to increase the city's appropriation limit by the amount of the parcel tax for 4 years from November 8, 2016, and to affirm the Planning Department CEQA determination. Item 35 was referred without recommendation from the Rules Committee. Charter Amendment First Draft, to amend the Charter of the City and County of San Francisco to transfer responsibility for the maintenance of street trees from abutting property owners to the city, and affirming the Planning Department CEQA determination under the California Environmental Quality Act at an election to be held on November 8, 2016.
Supervisor Wiener.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Colleagues, this is an issue that we have discussed many, many times, at least since I've been on the board, and has been a topic of discussion in San Francisco for nearly 40 years, going back to the late 1970s, specifically the complete and utter inability of this building in the budget process to actually fund our urban forest, specifically here, our 105,000 street trees. San Francisco, rather than funding this critical infrastructure in our city, we know that trees improve our environment, improve our health, improve the beauty and the quality of life in our neighborhoods. The city has, again, for almost 40 years, neglected this critical asset. Instead, what San Francisco has done, what our city has done, is to dump responsibility for street trees on adjacent property owners, forcing adjacent property owners to care for the trees, whether or not they planted the trees, whether or not they want the trees, whether or not they know how to take care of the trees, whether or not they have the physical or financial ability to care for those trees. To fix broken sidewalks that are caused by the trees and their roots, and to be liable. And this requirement is dumped on property owners, whether the person is the CEO of a Fortune 500 company or whether the person is a low-income senior living on Social Security. And this is a terrible, horrible system that is unfair to property owners, and that is guarantees that we're going to have a deteriorating urban forest. In fact, we do have a shrinking urban forest. And what we have learned over nearly 40 years is that trees simply do not fare well in the budget process. They do not compete against critical needs like public health, public safety, senior services, and youth services. So since I have taken office for almost 6 years now, I have been working closely with Friends of the Urban Forest, with our planning department, with our Department of Public Works, with environmental groups, with park groups, with neighborhood groups, with various property owner groups to try to craft an actual solution to actually solve this problem. And that is what we have before us today, a measure that will actually solve the problem, not kick the can down the road, not require the city to do something without funding. And what this measure does is very simple. It mandates that the city and county of San Francisco take back all 105,000 street trees, that the city be responsible for maintaining those trees, that the city be responsible for maintaining sidewalk damage caused by the trees, which is an overwhelming majority of sidewalk damage in San Francisco, and that the city assume liability for injuries relating to the trees. The measure creates dedicated permanent lockbox funding to actually discharge this responsibility. If we just require the city to take back the trees without providing dedicated funding, the result is not going to be a surprise. The trees will simply not be adequately taken care of. The sidewalks will not be adequately taken care of. And so this provides that lockbox funding via a modest and progressive parcel tax where small homeowners will pay very little and large commercial building owners will pay a lot more. And sets aside those funds and creates dedicated funding to discharge this responsibility. This measure we didn't just draft it. This resulted from years of outreach and process between myself and Friends of the Urban Forest and members of our planning department, our Department of Public Works. We don't have an exact list of how many community meetings we've attended to present, but it would not surprise me if it exceeded 100. We held multiple large stakeholder roundtables late last year, early this year, to get feedback and to try to craft a solution. We came up with a solution working with our neighborhood groups, with our environmental groups, with Friends of the Urban Forest, with our park groups, and with various property owner groups, the groups that are actually going to pay it, including BOMA, the apartment associations, small property owners, and the realtors, to make sure everyone was at the table. And this is what we have today, a well-vetted, well-crafted, fair, progressive measure that will shore up and invest in our urban forests in San Francisco. And I hope that we will send this measure to the voters. I was optimistic that we were going to have majority support for this measure, and I was excited about today. There are a lot of people in all of our neighborhoods in San Francisco who are excited that we actually have the opportunity to fix this problem. People are really excited about this in neighborhoods throughout this city. Today, at this moment, I am not confident that we have the votes to place this on the ballot. And so, colleagues, I ask and I move that we continue this item 1 week so that we can continue the dialogue, and I hope have an opportunity to send this important, well thought out, and long overdue measure to the voters so that the voters can decide whether to solve this problem once and for all.
Thank you, Supervisor Weiner. Supervisor Avalos.
Thank you. I want to thank Supervisor Weiner for all of his great work on putting together his charter amendment and parcel tax about trees and creating the tree fund. This is something that I have been watching and hoping would happen ever since 2009 when we decided that we were going to start the relinquishment program, giving property owners a responsibility for trees in front of their homes and for the sidewalks in front of their homes. So I had also drafted my own charter amendment around this as well. And I did so because I felt that we have so many revenue measures that are going to the ballot. There's already a parcel tax that the City College Board of Trustees has put forward, and I really don't think it makes a lot of sense that we load up the ballot with competing, and I really mean that would be the case, competing revenue measures. And that's what we would have with this parcel tax. You would have two parcel taxes that would compete against each other. What's more important, City College or trees? Well, it's really hard to say because they're both super critical and super important. But we also have a soda tax that's on the ballot. And we also have a bond in the school district for facilities to get renovations that's going to be on the ballot. And we're going to put a sales tax on the ballot. We're going to put a real estate transfer tax on the ballot. And suddenly it looks like our ballot is looking really full with a lot of things. And voters are being asked to do a lot. So we can do a lot of good work here in crafting really good policy. But when it comes to voter approval, that's not a sure thing. And I think we're caught with that as well with our budget that we'll be voting on later on today. So I am also considering that we move a tree measure forward to take back responsibility for trees back to the city. Don't leave it up to property owners, and merely have property owners to decide when they vote this November. And I think it's a worthy thing to support because we cannot load the ballot up with this many revenue measures. And overall, the decision should never have been made in the first place. We should never have decided to move this responsibility and this burden. And I don't use burden very often when it comes to revenue measures. I certainly believe this is a burden when we put on property owners when we require them to take care of the trees that they didn't plant in front of their homes, or the sidewalks that the trees they didn't plant in front of their homes damage. So, colleagues, I, too, would like to continue my measure so that we can actually vote on these knowing what is going to go forward to the ballot. I do like Supervisor Weiner's measure. I think it's a well-crafted measure, and as he spoke, he did a really good job working with FUF and the Urban Forestry Council and neighborhood groups all across the city to be able to put forward. But I don't think it makes sense to move this with all the other measures that we have going forward, despite how well it was put together. I'd also like to ask that the utility users tax, the carbon tax that I had drafted last year in anticipation of supporting this for the tree program, also get called and then continued 1 week as well with the parcel tax for trees, the charter amendment that I have for trees, and this tax itself, the utility users tax. So we can call item number
Madam
59
Clerk, please call item number 59.
Yes, I will turn to item 59. Item 59 was referred without recommendation from the Budget and Finance Subcommittee. It's a motion ordering submitted to the voters an ordinance amending the Business and Tax Regulations Code to impose an additional utility users tax on persons using electrical energy in the city equal to 2.5% of the charges incurred, subject to certain exemptions, including an exemption for persons using electrical energy from certain renewable energy resources, and an additional utility users tax on persons using gas in the city equal to 2.5% of the charges incurred, subject to certain exemptions, and increasing the city's appropriations limit by the amount of the additional tax for 4 years from November 8, 2016, at an election to be held on November 8, 2016.
Supervisor Weiner has made a motion to continue item number 33 to the meeting of July 26th, seconded by Supervisor Tang. And Supervisor Avalos has made a motion to continue item 35 and 59 to the meeting of July 26, 2016. Is there a second? Seconded by Supervisor Marr. Supervisor Avalos, did you have any further comments?
I did not, thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Marr.
Thank you. I wanted to say that I support the continuance, so it gives us some time to look at the various competing measures. I'm not clear how much the carbon tax would raise. I like how Friends of the Urban Forest and Supervisor Weiner have created a progressive parcel tax, but I do worry, as Supervisor Avalos mentioned, of all the different items on this coming November ballot and how they will impact each other. So I think the additional week allows us some time to think about specific funding streams, which I know Supervisor Weiner and Friends of the Urban Forest had a very clear progressive parcel tax. So I'm wondering from Supervisor Norman Yee and Avalos how the funding streams jive with the needs for relinquishing of the trees and the expanding the city's urban forest and the canopy that the Friends of the Urban Forest and Supervisor Weiner have advocated for years. So I'm looking forward to the discussion for the next week. I believe, as Supervisor Weiner mentioned, that expanding the tree canopy as Mayor Newsom began years ago was important. We've really lapsed in how we're doing it, and moving forward as a city is critical. I also wanted to say that I'm looking at how the various parcel taxes and others can be made more progressive, so it's not putting the burden on small homeowners and property owners, for example, or renters in the city as well. So that's why I feel that what the Friends of the Urban Forest and Supervisor Weiner have put forward has progressive values within it, and I'm hoping that the carbon tax and others have those considerations as well. So I'm supportive of the continuance.
Thank you, Supervisor Marr. Supervisor Yee.
Thank you, President Bree. First of all, I really want to thank all the supervisors that's been involved with this discussion, in particular Supervisor Weiner. And I'm one that agree with those that thought we made a bad move in 2009 when the city decided to relinquish the trees to property owners. And for almost 4 years now, that's all I hear about is why is this being done? I can't afford it, and so on. So that's why, in addition to what we're considering today, as you know, I've introduced legislation for us to consider through a regular process of legislating to actually take over the trees as soon as possible with temporary funding. And so finding a revenue source to take over the trees for the long run is really important to me. But at the same time, I'm stuck with this. Well, how do we balance all this? I think many of the revenue measures that we are suggesting that the voters look at in itself or by itself has a lot of merit. But when you start putting all of them together, and somebody else has already rattled off all the different revenue measures, it becomes a question of how much do we ask our citizens to take on at this point. I know I won't be supporting all the revenue measures. I'm going to try my best to look at which ones I may support that can do as much as possible. But this is a tough call for us, I think every single one of us, to support every single revenue measure that we're going to put on. So for me, I would continue it. But at the same time, as we go through the rest of the agenda items and see what we pass out of here, I would take that into consideration in regards to whether or not a particular revenue measure that we might want to put on the ballot will actually be enough to fund some of the things that we are asking to be funded.
Thank you, Supervisor Yee. Supervisor Weiner.
Thank you, Madam President. I look forward to the dialogue over the next week. I do just want to clarify a few things. First of all, in terms of the tree relinquishment program, I thought it actually the latest phase started in 2011, but whether it was 2009 or 2011, it was recent. That was not the beginning of the relinquishment program. The city has been dumping trees for a long time, and before this latest phase began, a majority of the street trees in San Francisco were already the responsibility of property owners. So what started 5 or 6 years ago was simply the latest phase of a terrible and irresponsible public policy towards street trees in San Francisco. And if I thought that we could just undo what happened 5 or 6 years ago and that would be it, and the city would just step up and do its job, I'd be all for that. I would support the Supervisor Avalos' charter amendment. I would support Supervisor Yee's Public Works Code amendment. But I know, and you all know, and I think everyone in this city knows, that that's not what's going to happen. That this has been going on for 40 years in terms of the city, almost 40 years in terms of the city withdrawing from its basic responsibility of caring for street trees. And that's why Friends of the Urban Forest was created in the late 1970s to respond to that irresponsible step by the city and county of San Francisco, an irresponsible step that has not been reversed but has only been accelerated over a 40-year period. And so telling the voters or telling the public that we're going to pass legislation or ask you to pass a charter amendment requiring the city to take back the trees, the sidewalks, and liability, it is, I think it's a false promise. It's telling the voters that we're going to do that when we know that that's not going to happen. That what's going to happen is, yes, people will no longer be frustrated that they're receiving a notice to take care of their trees. Instead, they're going to be frustrated about, why is that tree dying in front of my house? And where the heck is the city? Why is the sidewalk pushed up by a root, and where the heck is the city? Well, you know what? They'll be able to go and look at the budget and see the pathetically small amount of money that the Board of Supervisors and the mayors will have appropriated to care for the trees. So it is absolutely a false promise to the voters and to the people of San Francisco, and that's why we worked so hard and in such a broad-based and prolonged manner to come up with a responsible measure that takes back the trees and the sidewalks and creates dedicated lockbox funding so that never again does this happen in terms of dumping trees, and never again do we allow our urban forest to die, which is what we are allowing to happen today.
Thank you, Supervisor Weiner. And we know that before the board there are 3 measures with regards to trees. I hope that each of the authors of those particular measures can come together and draw one conclusion in order to make sure that we do what's right by the citizens of this city in regards to this very important issue. So with that, I will be supporting the continuance. And Madam Clerk, on the motion to continue items 33, 35, and 59 to the meeting of July 26, 2016. Can you please call the roll?
Supervisor Farrell. Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim.
Aye.
Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Weiner.
Aye.
Weiner, aye. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos. Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos.
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Cohen.
Aye.
Cohen, aye. There are 11 ayes.
Okay, these items will be continued to the meeting of July 26, 2016. Thank you. Madam Clerk, please call items 34 and 39 together.
Item 34 is a charter amendment, third draft, to amend the charter of the City and County of San Francisco to create a homeless housing and services fund and appropriate $12.5 million to fund in fiscal years 2016 through 17 and $50 million annually to the fund, adjusted for changes in discretionary city revenues for the next 24 years, and to create a transportation improvement fund and appropriate $25.4 million to the fund in fiscal years 2016 through 17 and $101.6 million annually to the fund, adjusted for changes in discretionary city revenues for the next 24 years, and to authorize the city to issue indebtedness secured by monies deposited in the Transportation Improvement Fund at an election to be held on November 8th, 2016. And Madam President, the second item is item 39, you said?
39, yes.
39. Item 39 requires 8 votes. Item 39 is an ordinance to amend the Business and Tax Regulations Code to impose a transactions, sales, and use tax at the rate of 0.75% for a period of 25 years to be administered by the State Board of Equalization, and to increase the city's appropriations limit by the amount of tax increase for 4 years from November 8, 2016, and directing submission of the tax for voter approval at a November 8, 2016 election.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to make a motion to continue items 34 and 39 until later in the meeting.
Okay. Is there a second? Seconded by Supervisor Campos. Colleagues, can we take this without objection? Without objection, these items will be continued to later in the meeting. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Item 37, as I flip to it. Item 37 is a charter amendment, second draft, to amend the charter of the city and County of San Francisco to rename the Office of Citizens Complaint as the Department of Police Accountability, and to give the DPA, the Department of Police Accountability, direct authority over its proposed budget, and to require the DPA to conduct a performance audit every 2 years of how the police department has handled claims of officer misconduct and use of force at an election to be held on November 8th, 2016.
Supervisor Cohen.
Thank you. So, good afternoon, colleagues. When Proposition D passed this past June, it mandated the Office of Citizens Complaints to investigate all officer-involved shootings. And just as a reminder, this passed with 80% approval of the electorate in favor. This Board of Supervisors received a very strong and clear mandate from our constituents that they're demanding more accountability and more transparency when it comes to law enforcement. You heard it today also in during the accommodations. We can all respect and honor our police officers, those that put their lives on the line of duty every day, but simultaneously be disturbed by the shootings and the police misconduct that we've all witnessed so vividly over the last couple of years. Residents deserve to know the police standards for use of force and officer misconduct and match it with community values, whether the system holds officers accountable or it doesn't. I believe that we can and must hold police accountable in ways that extend far beyond individual complaints by focusing on SFPD practices and policies, identifying and addressing underlying systemic problems within PD before they arise to dysfunctional levels and systemic levels that we've seen in the last year and a half. And with that, I want to take a moment, and I also want to recognize and acknowledge the tremendous movement forward that our department has come. I want to recognize the leadership of the current police commission, and I also want to recognize the past leadership of Greg Sir that spurred on the current police reforms that are in place today, and take a moment to recognize and thank our interim chief, Tony Chaplin, for his leadership and voice at the table and understanding the seriousness and the interconnectedness that this issue has in many communities. But this won't happen if the Board of Supervisors and our city don't stand together and take bold, swift actions, actions that we can do today on real solutions and continue to work to bring about real police reforms. Now, it has come to my attention that there may be some motions today that relates to this particular measure, this particular charter amendment, to fold it back into the public advocate charter amendment. And I believe that this will completely work to dismantle the work that many people in this room have fought for. The young people that are in this chamber today, the NAACP and various other community coalitions that you heard from today and that you've seen. We can't even begin to have this conversation. We cannot even politicize black and brown lies to simply satisfy completely unrelated interests. All across the country, too many families are grieving at the loss of their loved ones, whether they're a civilian or a law enforcement officer. Again, we really want to begin to heal in this city, and we need to put forward real solutions to real police reforms. This year alone, there's been actually 500 killings by police officers across the entire country. Now, most of them have been investigated and have been found to be justified. But there is still something wrong in this country when people can be killed with impunity. This is not only a problem of training, but also a problem of oversight. And we have an opportunity to model the work that we've done with our police department for the entire country. And I think it's absolutely critical that we stand together to put this charter amendment on the ballot that will provide that very much needed oversight. We must place it on the ballot as its own, as a standalone measure to allow voters to once again allow their voices to be heard. So colleagues, today I ask you to think about all the videos that we've seen from across the country. Think about the people that are in this room today for fighting for justice and for real solutions. Think of those families that are grieving at the loss of their son or daughter when you make your vote today. And I ask that you move this charter amendment as a standalone, unencumbered, independent measure. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cohen. Supervisor Avalos.
Thank you, President Breed. Colleagues, I want to support this measure, but I don't want to support it as a standalone measure. I think it should actually be incorporated into our public advocate. We have two measures that are essentially covering the same topic, and they actually complement each other very well. And to me, we should be thinking about not loading up the ballot. I guess that's a theme for this afternoon. But thinking about how we can make sure that we're having as a ballot that is as clear as possible. But having many measures often about the same thing makes our ballot less clear. And I think it's our duty to make sure that we're giving good choices and strong choices for the voters to approve. I know that I expect that there are votes to support the public advocate position, especially with the changes that Supervisor Campos has made to accommodate many concerns of colleagues. And to me, it makes a lot of sense that we merge these two measures together. I'd like to ask that we call items 78 and 79 along with this one, Madam Clerk, and President Breed, so that we can actually have a discussion about all of these measures together. And of course, I know that the measure of the Department of Police Accountability is one that is, I believe, ready to go today, and the public advocate just got to the board today, so would have to sit a week. But I would suggest that we call those items, table one of them, and we can allow amendments to be made to what we had expected the public advocate to be before it left Rules Committee, merge with the Department of Police Accountability, and then kick it down a week for Committee of the Whole.
Thank you. Seeing no names on the roster, Supervisor Weiner.
I ask that we call items 78 and 79, if that's possible.
Those are two different ballot measures. This doesn't require a week's continuance. They're not necessarily related, and so I'm not going to call that ballot measure. Supervisor Weiner.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I want to first of all speak in support of this ballot measure proposed by Supervisor Cohen, item 37, to strengthen the Office of Citizen Complaint, to rename it, but more importantly, to strengthen it, to provide it with autonomy and an ability to really do its job in the most robust way possible. We know that at the heart of police, at the heart of public confidence in the police is confidence that investigations are done in a very independent and thoughtful and unbiased manner. And I think that this measure will help increase public confidence. And so it is very important. It is its own idea. It is its own subject. It stands on its own. I do not think that it should be merged and lumped in with another measure that, frankly, goes dramatically beyond what this is trying to accomplish. The other measure creates a new elected position, takes various executive departments and merges them away from the mayor and into this new elected position. Some people really like it, some people really don't like it. It is a very controversial measure. This measure, item 37, I don't believe is controversial. I believe that it will receive overwhelming support from this board and also from the voters of San Francisco. And to merge it into an unrelated measure that is going to be very controversial both at this board and at the ballot just does not make any sense to me, and frankly does a disservice to the cause of police reform. And so I would like to see us vote on this item on its merits, up or down. I'll be supporting it, and I think we should all support it and send a clear message to the voters on this specific issue, and I am confident the voters will respond in kind with strong support.
Thank you, Supervisor Weiner. Supervisor Kim.
Thank you. I just want to thank Supervisor Cohen and her office for their leadership on this charter amendment. I think it's incredibly thoughtful, and it's one of the more substantive reforms I've seen on my time at Board of Supervisors that I think will bring more accountability and transparency, and also increase trust with our communities, with our police department. I think that many of the measures that are put in here in regards to the budget, reporting, and also ensuring staffing to provide adequate investigations is going to be an incredibly important commitment to our community members who may not feel that we have always provided adequate resources for government oversight over our police forces. And I do want to thank everyone that worked on this measure, including our police department, to ensure that we are bolstering our relationships with our community and really providing the very things that community members have been asking for. And I think that this is a big step in the right direction towards doing that. So I do want to recognize Supervisor Cohen for her work and her leadership. I read this. I was just very impressed with the entire charter. Look forward to seeing it on the ballot, whether it is here or as part of our public advocates charter amendment that will also be going forward to the voters.
Thank you, Supervisor Kim. Supervisor Farrell.
Thank you, President Breed. And just 2 points. One, I do, again, want to thank Supervisor Cohen for her leadership on this issue. She's continued to be, a leader when we talk about OCC and this measure. Out of respect to our colleague, I think, especially as a sponsor, I think it is fair that we give a vote here today and right now on this measure. And second of all, just to echo a previous comment, I don't understand if this is such an important measure that we all agree on, that I believe the vast majority of San Franciscans will agree on unequivocally, why we would risk putting it and conjoining it with another measure that is inherently, whatever side of the aisle we are on the issue, we know will be controversial and will know receive criticism and praise and so forth, but fraught with risk. I think if you view this as an important issue, if you view this as something that you want to stand behind, there's no reason in the world not to support this as a standalone measure.
Thank you, Supervisor Farrell. Supervisor Avalos.
I would like to re-refer this item to later in the agenda.
Supervisor Cohen.
Thank you. Wow, I'm so glad this is happening publicly so you can see the attempts of how they're literally trying to politicize an incredibly important issue. Incredibly important, literally life or death. Great job, Supervisor Avalos. And this is exactly the reason why we need this to be separate, Supervisor Kim, why it needs to be standalone. Public advocate may or may not pass, I don't know. But the next time we have an election will be in 2018, possibly June of 2018. So that means that we will If it does not pass, it means that we will not have an opportunity to reform and continue the momentum to move forward, to bring the level of change that we need to see. I think we're all in agreement. Voters said 80% that accountability and transparency is very important. We voted on it here at the Board of Supervisors, but yet here we are. So we're just going to sit back and allow the dirtiness of politics touch this incredibly thoughtful and publicly acknowledged substantive piece of legislation. I mean, this is absolutely critical. We don't have time. Members of this body have stood. Supervisor Marr has stood with us in the Black Lives Matter and been so supportive of police reform. And yet we cannot just sit back and let these two independent thoughts come together. Public advocate, should OCC be folded in the public advocate? That's fine. What I'm asking is to allow voters to decide. Bring this measure to the voters as a standalone, so they'll have two options. If they wanted it in public advocate, fine, they can vote for that. If they wanted it as standalone, fine, they can vote for that. But it's really this whole conversation about the ballot, about accountability, letting voters decide, Supervisor Avalos. I mean, it's just reeks with hypocrisy. It's not fair, and it's incredibly sad. And how many more people must come to protest? Many members of this body stand with the black and brown coalitions and say they want police reform. And now I have brought you a measure at your feet to support, and yet you still won't support it. Thank you.
Supervisor Marr, you have comments?
I definitely appreciate the work that you've done, Supervisor Cohen, on this measure. What I've heard from the various protests of police brutality and racism, from the texts to historically various unaccountable actions by police that the OCC has not been able to rein in many ways, and community oversight over police needs autonomy and independence, often from the mayor's office and the police commission's role. I think the public advocate is the way to move forward so that the public can elect an independent person that can oversee not only the police reform measures, but also many other efforts in the city. I appreciate what you're doing, but what I've heard from the Frisco 5 to other efforts in the city is an independent oversight body, and I think the public advocate achieves that. I appreciate the creation of a new department under yours, but I think the way forward for true independence and community oversight of police is to support a public advocate position like New York City has and other jurisdictions. So I'm supportive of the public advocate. And my hope is that you and our coalitions work together with colleagues so that we have that independent oversight, which is so necessary, not only with the police commission, but with the OCC and so many other efforts in the city as well.
Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Actually, I was on the stack.
Call the roll. You're not recognized. You guys have already had a chance to talk. Call the roll.
You not recognize someone who would like to speak?
Call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Madam President, if I'll just state that you actually decide the order of business. However, if a member of the board wants to appeal,
I have a motion to continue as well.
Then that would be in order.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Voting on what are we? Sorry, my apologies.
We're voting on item number 37 on its own.
And I believe there's a motion to continue on the floor.
He wasn't recognized, so the motion hasn't been
The
recognized.
motion was made when I was
the
recognized.
The president has spoken.
Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Point of just a question through the
Supervisor
chair to our
Campos.
city. Yes, thank you, Madam President. Through our
I'm
city.
not certain that we can interrupt a request to call the roll for a vote to ask questions or clarification, from my understanding.
Well, if the question is about what we're voting on, I think that's
we're voting on item number 37.
And Madam President, to Supervisor Avalos, earlier you stated you were requesting to postpone this matter
To
till
re-refer.
later in the meeting. And so, Madam President, I believe he did request that.
He requested, but he didn't make a motion.
I requested to re-refer. It's a motion.
But he wasn't recognized. so he wasn't able to make that motion.
Madam Clerk, for clarity, if I ask to call the roll, should that or should it not be interrupted?
It should not be interrupted, Madam
Call the roll,
President,
please.
except for the fact that the supervisor had stated his request on the floor.
But he did not make a motion.
I believe that that was his
That was
intention.
my motion.
Since it was actually stated, it is on our precedence of motions.
So it's on the precedence of motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Campos. Call the roll on the continuance to later in the meeting.
I'm sorry. Is it debatable?
Motion to continue is debatable, I believe, but let me just double check that. It is debatable.
Supervisor Wiener.
Thank you, Madam President. I will not be supporting this motion. Not only because this reform measure should not be folded into an unrelated measure, and for the reasons that I stated before. I also just want to say, I just want to call something out here and sort of state what the elephant, there's a very large elephant standing in the room right now. And right now, there appears to be a majority clique on this board. And if you are part of that clique, your ballot measures move forward. If you're not part of that clique, your ballot measures get killed, even if it previously had majority support, or your ballot measure gets merged into someone else's ballot measure, and it loses its own existence. That is what's happening here today. This has been brewing for a while, and I just want to call that out, because that is the reality of what's happening here right now. It is, up until maybe a few days ago, it would have been unthinkable that any member of this board would have suggested for a minute that something as important and frankly non-controversial as this police accountability measure would be forcibly, over the objection of the author, merged into an unrelated measure. It is outrageous that this is happening, but that is what this Board of Supervisors has now come to. There is a majority that has decided they're going to flex their muscle, and if you're not on their team, your ballot measure is dead. Whether or not, no matter how many years have been put into it, no matter how important it is, no matter how much public support it has, that is what's happening. The majority has every right in the world to do what they will with any measure pending at this body. But that is the reality of what is happening right now at the Board of Supervisors. And frankly, when these measures are not being evaluated on their merits, but based on this pure politics, is it any wonder that the public approval ratings of this Board of Supervisors continue to go down? It's just not okay.
Thank you, Supervisor Wiener. Supervisor Cohen, on the continuance?
Yeah, I'm definitely against the continuance. There's no reason to continue the item. The facts have been laid. We've heard it in committee. You know, it's just silly, another silly game that will be played here, saying I support OCC, but I support it in the form of a public advocate. I am the maker of this legislation. I want everyone to hear me loud and clear. When it comes to ballot time to vote, you remember who stood with the community and would support this measure as a standalone. You remember who stood with you, and I will remind people every step of the way who was with us and who was not with us from now until eternity.
Thank you, Supervisor Cohen. Supervisor Avalos, on the continuance?
Let's have a vote.
Madam Clerk, on the motion to continue to Supervisor Farrell?
Thank you, President Breed. And just to back up what Supervisor Wiener was stating earlier, to call out what maybe initially sparked an elephant in the room, some colleagues have privately and publicly talked about their hesitance now all of a sudden on a budget that was passed unanimously out of committee a number of weeks ago, and clear as day, talked about for weeks, based upon a sales tax measure that has been called, apparently we're going to talk about it later on in the meeting, at 0.75% to fund both transportation and homeless needs here in the city of San Francisco. And all of a sudden, because of a measure around our tent encampments in San Francisco that a number of us put on the ballot, all of a sudden there's concern and blatant outright horse trading, or attempting to say that they will all of a sudden not support a sales tax measure which our budget was predicated upon and voted unanimously at a budget committee and supported by every other person that we talked about here at the Board of Supervisors and talked to during the budget process. Let me be abundantly clear. The sales tax, Supervisor Cohen's measure right now, a tree measure, has absolutely nothing to do with anything else. These are standalone measures. To try and make a link between those, it is the same thing as having my children come to me and say, we will not do our homework unless you give us ice cream first. In their minds, it might be related, but to any objective person watching that scenario unfold, they are completely unrelated and it's attempted extortion. It is subverting the democratic process here at the Board of Supervisors, and I think it is disgusting.
Shame!
Thank you.
I will not be supporting the continuance either.
Thank you, Supervisor Farrell. Supervisor Avalos.
Thank you. I just want to say that no one in this room has a monopoly on self-righteous indignation.
Thank you.
Yeah. So we all have our. So to talk about the elephant in the room in the board chambers, our board chambers has somewhat of a progressive majority. But the elephant in the room in our committees is that they're stacked to actually bottle up legislation. We've had to have a number of maneuvers to be able to get measures to actually have a discussion at the full board. Amendments are made to people's legislation that are hostile amendments. They get bottled up again in committee. That's the dirty politics that we're playing. And to think that I'm going to actually, when measures get to the Board of Supervisors, and play a Pollyanna approach to politics when the committee structure has had a very sneaky and underhanded way of making amendments to what we're trying to legislate on, is total hypocrisy. I'm calling it out. It's a word I've never used at the Board of Supervisors, but we should give out tickets for hypocrisy. It'd be like giving out tickets at the Indy 500.
Madam President, if I may just remind the members, pursuant to Board Rule 5.12, the conduct of supervisors, you may not impugn the motives of a member of the board, please.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Supervisor Wiener.
I just want to in response to, and I don't know where exactly Supervisor Avalos was directing that comment, I have not forcibly, unless I'm really forgetting something, amended any of my colleagues' legislation. In fact, I just supported Supervisor Kim's Free City College measure. I didn't try to forcibly change anything about that. I've supported, through the chair, Supervisor Avalos, a number of your measures, did not forcibly amend any of those.
I appreciate you.
Supervisor Avalos, you're out of order. Supervisor Wiener.
Supervisor Campos and I have not seen eye to eye, and I've supported a number of measures that he's put forward. And so I just want to make sure we're not, broad brushing. We have a committee system. I think the committee system works when we've seen, as with these special meetings being called, that there are ways to get things out of committee, even if something is being bottled up. And so, I think that is not the same thing. And everything is coming to the board. Everything has come to the floor, and the majority ultimately of 11 of us is going to make all of these decisions, not any committee.
And just to be clear, Public Advocate had amendments by the original author and would have had to sit in committee for another week, so it wasn't held up in committee. Madam Clerk, call the roll on the motion to continue, please.
Supervisor Farrell. Farrell, no. Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang.
No.
Tang, no. Supervisor Wiener.
No.
Wiener, no. Supervisor Yee. Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos.
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye.
Oh, excuse me. No.
Breed, no. Supervisor Campos.
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Cohen.
Hell no.
Cohen, no. There are 6 ayes and 5 noes, with Supervisors Farrell, Tang, Wiener, Breed, and Cohen in the dissent.
This item will be discussed later in the meeting. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item?
Item 38 is a charter amendment second draft to amend the charter of the City and County of San Francisco to split the power to make appointments to the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency Board of Directors between the Mayor and the Board of Supervisors, to lower the vote by which the Board of Supervisors may reject the SFMTA budget from 7 to 6, and to make related changes implementing these amendments at an election to be held on November 8th, 2016.
Supervisor Yee.
Thank you, President Bree. I'll keep it simple. This is something that I want to put in a ballot to give voters a chance to see if they want to consider a split appointment for the MTA Commission, like the City Planning Commission. That's the major issue here. And we also know that MTA's budget has been increasing and will continue to increase. I'm hopeful that some of the ballot measures will continue to support increase in transportation, as most of us want to see happen. The other major issue here that I'm asking the voters to consider would be to bring how we vote on the budget for MTA similar to just about every other department that we look at, from the 7 that currently that exists, that to pass the budget item to 6. And that's all.
Thank you. Supervisor Campos.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to thank Supervisor Yee and his staff for working on this item. I think this is actually something that's a long time coming. We in my office actually worked on a very similar ballot measure a number of years ago. And at that time, unfortunately, a deal was cut supposedly to reform the MTA without a ballot measure. And I think that if you ask the people of the city and county of San Francisco if those reforms have actually been real and become ingrained in how this agency operates, I think that most San Franciscans would say that that reform hasn't happened. And this is about giving every rider of public transit and giving every resident of this city who is impacted by the actions of the Municipal Transportation Agency more say in how that agency operates. It's about making it more accountable, more transparent. So I'm happy to support it.
Thank you. Supervisor Wiener.
Sorry. Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, I will not be supporting this measure today. For many years, the Board of Supervisors had significant control over and meddled with what at the time was Muni, and we saw the results of a deteriorating transit system and all sorts of problems, dramatic underinvestment as the board dabbled in Muni's budget and diverted funds. And the voters weighed in, and the voters took control of Muni away from the Board of Supervisors by creating the Municipal Transportation Agency as a semi-independent agency and combining Muni as well as Department of Parking and Traffic, and then subsequently, pursuant to a measure that Supervisor Peskin sponsored, the Taxi Cab Commission into the MTA. And the goal was to create one agency that had purview over our entire integrated transportation system. And Prop E, which was the measure that passed in 1999, where the voters created the MTA, specifically restricted the ability of the Board of Supervisors to meddle in the budget of the MTA by creating a 7-vote threshold to reject the MTA's budget, and by setting other rules so that the board would only intervene in very serious circumstances. This measure, in addition to splitting appointments, will make it much, much easier and tempting for the Board of Supervisors to meddle in the MTA's budget. That I don't think is going to be to the benefit of transportation in San Francisco. I think we will quickly go back to the bad old days where the MTA is not basing transportation decisions on good transportation policy, but rather on the political whims of the Board of Supervisors. I do not support this measure. This is not the right direction for transportation in San Francisco. We have so many transportation challenges as this city grows. We need to be moving in a positive direction. This measure is not a positive direction. I will also say that I can't remember if it was 6 or 8 years ago, the voters overwhelmingly, not even close, overwhelmingly rejected a similar measure that split MTA Board of Directors appointments. The voters have already weighed in decisively on this. I can understand if you lose an election by a little bit, going back a second time, But when the voters decisively, I think it might have even been 70-30 or 65-35, say, no, we don't want this, and then you go back again, and then you also include the ability of the Board of Supervisors to meddle in the MTA's budget, I don't think that's a good thing, so I'll be voting no.
Thank you, Supervisor Weiner. Supervisor Yee.
There's a lot of things have changed. I mean, we keep on changing things all the time. So I'm one that's not afraid to make changes and be a little more transparent. We could use the word meddling as much as we want, if you want to call it that. That our responsibility is to meddle in our fiduciary responsibility, and it's true for all the departments. Are we meddling, or are we just being responsible?
Thank you. Seeing no names on the roster, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
On item 38, Supervisor Farrell. No. Farrell, no. Supervisor Kim?
Aye.
Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr?
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin?
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang?
Nope.
Tang, no. Supervisor Weiner?
No.
Weiner, no. Supervisor Yee?
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos?
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed?
No.
Breed, no. Supervisor Campos?
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Cohen?
No.
Cohen, no. There are 6 ayes and 5 noes, with Supervisors Farrell, Tang, Weiner, Breed, and Cohen in the dissent.
The charter amendment will be submitted. Madam Clerk, going back to item number 37, please call the roll.
On item 37,
Motion did, yeah.
Supervisor Farrell.
That wasn't clear enough.
Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim?
No.
Kim, no. Supervisor Marr?
No.
Marr, no. Supervisor Peskin?
No.
Peskin, no. Supervisor Tang?
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Weiner? Weiner, aye. Supervisor
Aye.
Yee? Weiner, aye. Supervisor Yee?
No.
Yee, no. Supervisor Avalos?
No.
Avalos, no. Supervisor Breed?
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos?
No.
Campos, no. Supervisor Cohen?
Aye.
Cohen, aye. There are 5 ayes and 6 noes, with Supervisors Kim, Marr, Peskin, Yee, Avalos, and Campos in the dissent.
The charter amendment will not be submitted. Please call item number 40.
Item 40. Ordinance to authorize the Municipal Transportation Agency to include in any contract for parking meter coin collections, counting, and support services it executes after a competitive solicitation provisions that require the contractor and subcontractor to pay prevailing wages to meter collector, coin room operator, crew lead, and 4-person positions, and to provide transitional employment and retention to the prior contractor's employees performing such services.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
On item 40, Supervisor Farrell. Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim?
Aye.
Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr?
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin? Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang?
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Weiner?
Aye.
Weiner, aye. Supervisor Yee?
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos?
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed?
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos? Campos, aye. Supervisor Cohen?
Aye.
Cohen, aye. There are 11 ayes.
The ordinance is passed unanimously on the first reading. Item 41.
Item 41 is a resolution to approve an intergovernmental agreement between San Mateo County and the city through its Airport Commission to reimburse San Mateo County for the cost of dispatched calls to the airport in an amount not to exceed $1 million for the period retroactive through June 30th, 2020, and to share the transient occupancy tax relating to the airport's hotel.
Same house, same call. Without objection, the resolution is adopted unanimously. Item 42.
Item 42 is a resolution to approve a first amendment to the agreement between the Department of Public Health and the San Francisco AIDS Foundation to provide housing and urban health program services to extend the contract by 5 years through June 30th, 2021 for a total amount not to exceed $40 million.
Same house, same call. Without objection, the resolution is adopted unanimously. Madam Clerk, please call items 43 through 55 together.
Items 43 through 55 are 12 resolutions that approve international terminal food and beverage pre- and post-concession leases between the City and County of San Francisco, acting by and through its Airport Commission, and the following companies for the indicated contract amounts, terms, and options. Item 43 is with Andale Management Group for a pre-security concession lease with a 7-year term and options to extend, and a post-security concession with a 10-year term and options to extend with an initial minimum annual guarantee, or MAG, of $560,000. Item 44 is with High Flying Foods SFO LLC for a post-security concession for a 10-year term with options to extend and an initial MAG of $294,000. Item 45 is with On the Fly San Francisco for one pre-security concession for a 7-year lease with options to extend, and a post-security concession for a 10-year term with options to extend, and a MAG of $910,000. Item 46 is with Mum Fresh SF Inc. for a post-security concession with a 10-year term and a 1-year option to extend, an initial MAG of $165,000. Item 47 is with Tomokazu Japanese Cuisine for a post-security concession and a 10-year term with options to extend and an initial MAG of $165,000. Item 48 is with SSP America for a post-security concession, a 10-year term with options to extend and an initial MAG of $225,000. Item 49 is with Joe and the Juice SFO LLC for a post-security concession, 10-year term with options to extend and an initial MAG of $150,000. Item 50 is with Styx Holding, LLC, for a pre-security concession with a 7-year term and options to extend and a $155,000 MAG. And item 51 is with Midfield Concessions Enterprises for a pre-security concession with 7-year term and options to extend with an initial minimum annual guarantee of $125,000. Item 52 is with Bayport Concessions, LLC, for a pre-security concession with a 7-year term with options to extend and an initial minimum annual guarantee of $155,000. Item 53 is with Adam Light for 2 pre-security concessions with 7-year terms with options to extend and an initial MAG of $190,000. Item 54 is with Host International for 2 pre-security concessions, 7-year term limit with options to extend and an initial MAG of $120,000. And item 55 is with SSP America, Inc. for a pre-security concession, 7-year term with options to extend with an initial MAG of $196,000.
Roll call vote.
On items
43 through 55.
43 through 55, thank you. Supervisor Farrell.
Aye.
Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim.
Aye.
Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener.
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos.
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos.
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Cohen. Cohen, aye. There are 11 ayes.
The resolutions are adopted unanimously. Item 56.
Item 56 is a resolution to approve a third amendment to the Department of Public Health's contract with Helios Healthcare, LLC, for a long-term mental health service contract in a 24-hour locked facility to extend the contract by 2 years through June 30th, 2018, for a total amount not to exceed approximately $14.6 million.
Same house, same call. Without objection, the resolution is adopted unanimously. Item 57.
Item 57 is a resolution to authorize the general manager of the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission to execute a master license agreement for outdoor distributed antenna system pole installation with New Singular Wireless, PCS LLC, doing business as AT&T, for a 12-year term.
Supervisor Peskin.
Roll call, please.
On item number 57, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Supervisor Farrell.
Aye.
Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
No.
Peskin, no. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener.
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos.
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed. Aye. Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos.
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Cohen.
Aye.
Cohen, aye. There are 10 ayes and 1 no, with Supervisor Peskin in the dissent.
The resolution is adopted. Item 58.
Item 58 is a resolution to approve and authorize the acquisition of one permanent access easement from 2525 Marin LP for $13.5 thousand to be used by the city. the property located at 2525 Marin Street for the Kansas and Marin Street Sewer System Improvement Project, and to adopt the CEQA findings and appropriate other findings.
Roll call vote.
On item 58, Supervisor Farrell.
Aye.
Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener.
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos.
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos.
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Cohen.
Aye.
Cohen, aye. There are 11 ayes.
The resolution is adopted unanimously. Madam Clerk, please call item number 60.
Item 60 is an ordinance to amend the administrative code to require city departments and contractors that provide health care and social services to seek to collect and analyze data concerning the sexual orientation and gender identity of the clients they serve.
Supervisor Wiener.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Colleagues, this item comes to us as a recommendation from the LGBT Aging Task Force. You'll recall in 2012, I, along with Supervisor Campos and then Supervisor Olagi, authored legislation to create this task force to help us on a path toward understanding the unique needs of our growing LGBT senior population and to start addressing those needs. The task force did just spectacular work, worked for about 18 months, and produced a superb report. We have been gradually implementing the recommendations of the task force, including legislation that I co-authored with Supervisor Campos a few years ago to create a Bill of Rights for LGBT seniors living in long-term care facilities. We have obtained various budget appropriations, for example, to help to address the needs of LGBT seniors with dementia and LGBT seniors facing isolation. This legislation today is the next step in understanding and meeting the needs, not just of our LGBT seniors, because we've expanded it to all LGBT people, and specifically to collect data around our LGBT community members who are accessing city-funded health and human services. We know that the LGBT community's battle over time for centuries, for millennia, has been a battle against invisibility. Our enemies want us to be invisible. They don't want us to say that we are there. They don't want us to be public. They don't want us to be visible. They want us to just disappear. And unfortunately, this continues today in efforts around the country, whether it's North Carolina or Mississippi or Indiana or any other number of states that continue to just tell us to go away and to disappear. And one of the best things that we can do to make sure that this community is never invisible again is to understand who we are and where we are. And collecting data is critical to doing that. In our Health and Human Services in San Francisco, we already collect data around gender, around ethnicity, around age, and so forth. But we don't collect, at least consistently, data around sexual orientation and gender identity. This legislation will require that a number of city departments and the nonprofits that they fund simply ask the question for people who are accessing those services in terms of whether they identify as LGBT. No one will be required to provide this data. It will be purely voluntary, but the departments and nonprofits will be required at least to ask. The data will not be public except for an aggregate form, and this is a very, very positive step forward. I do have, so I want to thank our LGBT Aging Task Force for its work. I want to thank Adam Taylor in my office for his work on the legislation. And I also want to acknowledge that Assemblymember David Chu has authored similar legislation for state programs. I do have some minor amendments that I've distributed to you colleagues. The first, on page 2, line 2, adds, quote, food insecurity as one of the issues that disproportionately affects LGBT people. A new study just came out showing that LGBT people are more food insecure than non-LGBT people. And then on page 3, line 8, we inadvertently, or not inadvertently, it didn't exist at the time that we introduced the legislation, we want to include the Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing in addition to the other departments that are required to collect this data. And that is on page 3, line 8. And then finally on page 3, lines 12 and 13, adding, quote, temporary shelter, transitional housing, supportive housing, and permanent before housing to make clear that the data must be collected with respect to the various types of shelter and housing that we provide for our homeless and formerly homeless residents. So I move that we adopt those amendments. And colleagues, I ask for your support. I want to thank Supervisor Yee for his co-sponsorship. And Supervisor, I think we had already indicated Supervisor Campos was a co-sponsor, so he apparently didn't make it on. So I would, if he approves it, hope he'll be added since he's been a full partner.
I think the two of them too.
And Supervisors Farrell and Cohen are indicating they want to be added as well. Thank you.
Thank you. So there's a motion to make amendments. Is there a second? Seconded by Campos. Can we take those amendments without objection? Without objection, those amendments pass. Supervisor Campos.
Thank you, Madam President. As we're having this discussion, I was just informed that the Republican Party has officially nominated Donald Trump as its presidential nominee. On that note, I just wanted to be added as a co-sponsor. But beyond that, I think the key here, and I want to thank Supervisor Wiener and the task force for the work that they did, is that we need to have that data and that information to know what's actually happening in terms of discrimination against the LGBT community, especially the transgender community. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Yee?
Yeah, I want to thank Supervisor Wiener for bringing this up. When I heard it at the committee level, it just reminded me of similar battles we've had in the past with other subgroups, whether it's ethnicity or race or even age, to get the data that we need so that we could actually be a lot more efficient in terms of how we use our resources. And so when Supervisor Wiener talks about the invisible group and not wanting a group to be invisible, I think it just brought back feelings of how I felt when I was involved with trying to fighting for some of these other groups that were trying to get data. And to me, it's important for all of us to stand in solidarity to support any of our groups that people are trying to make invisible. So I'm very happy to be a co-sponsor of this.
Thank you. Seeing no names on the roster, colleagues, can we take this item as amended? Same house, same call. Without objection, the ordinance is passed as amended unanimously on the first reading. Let's go to our 3 p.m. special order. Colleagues, this category, Madam Clerk, can you please call those items?
Yes, items 66 through 69 comprise the special order at 3 p.m. for a public hearing of persons interested in the Planning Department's determination of the categorical exemption from environmental review dated March 26, 2014 under the California Environmental Quality Act issued by the Planning Department on March 26, 2014 for a proposed project to allow the construction of 2 3,000-square-foot single-family residences on 2 vacant lots at 3516 through 3526 Folsom Street. Items 67, 68, and 69 are the motions that are associated with that appeal.
Is there a motion to excuse Supervisor Campos? Motioned by Supervisor Farrell, seconded by Supervisor Yee. Can we take this without objection? Without objection, Supervisor Campos is excused. Colleagues, this categorical exemption has been withdrawn and a new one issued, rendering its appeal moot. And so I just wanted to, at this time, since it was on our calendar, we will need to open this particular item up to public comment before we table it. Are there any members of the public who are here to speak on this particular item? Are you here to speak on the categorical exemption? Okay, please come forward now. And just so you know, we will be tabling this item because it has, from my understanding, it has been withdrawn. So this is no longer an issue that we will vote on. First speaker, please. Well, I'm sorry, we will vote to table these items.
Thank you, Madam President and Supervisors. Ryan Patterson on behalf of the Rue family. Just wanted to take a very brief moment to thank the supervisors for the time that you've invested in reviewing the materials on this appeal. We do appreciate that the Planning Department has recognized some of the deficiencies in the original CEQA categorical exemption determination. This was an appeal supported by a large number of community organizations, including the Bernal Heights South Slope Organization, Bernal Safe and Livable, Neighbors Against the Upper Folsom Street Extension, San Francisco Bay Chapter of the Sierra Club, Bernal Heights Democratic Club, Bernal Heights Neighborhood Center. Several hundred neighbors also signed petitions, wrote letters. So this is probably one of the most dangerous sites in the city for construction, and we do appreciate your attention to this. Thank you again.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Are there any other members of the public who'd like to speak? Please line up to my left and come forward.
My name is Marilyn Waterman, and I feel like I'm in an Aaron Brockovich movie with this particular site. I live next to this proposed development, and in 1989, when I bought my property there, I called the Department of Public Works and wanted to know why it had been never developed, and they said they'd get back to me. They did the next day. They said it will never be developed. It's too dangerous. But today, with real estate pressures being what they are, that has changed. There's a 26-inch PG&E gas transmission pipeline in this area. It's the only spot in San Francisco where a gas transmission pipeline is not under asphalt. There's lots of gas transmission pipelines in San Francisco, but there is a 140-foot spot, the Achilles heel, same type that blew up in San Bruno, and it's on a very, very steep pitch slope. And the neighbors are simply asking that the public safety issues be identified and mitigated before any construction begins. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Yes, my name is Sarah Thomas. I'm a neighbor I live in Bernal Heights for 25 years. It was probably 15 or so, 20 years ago. I was walking on the hill, and I saw a surveyor up on the hill, and they were scoping out something, and I said, "What's going on?" And they said, "Well, we're just looking up the possibility of a crosstown tunnel in San Francisco, going from the bay across to the ocean." And the neighbors got together, and we came forth to the Board of Supervisors to ask you to be reasonable in the kinds of plans and things that are brought forth and instituted in the city. And I feel this is the same kind of an issue. At that board meeting, a young 10-year-old said, "Listen, what if it makes sense to dump water in the reclaimed water into the bay? How come it makes sense to put it into the ocean?" Well, obviously the board had no response to that question. Today, if we had a 10-year-old speaking before you, I think they would say to you, "How come you know? How do you know that it's going to be safe?" And I don't think we could answer the question right now. We need an environmental impact report that's thorough and complete so that all of us can be assured that any development on that hill is safe and it's not going to impede on anybody's security.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Oh, hi, I'm Cindy Caldwell, citizen and taxpayer, and I just want to thank the board for their consideration or reconsideration of this important matter, and I'll be watching for responsible and responsive proceedings moving forward. Won't take up any more of your time. Thanks again. Bye.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam President and members of the board, my name is Herb Felsenfeld. I live at 3574 Folsom Street. I'm with Neighbors Against the Upper Folsom Street Extension, and I want to introduce a gentleman who's been working with us for the past several years.
My name is Bobby Cochran. I'm
Holly Court resident council. I'm on the housing committee at the Burner Neighborhood Center and the Safe Committee at the Burner Neighborhood Center. And I'd like to say just thank you for this reprieve, and I will speak at a later date. Thank you.
And I join Bobby and the several hundred neighbors in thanking you as well, and we will see you the next time we have an opportunity.
Thank you very much. Are there any other members?
Really quickly, I know this will be revisited. I'm Pamela Pinto. I live in Bernal Heights. I just wanted to point out what I believe are the reasons that this categorical exemption is improper. This project doesn't meet local planning code guidelines. It will create traffic problems, and the property won't be accessible to public services. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who'd like to provide public comment at this time?
Good afternoon, President Breed, members of the board. My name is Charles Olson. I'm with the law firm of Lubin Olson in San Francisco, representing the project sponsors for these 2 single-family homes. I'll be very brief. You obviously have a very busy agenda, and this appeal is moot, as you indicated. We support the tabling of this action. I'm sure we'll be back here in a couple months. In the meantime, we did not submit written materials to the board by the July 8th deadline because the earlier categorical exemption had been rescinded prior to that date. But I do want to make sure that the absence of those materials and our silence would not be interpreted as acquiescence to the arguments that have been put forth by the appellants, because it certainly is not. This project is 2 single-family homes, a short extension of a paper street to lots that have been zoned for single-family homes for more than 80 years. It is a perfect project for a categorical exemption, a Class 3 categorical exemption, which the department found was appropriate. The appellants are going to argue that 3 exceptions exist. They need to prove that by substantial evidence. We'll be back in a couple months, and we'll argue it fully at that time. I just want to be on record that we do not agree with these arguments have been put forth, and we do think the categorical exemption was appropriate by the planning department.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who'd like to speak? Seeing none, public comment is closed. And is there a motion to table items 66, 67, 68, and 69? Moved by Supervisor Yee, seconded by Supervisor Avalos.
Sure.
Colleagues, can we take the motion to table these items without objection? Without objection, the motion to table these items passed unanimously. All right, Madam Clerk, let's go back to our agenda.
Okay.
Where we left off?
That's item 61, Madam President.
Okay, please call 61 and 75 together.
Item 61 was referred without recommendation from the Land Use and Transportation Committee. It's an ordinance to amend the Planning Code to allow the construction of accessory dwelling units, also known as secondary in-law units, on all lots in the city and areas that allow residential use, amending the administrative code to revise the definition of rental unit as it applies to ADUs, and to affirm the Planning Department's CEQA determination. And item 75 was considered by the Land Use and Transportation Committee at a regular meeting on Monday, July 18th, and was forwarded as a committee report. It's an ordinance to amend the Planning Code to allow for the construction of accessory dwelling units, also known as secondary or in-law units, on all lots in the city in areas that allow residential use, amending the administrative code to revise the definition of rental unit as it applies to ADU, and to affirm the Planning Department's CEQA determination and to make the appropriate findings.
Supervisor Farrell.
Thank you, President Breed. Colleagues, these 2 measures are being called together. They're Supervisor Peskin's measure as well as my measure, that along with Supervisor Scott Wiener, regarding ADUs. Contrary to some of the dialogue that is present at our board right now today, this is a step in a different direction where we're able to come to a compromise, and I want to thank both Supervisor Wiener and Peskin for their work on this issue, in particular Supervisor Peskin's staff, who's worked very hard. Obviously, our housing crisis continues to be front and center here in San Francisco, and ADUs are a significant tool in our tool shed that we can use to alleviate that this issue on the near term. It continues to be less contentious than new residential construction in our neighborhoods. And the proposals in front of us today have the potential to create tens of thousands of new units here in our city. A few things I just want to highlight. Our proposal together, and I'll talk about kind of procedurally voting for it in a second, and I'll let Supervisor Peskin weigh in, will allow the creation of unlimited ADUs in buildings with 5 or more units, and would cap a new ADUs in buildings with 4 units or less at 1. It doesn't permit the construction of new ADUs in buildings who have no fault evictions or OMIs in the past 10 years. It doesn't permit any new ADU to be used as a short-term rental. We removed some components around storefronts and made sure that we agreed upon a minimum square footage size. We talked about it yesterday in committee, and we will hold it at 300 for a studio and 500 for a one-bedroom. We also amended to make sure that we're not imposing any new vacancy controls. I do believe that this compromises the right direction forward. I think this can be a seminal housing policy. I want to acknowledge that Supervisor Wiener and then Supervisor Christensen had done somewhat similar, certainly in terms of ADUs in their own districts last year to lay the groundwork. As Supervisor Peskin introduced this years and years ago, and where it wasn't even brought to a vote, is my understanding. But that was able to bring it together today. So, again, I think it's an impactful and important citywide housing policy. I want to thank everyone for their work on this issue, and colleagues, I hope we support it. I think there are 2 measures here today in front of us. Either one's going to require a little bit of amendments, but although we should just pass one of them out, and I think Supervisor Peskin might have an idea on how to deal with that.
Thank you, Supervisor Farrell. Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, Madam President. First, let me address the policy, and then let me talk about the politics, particularly on this contentious day at the Board of Supervisors. As a matter of policy, this is a piece of legislation that has been a long time in coming, that is larger than any one supervisor. It actually starts decades ago with Supervisor Terrence Hallinan in these chambers trying to deal with what in those days was the third rail of San Francisco politics, in-law units. Later on was championed by then Supervisor Mabel Tang, and Tom Amiano took a crack at it in 2002. I introduced legislation that was actually a change from the previous supervisors' legislation. The previous supervisors were all dealing with the issue of existing in-law unit legalization. And this was very, very contentious, particularly on the west side of San Francisco. I was actually interested in 2002 in incentivizing the creation of new in-law units. We took many, many amendments. It was the subject of a very contentious, controversial CEQA appeal, which, interestingly enough, this board, or that board, on a 6-5 vote, rejected the CEQA appeal, but then one particular member of the board had had enough, and so we never actually voted on the underlying ordinance. Subsequently, my predecessor and successor, David Chu, introduced legislation, then Supervisor Wiener, then Supervisor Christensen, my immediate predecessor. So this really should be seen in the context, I think, of an evolving set of policy discussions, an evolving way the electorate has dealt with this, and an evolving way that the politics of this board has changed. So I am delighted that the votes appear to be here today for this measure. And our work has just begun. We actually need to incentivize, with some affirmative action by the city, the creation of these units. Passing this legislation today is not enough. I think that we need to create a program modeled on our mandatory seismic retrofit program, where we affirmatively reach out to the thousands of property owners who could avail themselves of this new tool. We should show them in which instances it is economically beneficial to them. We should help them technically. We should streamline the process and make process improvements at DBI and planning. So I am hopeful that we will also be able to work together this year and next year to make those process improvements and launch that program and end up not with a few hundred units, but many thousands of units in the months and years to come. I want to thank Supervisor Wiener, as I said to him yesterday in committee. Copying his caps was the highest, imitation is the highest form of flattery. Interestingly enough, the caps that may have been the source of controversy came directly out of Supervisor Wiener's District 8 legislation. And let me just say, as a matter of land use planning and land use policy, doing zoning on supervisorial district lines doesn't make a lot of sense in many districts. If you have a uniformly residential district, it might make sense. But, for instance, the district that I represent has half of downtown, has Fisherman's Wharf, has residential areas, commercial areas like Union Square, and doing this kind of legislation by supervisorial district really doesn't make sense. So I'm delighted that we're getting away from supervisorial district planning and doing citywide planning. Let me talk a little bit about the politics, because the rap on the board that I served on was, and some of this was perception and some of this was reality, was that we were not collegial and we were not civil. And the rap on the board that got elected in 2008 was that it was a board of civility and collegiality. And the pathway to these two pieces of legislation that are before you, the compromise that was forged, began in a way that actually, quite frankly, I want to be honest with all of us here, was not civil and was not collegial. Generally, when somebody introduces a piece of legislation in March and has some trouble with it, they suggest to the sponsor amendments to it rather than going to the ballot. We've resolved all of that, and I think today is a really good day for us to show that we can work across the aisle, though it were. But it also, I think, is a sign that many of the fights that we are expressing today could have and should have been resolved in the process. So I'm quite certain that while our policy concerns about all of these other things come from legitimate places, that there are ways that these things could have actually been solved. We all live in this building together. We know what the side conversations have been. It is unfortunate that all of us could not do, relative to these other measures, what Supervisor Farrell and I were able to do. And I think that that can actually be done. And I won't get into specifics, but I hope that we don't have another day like this at the Board of Supervisors. It is quite unfortunate, and I, for one, was delighted to come back to a board that prided itself on civility and collegiality. With that, I have something fun that Supervisor Tang has kind of agreed to do. Which is this.
I don't know what I'm agreeing to do.
Right, exactly right. Which is, I believe that Supervisor Farrell has some amendments to conform the legislation. I have some amendments to conform the legislation. I've passed those amendments out to all of you. I would like to make a motion as to item 61 to adopt those amendments, all of which were discussed in committee yesterday and the previous Monday. So I'd like to make a motion to adopt those. I believe Supervisor Farrell has some amendments, and we will have two identical pieces of legislation. And then, in the spirit of civility and collegiality, I will take this $1 Sacagawea coin, and Supervisor Farrell and I have agreed that if it's heads, it will be item 61. If it's tails, it will be item 75 that moves forward.
Supervisor Peskin has made a motion to amend item 61 and 75. Is there a second? Seconded by Supervisor Marr. Colleagues, can we take the amendments without objection? Without objection, the amendments pass unanimously. Supervisor Wiener.
I'll defer to Supervisor Farrell to speak before me with the permission of the President.
Other supervisors have not been called just yet, so I have to call on him when I'm done with that.
Okay, that's fine. I'll speak now then. First of all, this is a really exciting day. As Supervisor Peskin mentioned, this was actually beyond the third rail. What was the third rail was legalizing the tens of thousands of existing illegal units. That was always the battleground for decades and decades. The units that existed already had people living in them, families living there, and whether to legalize them or not, that was the fight. I don't even know that there was, until about 15 years ago, any significant discussion of adding new in-law units. This goes really beyond what was the third rail. Supervisor Peskin then introduced his legislation 12 or 14 years ago, and it was not able to get a majority. And so I agree that citywide is the way to go, but also just by way of context, we had no ability to pass legislation to allow for new in-law units, and Supervisor Peskin's legislation that was citywide had failed. And so when I waded into this area, whatever it was, 4 or 5 years ago, I did so by way of a pilot program. And we started actually not District 8, we started just with the Castro Upper Market area, and we did a lot of community outreach, and we got a lot of support, and we passed that legislation. And when the sky didn't fall, we extended it to all of District 8. And at the time, I put out a challenge to colleagues saying we want to extend this to other districts and hopefully at some point citywide. Supervisor Christensen took the bait and in a good way and extended it to District 3. And now we are extending it citywide. So I'm glad that is happening. It's a good direction, and it really shows where we are as a city, that we just can't afford to do things in terms of housing the way we've always done them. We can't afford to have the same level of conservatism that we've had in terms of allowing for new housing. So I think the political landscape has shifted because of our housing crisis. And so it's interesting that in committee, in the hearings that we held on this legislation, on citywide ADU legislation, there was little, if any, outright opposition to doing this. It was more of a dispute about rear yards. And we resolved that, and we've made some amendments to make clear that we value our rear yards. But that in and of itself, even 5 years ago, this legislation would have sparked World War III, and it didn't even come close this time. I do want to just note that the legislation that I did was not just District 8. I also did much broader seismic ADU legislation, allowing people undergoing mandatory or voluntary seismic retrofits to add as many units as they can fit into the building. These are typically multi-unit buildings. So we eliminated those caps, and we went well beyond District 8. And I want to thank Supervisors Farrell and Peskin for really maintaining the integrity of the seismic program within this legislation, because the seismic program has been successful. People like it, it's working, permits are being pulled. One issue I do want to raise that we had a lengthy discussion about in committee yesterday is the square footage minimum. And I know in Supervisor Farrell and my legislation, there was no minimum. It was simply the citywide minimum square footage. Supervisor Peskin had put a minimum of, I think, 350 square feet for a studio, 550 square feet for a one-bedroom. In committee, I thought as a placeholder, we reduced it to 300 square feet for a studio, 500 square feet for a one-bedroom. I don't think that is the right approach. I don't have a problem with having a minimum, but I think that the minimum for the one-bedroom is too high. First of all, as I pointed out yesterday, I happen to live in a 490 square foot one bedroom, which is, I happen to like it very much, and it's more than enough space for me. Supervisor Peskin, I'd be happy to give you an official inspection so you can see that it's livable and a nice space for people to live in.
I just want to make sure there's enough headroom.
There is enough headroom. And so I think it doesn't, I think 500 square feet for a one bedroom is just too high. You can have a good one bedroom that's less than 500 square feet. And what will end up happening is if someone has 450 square feet to work with, and they wanted to build a one bedroom, and the planning department will say, no, sorry, you can't do that. You need to just knock down the wall and build a large studio. I would prefer to give them the choice of whether they do say what we would call a junior one-bedroom versus a large studio. I don't want the city to be micromanaging that choice. And so I would suggest, to me, I think just having a minimum of 300 square feet, period, is the right way to go, rather than trying to distinguish between studios and one bedroom. Or if people think it's really important to have a separate square footage for one bedroom, to have it be a lower number, maybe 300 and then 350 or 375 for a one bedroom. So that's the only remaining concern I have about this legislation. And so through the chair to Supervisor Peskin.
You have a question.
I have a question.
Supervisor Peskin? Supervisor Wiener has a question.
Yeah, it's just my question is, since we had this dialogue yesterday and then we put these numbers in with the understanding we would revisit it today, I know the planning department has produced new statistics in terms of the pipeline projects that would be impacted. But even apart from the pipeline, because we can obviously, if we want to, grandfather in the pipeline, I'm just concerned I want going forward this program to succeed, and I think having a 500 square foot minimum for one bedrooms is not going to help the program. It will hinder it.
Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, Madam President. Through the President to Supervisor Wiener, I've looked at the numbers for the 103 of the 135 units that are in the pipeline, which is obviously a small snapshot, and I am prepared to do the following, which is to have an uncodified section of the legislation which says that the Planning Department shall prepare and submit to the Board a report on the size of ADUs constructed or proposed to be constructed pursuant to this Planning Code section 207C4. The report shall be submitted no later than 15 months from the date of adoption of this ordinance and shall include the size data on all ADUs that have been constructed or proposed to be constructed from the effective date of this 207C4 and any predecessor ADU legislation, which would include your legislation, Supervisor Wiener, up to 12 months from the effective date of this ordinance. And that means that in approximately 16 months from today, we'll have more data and we'll be able to legislate accordingly. And between now and then, why don't we remove the, we actually have two versions now, 300 and 550 and a 300 and a 500 version. So why don't we take out those numbers, have the report prepared, adopt this uncodified section number 9, and proceed accordingly.
So just to be clear, there would be no minimums other than the general citywide minimum, and then we would revisit the issue when the report comes out.
That is correct. And by the way, just so that we're clear, the Planning Department's numbers show that out of 103 proposed units in the pipeline, only 3 of them fall under the 300 feet that we discussed yesterday in committee.
Right, and then I think another 8 or 10 fall underneath the 500. That sounds like a superb approach, and I would definitely support that.
And I will hand that amendment out, and I will read the other amendments to item 61 into the record, and then we can take those all.
Thank you. And colleagues, please remember to direct your remarks to each other through the chair. Supervisor Yee.
Hey, through the chair. I said through the chair.
Thank you. I appreciate the collegiality that's taken place in the last 5 minutes. And I wish I could join you all on this. I want to say that for the district I represent, which is District 7, that we probably have maybe of the 11 districts, maybe the third, but no less than the fourth in terms of the units that's being developed right now currently for the last few years, and will continue to develop. And the approach I've taken is that I try to balance the neighborhood characteristics with the need of the city in terms of housing. And a perfect example of that is the Balboa Reservoir project, where we're trying to move it forward with that balance. And I've been pretty consistent with the way I vote on these particular items where I feel like it's going to impact neighborhood characteristics. And so in staying consistent with that, I will not be supporting this particular item for that reason. But I do appreciate the effort that everybody has made to work together on this.
Thank you, Supervisor Yee. Supervisor Farrell.
Thank you, President Breed, and appreciate the comments through the chair.
Excuse me, before I recognize you, Supervisor Farrell, Supervisor Peskin, just for clarity, the amendments that you previously made, not through the conversation between you and Scott Wiener, but the ones that you made initially when you first spoke, I assume that was for both measures. Was that accurate?
No, Madam President. Some of these particular amendments are already in the measure that is item number 75.
Okay, is there a motion to rescind the vote on the amendment? Because I basically amended both items with my comments.
Yeah.
So is there a motion to amend the amendments? Motion by Supervisor Peskin, seconded by Supervisor Farrell. Can we take that without objection? Without objection. The item is no longer amended, and we are just going to propose your specific amendments, not including what you discussed with Supervisor Wiener, to your item only, number 61. And so is that a motion?
Madam President, for the benefit of the city attorney, I will just rise to say that we will delete on page 5, line 24, to page 6, line 11, and replace with the following language, which says, for the purposes of this provision, the built envelope shall include open area under a cantilevered room or room built on columns, decks except for decks that encroach into the required rear yard, or decks that are supported by columns or walls other than the building wall to which it is attached and are multi-level or more than 10 feet above grade, and light well infills provided the infill will be against a blank neighboring wall on the property line and not visible from any off-site location, as these spaces exist as of July 11, 2016, and except for any of these spaces that encroach on the required rear yard. In the event that an ADU is built in any of these additional spaces, such construction shall require notice pursuant to Planning Code Section 311 or 312. As I indicated before, on page 6, line 22, we will remove the size limits. And on page 7, line 13, beginning with provided, however, to page 7, line 21, we will delete and replace with provided, however, that this prohibition on separate sale or finance of the ADU shall not apply to a building that within 3 years prior to July 11, 2016 was an existing condominium with no rental units as defined in Section 37.2 sub R of the Admin Code, and 2, has no evictions pursuant to Sections 37.9A8 through 37.9A14 of the Administrative Code within 10 years prior to July 11, 2016. On page 9, on the line following line 13 in Section 207C sub 4 sub F, we will insert on lots where an ADU is added in coordination with a building undergoing mandatory seismic retrofitting in compliance with Section 34 of the Building Code, or voluntary seismic retrofitting in compliance with the Department of Building Inspections Admin Bulletin 094. The building and the new ADU shall maintain any eligibility to enter the condo conversion lottery and may only be subdivided if the entire property is selected on the condo conversion lottery. On page 11, line 3, following the words Rental Housing Act, we'll add, including imposing a rental increase pursuant to Section 1954.53, parens sub D. And on page 20, line 2, following the words that he or she determines to be applicable, we will insert, nothing in this section shall be interpreted as allowing for an existing nonconforming use to be deemed conforming. I have already read the Section 9 uncodified language. And also on page 4, line 24 to 25, would add except for, and this is to conform with Supervisor Farrell's desire to remove RH1 detached houses, so except for lots zoned RH1D, which are regulated by subsection C5 below. On page 12 at line 13, add a section 5, accessory dwelling units in RH1D zoning districts, which defines it in A And B, controls on construction and accessory dwelling unit on RH1D shall be allowed only as mandated by Section 65852.2 of the California Government Code and only in strict compliance with the requirements of subsection B of that section of state laws. It's amended from time to time. Sub C, department report. In the report required by subsection C4H3, the department shall include a description and evaluation of the number and types of units being developed pursuant to this subsection, their affordability rates, and such other information as the director and the Board of Supervisors determines would inform decision makers and the public. And finally, I want to be very clear that while Section 307 of both of our pieces of legislation grant the zoning administrator specific authority to grant certain waivers from density limits and parking, rear yard exposure and open space requirements, that this discretion is circumscribed and limited by the construction standards set forth in Sections 207C4C sub 2.
Supervisor Peskin, you may have wasted a lot of energy with all that talk because our deputy city attorney has comments with regards to your read into the record amendments. Mr. Gibner.
Deputy City Attorney John Gibner. So we have not prepared the amendments that Supervisor Peskin just read into the record. I understand the goal here on both items, the amendments that Supervisor Farrell will read in a few minutes, is to make the two items identical. Most of the amendments that Supervisor Peskin just read are in Supervisor Farrell's version, which we have signed and is at the board today. Depending on the outcome of the coin flip, which I eagerly await, if the Peskin version is the version that the board adopts today, I will ask attorneys in my office to prepare the amendments that Supervisor Peskin has read. I'm not entirely sure at this moment whether we can get that done because of other staffing needs and other things going on by tomorrow in order to get it to the clerk to include on next week's agenda. So if Supervisor Peskin wins the coin flip, you can pass his ordinance on first reading. And you may be able to pass the ordinance on second reading next week, but it's possible that ordinance will not be back here for second reading until August 2nd. I just wanted to make you aware of that before the vote.
Thank you. Supervisor Peskin, any follow-up comments? Supervisor Farrell?
Was that a motion by Supervisor Peskin? We need to vote.
Oh,
I'll second it.
Supervisor Peskin made a motion of a large proportion. Supervisor Farrell seconded the motion to amend. Can we take that without objection? Without objection, the amendment passes for item number 61 only. Supervisor Farrell, continue.
Thank you, President Breed. So again, colleagues, the whole point here is Supervisor Peskin and I are amending our piece of legislation to be identical after these amendments are accepted, and then a coin flip obviously will ensue after. So my amendment is actually a little bit shorter. On my version, on item 75, going to on page 6, line 20 and 21, delete that. It's Romanet 7, and replace it with the same section 9 that Supervisor Peskin read into the record, stating that section 9, this is at the end of the entire piece of legislation, this section is uncodified. Planning Department shall prepare and submit to the Board of Supervisors a report on the size of the accessory dwelling units, ADUs, constructed or proposed to be constructed pursuant to Planning Code Section 207C4. The report shall be submitted no later than 15 months from the date of adoption of this ordinance and shall include the size data on all ADUs that have been constructed or are proposed to be constructed from the effective date of Planning Code Section 207C4 and any predecessor ADU legislation up to 12 months from the effective date of this ordinance. I would like to make a motion to make those amendments on item 75.
Supervisor Farrell has made a motion to amend with the amendments read into the record. Is there a second? Seconded by Supervisor Peskin. Colleagues, can we take the amendment without objection? Without objection, the amendments pass for item number 75 unanimously. Supervisor Avalos.
Yeah, just a point of order before the coin toss. I just want to make sure that we're voting on the measure that was lifted entirely from Michelle Obama's Democratic National Convention speech in 2008. Is that something that we can guarantee?
Okay, colleagues, coin toss, you ready?
Tails.
Item 75.
All right. Is there a motion to table item 61?
So moved.
Okay, motioned by Supervisor Peskin, seconded by Supervisor Farrell. Colleagues, can we take that without objection? Without objection, item number 61 is tabled. And on item number 75 as amended, please call the roll.
Supervisor Farrell.
Aye.
Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim.
Aye.
Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener.
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee.
No.
Yee, no. Supervisor Avalos. Aye. Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos. Campos, aye. Supervisor Cohen. Cohen, aye. There are 10 ayes and 1 no, with Supervisor Yee in the dissent.
The ordinance passes on the first reading. All right, Madam Clerk, let's go to item number 62.
Item 62 is a resolution to impose interim zoning controls for an 18-month period for all residential hotels requiring conditional use authorization for any application for a permit to convert residential hotel units and to make environmental findings.
Roll call vote.
On item 62, Supervisor Farrell.
Aye.
Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener. Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos.
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos.
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Cohen. Cohen, aye. There are 11 ayes.
The resolution is adopted unanimously. Call item 63, please.
Item 63 is a resolution to authorize the Department of the Environment to submit applications for all grants offered by the California Department of Resources, Recycling, and Recovery.
Colleagues, can we take this item, same house, same call? Without objection, the resolution is adopted unanimously. All right. Let's go to the next item, Madam Clerk.
Items 64 and 65 comprise a special order at 3 p.m. for the Board of Supervisors to convene a committee of the whole pursuant to Resolution 226-16, adopted on June 7th, 2016. For a public hearing,
Madam Clerk, before you call those items, we need to actually go back to the budget and go back to the tax, and I want to make sure that we get that business done.
Items 6 through 29 are before this board.
Okay, and also item 39.
Okay.
And
34.
34 and 39. Are we ready for 39 and 34? Okay. So item 34, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
On item 34, Supervisor Farrell.
Aye.
Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim.
Excuse me, so are we voting on all of these items together?
Separately, 34.
Is the Homeless Housing Services Fund.
Madam Clerk, colleagues, we're not supposed to interrupt a roll call vote, so can you please continue?
I was merely clarifying what we were voting on because we called back all of the budgetary items and a number of other items. So we're voting on number 34. Item 34?
That's
no.
correct. Kim, no. Supervisor Marr.
No.
Marr, no. Supervisor Peskin. Peskin, no. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener.
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee.
No.
Yee, no. Supervisor Avalos.
No.
Avalos, no. Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos.
No.
Campos, no. Supervisor Cohen.
They want to ram it down our throats.
Supervisor Cohen.
Aye.
Cohen, aye. There are 5 ayes and 6 noes with Supervisors Kim, Marr, Peskin, Yee, Avalos, and Campos in the dissent.
The charter amendment will not be submitted.
Madam President?
Sorry, Supervisor Wiener, hold on just a second.
Point of order.
Supervisor Wiener?
I move to rescind that vote.
Supervisor Wiener has made a motion to rescind the vote of item number 34. Is there a second? Seconded by Supervisor Tang. Colleagues, can we take this without objection? Without objection, the vote on item number 34 has been rescinded. Supervisor Weiner.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, colleagues, for the rescission so that we can discuss this measure. Colleagues, before us is, I think it's only item 34 that has been called. However, we also have item 39, which is the 3/4 cent sales tax.
That item was also called,
They were
Supervisor
called
Weiner.
together. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. So this is 34. And
They were
39.
called earlier, and then they were continued to later in the board meeting, and I asked if we were ready to bring those items back, and that's why I brought it back and called for the vote.
I understand that. I appreciate the courtesy of a rescission. So we're on 34 and 39 together. Colleagues, these items constitute a significant investments in two of the most critical issues facing our city. The massive needs of our transportation network, both in San Francisco and regionally, and the absolutely essential need to create permanent housing for our homeless residents, both housing and navigation centers so that people can transition into housing. We initially had proposed a half-cent sales tax for transportation. Through an extensive collaborative stakeholder process, we decided instead to go with a 3/4 cent sales tax and an accompanying charter amendment so that 1/2 cent of the sales tax would be for transportation and 1/4 cent for both permanent housing for homeless people and navigation centers. This process there were a number of supervisors involved, including myself and Supervisor Avalos. We had a broad network of homeless service providers as well as transit advocates, and we worked together collaboratively to move forward a measure that will produce approximately $100 million a year for transportation, including improvements to Muni, to its vehicles, facilities, guideways, to Muni's equity strategy and affordability strategy to make sure that our lower income residents have strong access to public transportation. It will produce significant funding for Vision Zero to reduce and ultimately eliminate the people being killed and seriously injured on our roads, and particularly to improve bike safety and pedestrian safety on our roads. It will provide a permanent, dedicated stream of funding for road resurfacing, so we don't have to depend on the ups and downs of the budget every year. And it will produce significant funding for our regional partners, particularly BART. The measure will also produce $50 million a year, that is $1 billion over a 20-year period, to permanently house homeless people and also to create navigation centers. This board is on record over and over and over again announcing that we are in a state of emergency around homelessness, that we in San Francisco are in a state of emergency, that the state should be in a state of emergency, that we need to house our homeless residents. We also passed legislation authored by Supervisor Campos indicating that we need to aggressively fund navigation centers. When we passed the budget, we assumed this funding in the budget. And the Department of Homelessness and Supportive Services, finally, this consolidated department under the leadership of the extremely talented Jeff Kaczynski, is going to rely on this $50 million a year, $1 billion over 20 years, to fund an aggressive strategy to permanently house our homeless population and to have navigation centers so that people can transition off the streets through the navigation centers and ultimately into housing. This measure is so essential. These are two of our most basic responsibilities, housing our homeless and ensuring great transportation in San Francisco, and we should send this to the ballot. I also want to note that the state sales tax is going to go down by 1/2 cent later this year. And so even though this is a 3/4 cent sales tax, our sales tax will go up only by 1/4 of a cent, not by the 3/4 cent. So colleagues, I urge your support of this important measure. I hope that we can put politics aside and agree that we need to fund housing for homeless people as well as public transportation. I urge your support.
Thank you. Supervisor Peskin. Supervisor Avalos.
Thank you. Here's the moment where if things aren't moving forward with the new revenue measure, I will lay down my arms and support the 3/4 cent sales tax and the charter amendment that corresponds to it. I wasn't easy to do that, but I feel, especially based on conversations I had yesterday with advocates who I worked with for many, many years on making sure that we have affordability and transit equity that's built into the processes for developing the MTA's budget, and that this charter amendment would bring some flexibility towards in terms of money that's allocated directly to affordability and service. I will end up supporting the 3/4 cent sales tax for transportation and homelessness. This hasn't been easy to do. I've been very, very disappointed with how we had very cooperative and collaborative and congenial discussions about crafting this charter amendment and how that fell apart shortly after with measures that I felt were undermining our effort to have a common approach to how we're going to deal with transportation and homelessness, in particular homelessness. But this is more than about me and what I want. We are looking at putting forward capital for our transportation system. We're looking for creating greater exits for homelessness, and I cannot vote against this measure when that greater good is before us. Colleagues put their names on ballot measures that I think are mean-spirited and merely serve as mirroring language that currently exists in our books that give police broad power to remove encampments without notice. Now saying 24 hours notice, that doesn't make much difference to me. I was not happy with moving forward on clear exits to homelessness, but under the stick approach that the police would have, even if they're sharing information about what housing can be available. We know that housing is a finite number. But overall, in the spirit that the city came together to over multiple years to put these measures, this measure forward, along with a 3/4 cent sales tax. I am going to put my differences aside about the wedge issues that were put on the ballot and move forward what I feel is the right thing to do that many, many people, even outside of City Hall, have worked for and are hoping that we can get to the ballot and win at the ballot as well. So I just wanted to make that announcement. Unless there are other alternatives that are coming forward about where we can get revenue from, I will be supporting what we have before us.
Thank you. Supervisor Kim.
Thank you. Want to talk about my position on these two items. I actually do support the expenditure plan that is in the charter amendment in item 34. I think these are great use of funds, both towards transportation and homeless services. What I don't support is the source of revenue. I have stated before on this board my position on taxes that I believe are regressive. A 0.75 increase to the sales tax is an additional regressive tax that I do believe disproportionately impacts our lowest income residents. I've heard the arguments that those that are low income spend less, and so they will spend less on sales tax. But if you make less, that additional money does matter. That's why we don't tax everyone on income with the same percentage. If that was the case, if you make less, you get taxed less, we would have flat taxes across incomes, but we don't, because we know that 10% income tax on someone that's making $20,000 means a lot more than a 10% income tax on someone that is making $1 million. But I do want to really respect the work of the transportation organizations. I would have supported a 0.5 sales tax moving forward because of the years of work that went on this. I just cannot support a 0.75 sales tax. This was long before any measures, additional measures were put on the ballot. I would be voting no on this either way. So my vote is not political. This is a position that I've long held, and I cannot support a 0.75. I think that we should look for other revenue sources or live within our means in terms of funding these homeless services that are vitally needed here in the city. So my opposition, again, is to the source of additional funds through the sales tax, not how the expenditure plan is put forward today.
Thank you, Supervisor Kim. Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, Madam President. Supervisor Kim could not have said it better. Rather than wasting more of your time, I will associate myself with her comments.
Thank you. Supervisor Campos.
Thank you, Madam President. It's a very difficult issue for me. I have to say that the idea of funding homelessness with a regressive tax is something that, as a general rule, I don't like, and I actually think that we should have gone in a different route in terms of where we are on this. I think that there are different ways in which the city can fund homelessness, and I think it's regrettable that we are in this predicament where if you want to fund homelessness, you have to support something that ultimately will hurt low-income people more than it does everyone else. I don't think that's how we should address this problem. On balance, though, that said, I think that it's one of those things where you're making a difficult decision that has bad consequences either way. And at the end of the day, I think it is the comments and thoughts from the advocates about the impact, direct impact on homeless people and the services that we're funding. If this tax measure doesn't go forward, that weighs it for me to be willing to change my vote to let this item go forward. But I do think that we need to think more creatively as a city about homelessness. And at the end of the day, for me, homelessness has become that one issue that everyone keeps raising and talking about. And the reason we put forward a piece of legislation around the creation and establishment of navigation centers was to respond to that. And in supporting this measure, we want to make sure that that strategy is funded. But I also think that we have to go beyond a regressive tax, and I hope that we have a greater and larger conversation as a city about how we move forward. And as important as new revenue is, how do we actually look at the existing revenue that we are spending? What is the efficacy and effectiveness of the programs that we are funding? And I believe that we need to have that analysis. And quite frankly, for this tax or any measure to pass at the ballot, I think that we're going to have to present that to the voters.
Thank you. Supervisor Yee.
Thank you. I'll keep it short. I mean, thanks the last two speakers, three speakers. I agree with that. It's difficult to ask our residents to keep on paying more and more and more. That's why I said earlier, I got to find a way to balance some of the asks that we're making. I will be supporting some things, but if I would have considered the 0.5, even that would be difficult because I know it is regressive. At the same time, there's a lot of needs in the city, but we can't keep on asking the residents to be paying for all the needs without asking the question of, are we making the best efficient use of the revenues we do have?
Supervisor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to be supportive of the two measures, and I wanted to thank the months and months of work from the Transportation Equity Working Group to the T2030 transportation advocates, Vision Zero Coalition, especially Walk SF, calls from homeless service providers to Grassroots Coalition on Homelessness and others for weighing in on these important measures. I wish we could have found a half-cent approach with additional funding measures for homeless services in another way, but we were not able to do that. I'm going to be supportive largely because I view this as an equitable funding stream that supports transportation on a broad level, but the equity concerns, thanks to Supervisor Avalos. But I wanted to give a special thanks to Supervisors Farrell and Weiner in the Mayor's office. I feel that equity built into this measure makes it palatable, and I hope that communities all support this 3/4 cent sales tax as it moves forward to the ballot.
Supervisor Yee. Right.
Roll call.
Okay, colleagues, on item number 39, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Supervisor Farrell?
Aye.
Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim? Kim, no. Supervisor Marr?
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin?
No.
Peskin, no. Supervisor Tang?
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Weiner?
Aye.
Weiner, aye. Supervisor Yee?
No.
Yee, no. Supervisor Avalos? Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed?
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos?
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Cohen?
Aye.
Cohen, aye. There are 8 ayes and 3 noes, with Supervisor Kim, Peskin, and Yee in the dissent.
The ordinance passes on the first reading. And item number 34.
Supervisor Farrell?
Aye.
Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim? I'm sorry, Supervisor Kim.
No. What?
Just can you repeat your vote? I could not hear. Oh, thank you. Supervisor Kim, no. Supervisor Marr?
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin?
Nope.
Peskin, no. Supervisor Tang?
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Weiner?
Aye.
Weiner, aye. Supervisor Yee?
No.
Yee, no. Supervisor Avalos?
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed?
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos?
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Cohen?
Aye.
Cohen, aye. There are 8 ayes and 3 noes, with Supervisors Kim, Marr, and Yee in the dissent.
The charter amendment will be submitted.
That is true,
Madam Clerk, I think you got that
President.
wrong.
I'm sorry, Supervisor.
That is true, Madam President. It's Kim, Peskin, and Yee in the dissent.
Okay, the charter amendment will be submitted. Supervisor Marr.
Well, I was just correcting the misreading of who voted in support.
The name.
Thank you. And let's go back to the budget items.
Items 6 through 29.
Okay, anyone have any comments? Supervisor Avalos?
Thank you, President Breed. Just a couple comments, and I'd like to make a motion as well. I think there was an issue with the final list that the Board of Supervisors put together in our reappropriation of the budget that had excluded what I thought was on the list was $250,000 for violence against women. It was a COLA increase for services and organizations that provide those services for women, and I don't know if there's any way that we can figure out how to fix that, because it's come as a surprise to a lot of us, and I've been hearing from the Domestic Violence Consortium Director Beverly Upton about that. So I'm wondering if that's something that can be fixed. The other issue I wanted to talk about was what I have been indicating that I was going to motion on the budget from the outset of the mayor releasing the budget, was that we want to see how we can create a level of transparency and accountability and a way for the board to weigh in on the police department as it's going through its effort around transformative change in the department. This is actually a very, very complicated and difficult decision to move forward. We hear directly from our communities about wanting to see change happen, and we've had somewhat of an uprising in San Francisco with reaction in the communities and families affected by officer-involved shootings and in the use of force in general. We've had hundreds of people come to our very chambers and disrupt our meetings. We've had our city disrupted by demonstrations, hunger strikes, marches. We have a lot of families that are in a lot of grief and are really hurting. And I think we have a responsibility to ensure that we are using our authority as best we can to ensure that accountability is moving forward. And I say this is complicated because of the incidents that have happened recently in Baton Rouge and in Dallas, where we've seen officers come under attack. And I know it makes it very, very hard to want to move things that the police department might view as very aggressive, but I don't think it makes sense that we stop our effort on trying to create transparency and hold the department accountable despite the real fear that is inflicted upon police officers around the country that affect officers here in San Francisco. The incidents in Dallas and Baton Rouge caused me a great deal of grief and confusion, as it did for many people in the country. Be that as it may, I think it's important that we do what we can to ensure that the department is moving forward on reforms. So, colleagues, you've heard that I've been discussing having a budget reserve proposal to hold on reserve the police department, part of the police department's budget, pending their working towards reforms. There have been different discussions on how this reserve has been represented, and certainly there have been different amounts that have been discussed about what the reserve would be. And the way I've crafted this reform, I don't think that this reserve could actually induce the department to adopt any particular type of policy. But what it really can do is to ensure for the policies that the police department has adopted that there is progress that's being reported to us, the Board of Supervisors and the Police Commission together on how they are meeting the metrics around those reforms. For instance, recently the Police Commission just adopted a new use of force policy, but that use of force policy has not yet been implemented throughout the department in terms of training, in terms of every officers in every precinct being trained in the new policy. So what I want to make sure we have in place is for policies that are adopted that we have clear metrics that the department will share with us about how they're going to meet those attain those metrics in terms of reform. I have a few areas that I'm looking at in terms of what this reserve would cover. The first is the implementation of the use of force policy, and everyone should have a copy of this at their desks. The second is the creation of the crisis intervention team model, and we're asking that the department share with us what their timeline of activities are going to be for implementing policy change and that policy itself. The next section is on the early intervention system, and we're looking at how we can adopt a more rigorous policy and what the department can share with us about what their progress, what their process will be and timeline of activities will be for adopting a more rigorous process on their early intervention system. We're also looking at making sure that the department is making sure that there's a discipline for incidents of complaints related to racial profiling and failure to release required demographic data. We want to make sure that the department's sharing with us what their plan for that is going to be. And lastly, looking at establish a more objective process for background investigations and come up with a process for that. This I've sat down now twice with the police department. I have presented this idea twice at the police commission on top of meeting directly with the police chief and the chief's other deputies. I've asked the police department to provide with us what these metrics should be in terms of what would be their process for achieving these changes, these reforms, for reforms that have yet to be adopted, and how they're going to implement reforms that have already been adopted but have not been implemented throughout the rank and file of the department. So what I've crafted this reserve proposal to be would be that we would hold $30 million on reserve of the police department's budget. That would leave about $540 million left in the police department's budget that they would be able to spend on deployment and training and all the other services that the police department provides, and that they would have their funds released in 3 sessions at the Board of Supervisors where they present their progress towards reform. The first one would be on November 1st, 2016, the second one on February 7th, 2017, and the last, May 2nd, 2017. The first, November 1st, according to this proposal, the November 1st presentation, the department would be required to share with us a document that talks about how they're going to move forward on a timeline of activities with some detail on these reforms. The department, again, the acting chief chaplain says that these are things the department is already doing. If that's the case, then it shouldn't be very hard to tell us what is the process for doing these things. So the contingent on November 1st presentation of their timeline of activities to implement these reforms, we can release $10 million. The subsequent release of dollars would be on February 7th on a mere presentation of the department on how it is achieving the progress on the document they share with us on November 1st. And the last one will be, again, on a mere presentation. So we're not holding up police dollars only if the police department does not provide presentations to us and does not provide an initial document to the Board of Supervisors on what their process is for implementing and adopting reforms. This is a very basic thing that we do all the time as the Board of Supervisors. I've been part of discussions on releasing reserve funds of hundreds of millions of dollars. We've done that for our water system improvement program, and when we put money on reserve for our water system improvement program or other projects, we don't hold up the work of developing plans or helping to plan for deployment of services. We just make sure that we get a presentation on what the design of something is going to be, and then we release funds when they're ready to be implemented. I've never seen a release of reserve that has actually held up a department's ability to carry out work, and in no way do I intend this release of reserve would be used in this way. More than anything, I'm trying to create a process of transparency about what reforms the department is working on and a level of accountability that they can share with the Board of Supervisors. And colleagues, I would like to motion that we put $30 million of the police department budget on full board reserve, pending presentations of the police department, acting chief chaplain or his successor, whoever that might be, as well as a police commissioner. And we've talked with the police commission about this. Again, I will say the police department does oppose this. They believe that this measure will hinder their ability to carry out services. I've actually talked with the Controller's Office and the City Attorney, and we know that that is not the case, that merely putting $30 million on reserve will not hinder the department to carry out any type of activity. And colleagues, I urge your support.
Thank you. Supervisor Wiener.
Thank you, Madam President. I will not be supporting this motion.
Oh, wait. Before I move forward, Supervisor Wiener, is there a second for Supervisor Avalos' motion? Seconded by Supervisor Marr. Supervisor Wiener.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, I will not be supporting this motion. However, before I explain why, I actually want to really tip my hat to Supervisor Avalos and compliment him. I think he this is a hard issue, and I know initially Supervisor Avalos had proposed a much, much larger reserve, and I think he listened. He talked to a lot of people, including the department and the commission and others, and I think I think even though there's still a disagreement, I think took the feedback to heart and I think came up with, really put a lot of thought into it, and I appreciate that, even though we're not on the same page on this issue. If I thought that this budget reserve would speed up reform, I would be open to supporting it. I don't think it's going to make the reform go any faster. I think the reforms are in process. They're happening as we speak, and I think they will continue to happen. What I don't want to do is inject any uncertainty into the budget of the police department. We do not have enough police officers in this department. We are putting cadets through the academy as quickly as we can, consistent with good training. We do not have nearly enough beat officers on our streets. We don't have enough officers doing traffic enforcement. I think we need to be very, very focused. In addition to the critical importance of reform, we need to be very focused on actually doing what the police department needs to do in terms of public safety in this city. And the department does not have the staffing it needs right now to do everything that we all want it to do. And I don't want to create any uncertainty in the department's budget. This is really just too important in terms of the public safety of our city. And so although I appreciate where this is coming from, and again, I appreciate Supervisor Avalos' I think, very thoughtful approach to it, I just come down on the other side and I won't be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Supervisor Yee.
Thank you. First of all, in regards to having hearings or meetings on these particular items that Supervisor Avalos has articulated, I absolutely agree that we should have hearings on these to see how we're doing with these reforms. And if we were to ask for these hearings, I would support it. One of the things I thought about this concept of holding some of the funding on reserves, I'm not totally against it. Certainly that when the instance calls for that, I would support it as I did during the budget process when we put some of the overtime funding on reserves. And that was fine. Now, I'm also in the mindset that here we are, we're really dealing with new leadership. And one of the things I would like to do for new leadership in any departments, whether it's a new department or not, is to say, you know something, you have a chance to prove yourself, so prove yourself. And if you're going to, if you say you could get these things done, get it done. And I want to give the person my confidence that I will support that. And by putting money in the reserves doesn't really, to me, indicate that I have confidence. So I will not be supporting this ask.
Thank you, Supervisor Yee. Supervisor Campos.
Thank you, Madam President. There's been a lot of talk about police reform today, and a number of us have been working on this for a long time. And I do think that setting any portion of a budget on reserve is a very serious thing. And I appreciate that Supervisor Avalos has modified his proposal to the point that an amount is set aside. Maybe that's not the term that I want to use, but an amount is put in reserve, but also in a way that doesn't impede with the day-to-day work of the police department. I believe that at the end of the day, the reform that is needed at the police department is not going to happen unless there are actually consequences for it not to happen. And going back to what Supervisor Wiener said, that somehow he's afraid that setting money into the reserve is going to jeopardize some of that funding. It would only be an issue if the reforms that we're talking about do not move forward. So if this department is really committed and is really real about reforming itself and making the changes that all of us have called for, then setting a small portion of its budget in a reserve until it is proven that those reforms are going forward should not be a problem. So I want to thank Supervisor Avalos. I'm happy to support this effort. I think that if we are serious about the reform that we are all talking about, this is an opportunity to demonstrate that.
Thank you. Supervisor Tang.
Thank you. So I know that there have been comments made about the $30 million and not impacting the police department, and I actually just wanted to clarify for the record what that impact would actually be. And I think I see our acting chief here. Would you be able to speak to what $30 million on reserve, what the impact to the police department would be?
And again, Supervisor Tang, please speak through the chair.
Sorry, through the chair, if I may ask the chief to come up. Thank you.
Deputy Chief?
Acting Chief.
Oh, Acting Chief.
I've been demoted already.
Sorry.
Well, just real fast, I have had some robust conversations with Supervisor Avalos.
I'm sorry, please identify yourself.
I'm sorry, I'm Acting Chief Tony Chaplin.
Thank you.
I've had some robust conversations with Supervisor Avalos about the proposal, and I was kind of taken aback when I heard $30 million today, because I during our conversations, we were going back and forth. He was talking about 15 to 20 million, so I was prepared to deal with just the 15 million on reserves, so the 30 million would double what I'm about to talk to you about. I had our CFO prepare 3 different models of what this would mean to us, because it sounds great what you're saying, but I have to operate with what I know I have access to. As illustrated earlier today, there could be a huge issue with the voting, with the Board of Supervisors, and everything we're talking about here could go by the wayside, and this money on reserve could not be released because of issues and fighting, and that would put this money in jeopardy. So I have to operate as if I don't have this money, and what that would mean in Model 1 would be to cancel my September recruit class, which would save me $4 million. I would also cancel my March class, which would save me an additional $2 million. I would also furlough all current recruits in the academies, and that's 211 recruits beginning in February of 2016. That would save me a total of $9 million. In Model 2, across my whole department, and this is salaries, I would have to suspend all police services and furlough all staff under the general fund operating budget, closing the department from June 16th through June 30th, and that would bring me to the $15 million. Under Model 3, reduction of police services, I would have to furlough 102 police officers effective August 1st for 9 months through the fiscal year end. That would save $15 million, or furlough 188 officers effective December 15th of 2016, which would bring me to the $15 million number. And I keep saying $15 million because I thought genuinely that that's what we were at. Then the final would be to furlough 375 officers effective March 15th of 2017, which would save me $15 million. The issue I have with this whole thing, the other side of this coin, is not being discussed. And just for the record, Supervisor Avalos, thank you for referencing the officers that lost their lives in Baton Rouge and Dallas. Another officer was ambushed today, a captain, and he was murdered today while we were sitting in these chambers, I believe. This is happening nationwide. We've asked these police officers in San Francisco to do a lot of things, and they've agreed to do all of them. And to now do this and put this on reserve, it sends a message that the Board of Supervisors in the city and county does not believe that they're doing these things. We've asked them to take implicit bias training, procedural justice training, to re-engineer use of force, and to generally change how we do business, to make sure that the public feels that we are acting in their best interest when it comes to how we deal with them. We've also adopted body cameras. You know, the Police Officers Association has had some issues with some of the statements made in public, but in private, we've got them to the center of the room. There's been a lot of progress made, and I think this is anti-progress. I think this takes us back. It sends the wrong message. We have so many different groups looking at the San Francisco Police Department, and not one of those groups has said we're resistant to change. Because we're not, quite frankly. Everything we've been asked to do, we've pushed it across the table, and I agree. The oversight's a good thing. You know, we are instituting checks and balances. We're pushing the checks and balances across the table, and quite frankly, I don't think that there's anything being asked of us that we're not doing right now. And I just want to be clear: the police commission is the body that holds us accountable for things. And every Wednesday when I go to that meeting, there's robust discussions, and we have to report to them. I have no problem reporting to this body. I just don't think that there's a dollar sign that needs to be attached to it to bring those reports in.
Thank you very much, Chief. So all of that really just to say that, you know, I do have serious concerns about putting this funding on reserve, mostly because the majority of the police department's budget is comprised of personnel costs, of the bodies that are out on the streets serving our community. Certainly we have asked a lot of our police department, and I really want to acknowledge people like Supervisor Avalos and so forth, and Supervisor Cohen and other colleagues who have worked really hard to advocate for changes within the police department. I know it's difficult for the force to adopt a cultural shift and to take on some of the changes we've asked of them. So at this time, to hold hostage money for the department, I think is just really the wrong thing to do. So today, I just won't be able to support putting the money on reserve. Lastly, I'll just say that about 5 budget seasons ago, this board voted unanimously to support increasing the academy classes for the officers. At that time, no one made any comments about what it is that we need to do to reform our police force or any issues that were raised in connection with that. So now, fast forward to the point where we are almost about to complete achieving 1,971 officers from that 6 that became 5-year hiring plan, I think is just completely wrong. So if we are going to ask our police department to take on these changes, I think we need to give them the adequate resources to do so.
Thank you. Supervisor Farrell, you were next on the roster.
Thank you, President Breed. I just want to quickly comment. Like many of my colleagues, I want to thank Supervisor Avalos for bringing this forward. It's not something that I will support, but I do understand where Supervisor Avalos is coming from, and I think it's the right place. From my perspective, I want to thank the police department and acting chief for all their work on the reforms that are being talked about. I know that's a commitment taken very seriously by the department, by the commission. From my perspective, public safety is not something where I want to potentially jeopardize any funding, getting our officers on the streets, and making sure that our department, from my perspective, our priority should be fully funding the department. As you know, I continue to have emails and phone calls every single day about public safety issues in my district and around the city. From my perspective, while I completely concur with the reforms and some of the discussion points behind it, from my perspective, putting this in reserve is not the right approach, so I won't be supporting it today.
Thank you. Supervisor Avalos. Oh, I'm sorry. Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, when a board is being asked to reserve $30 million out of a $578 million budget, that is minuscule. This has been done many times for many departments. The world did not come to an end. I have profound respect for the working men and women of the San Francisco Police Department, but with all due respect, Chief, the words that you read or somebody gave you to read about academy classes and day-to-day policing and thinking that that $30 million should not be considered to be a part of your budget is frankly very disappointing. It is not true. It is not correct. This is merely a mechanism to have some level of accountability over a set of policy issues that we all want to achieve. Yes, it is a little bit of leverage, but it's also an opportunity to check in, because when you need your 3 $10 million tranches of money, you'll come in here and explain how those reforms are going. And if you don't hit your milestones, at least we have an opportunity to understand what is going on, and you have the obligation to present and explain, and we can continue to make sure that these reforms that we all want are moving apace. But frankly, the whole notion that the sky is falling and that you're going to cut academy classes is poppycock.
Supervisor Campos, did you speak already? Okay. Supervisor Kim.
Thank you. I was a little bewildered by your statement as well on cuts that you may have to make. And so I'm looking at the proposal right now, and so I want to ask our interim chief, what exactly is it that you will have to provide to the board in order to get these budgetary dollars released?
My understanding is a presentation, as Supervisor Avalos said before, he's not 100% clear on what those metrics will be. He's still working those out. But just to address what Supervisor Peskin just said.
I'm sorry. I just wanted you to ask. I just wanted you to answer my question. I wasn't asking for a response to Supervisor Peskin.
Did I answer it? Were we done with that question?
No, you didn't answer it. So what is it that you will have to do in order for the board to release these budgetary dollars on reserve?
I'm sorry, I thought I answered it. My understanding is that it's still being worked out by Supervisor Avalos, that he's not 100% sure on what the metrics will be. He has some ideas about what he wants them to be, but to this date, I have not received in writing what the specifics are going to be for each meeting. We went over it orally, but I was operating under the premise that we were going to come here and try to get the board to understand what the damage this would do is.
Okay, so that's important. If that is vague, what the request is, it certainly should be clear. It's right in front of me. I have the motion before me today. And so I did want to give the sponsor of the motion an opportunity to respond to what you have said about the lack of clarity. If there's a lack of clarity on how the budgetary dollars are released to the department, I certainly understand your concerns. To me, they're very clearly outlined in the handout before me, and so I want to understand if I misunderstood this. But what I understand is that you have to provide 3 reports to the Budget Committee, of which I believe you will be able to provide, to the full board, on initiatives that I know that you have personally stated that you are fully committed to implementing. So for me, it appears that this is just some accountability and also an opportunity for discussion around an issue that is not only important to the city but important to our nation and certainly worthy of a full board dialogue. But because it's not clear, I did want to give the sponsor of the motion an opportunity to explain clearly what would be expected in order to release these budgetary funds. Supervisor Avalos.
Supervisor Avalos.
Thank you. Really, this has been what I've been meeting with the police commission, the police department about, is that I wouldn't impose what the metrics should be, but I could hear from the department what they think the metrics should be based on the work towards reform that they are conducting. And so what I have crafted here is not that we're dictating what the reform should be, but that on November 1st, the police department tells us what the timeline of activities they will have on each of these 5 measures that are before us. That, to me, is making sure that the department is fully in charge of their own presentation to be able to put their department's best foot forward. I'm not trying to hamstring the department. In no way. If I was trying to hamstring the department, I would have cut police academy classes. I would have cut money from the budget. This does not cut money from the budget. This puts money on reserve. And so all you have to do is to tell us on the use of force policy, what are the steps you're going to take through the rest of the fiscal year to implement the use of force policy, to make sure that people are getting trained in the use of force policy? What number of people are you going to be able to train by January 1st, 2017? We've talked about this. And I in no way want the department to come here and fail. I want the department to be able to come here and assure the public that you are working assiduously on the reform effort, as I know you are. I'll leave it at that. I do want to have a question for the controller and for the budget analyst, who both work on the budget. I'll start with the budget analyst, who works as representing the Board of Supervisors and giving us a lot of advice on how we conduct business. A reserve like this, is this going to hinder? There has been talk from the chief that this is going to hinder the department from carrying out police academy classes. There are 3 scheduled over the next year. I don't believe that. Supervisor Peskin calls it poppycock. Are you going to corroborate that?
Madam President.
Oh.
like, where's that coming from? Mr. Rose. You said the controller, Supervisor Avalos, and now we got the...
I said the controller and the budget analyst.
Thank you. Mr. Rose.
Madam President, members of the board, Supervisor Avalos, and let me preface my comments by stating that I've just discussed this with Mr. Rosenfield. As I understand your motion, Supervisor Avalos, the first reserve would be on November the 1st, $10 million, and then February the 7th, and then May the 2nd. Unless the Board of Supervisors were not to release funds, this would have no impact whatsoever on their staffing requirements, not one impact whatsoever. Because unless on November the 1st you decide not to release the funds, so that this is simply a reserve, the department reports back to you if you're satisfied with them, and you release the reserve, their staffing requirements would not be impacted in any way, shape, or form. I did just discuss this with Mr. Rosenfield, and he stated that he agrees with me.
Mr. Rosenfield, you want to make some comments?
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Ben Rosenfield, Controller. So Mr. Rose and I have talked about it. In my view, I actually think the question's a little bit complicated and tricky. It's certainly typical practice for the Board of Supervisors to place reserves on department budget until certain conditions are met, and to your satisfaction, those conditions have been met, and then funds are released. I think to the extent that the accountability measures that are being discussed here are clear to the department, it will certainly make that process more straightforward. I also think it's an understandable position for a department, though, that they are, and they need to, plan for the possibility that those funds might not be released by the Board of Supervisors, which is the exact reason that you're placing them on reserve. At times, I've seen boards understandably upset with the department when it will begin spending commitments assuming that a Board of Supervisors will release a reserve. And one could take a view that you could see a situation here that would walk into that. To the conversation, I do think it would be important to the extent that this goes ahead, and as I understand Supervisor Avalos' proposal, and we have talked about it, just that the metrics that you are expecting the department to meet are well understood and clear in advance to avoid at least any perception that goalposts are moving later. I mean, I think that's the most fundamental way to make this work as I understand it's intended to.
Thank you. Supervisor Campos.
Thank you. I want to make a couple of points. First of all, I think it's interesting that some of us have been criticized for opposing police reform, even though what we have been talking about is actually strengthening the proposal that was put forward, because when it comes to the OCC, the way it is right now and the way it's being proposed, it would still report to the mayor, which is part of the problem. But what's interesting about this proposal is that, you know, I actually would normally agree with Supervisor Yee and his comment about how when you have a new chief of police, you want to provide some deference to that chief. And I was inclined to do that, acting chief. But I want to talk about something that happened that involves my district, that happened under your watch, which to me illustrates why, for us, it is not enough to simply hear from the department, trust us that we're making progress on reform. You don't need to check on us. We don't need to come and verify to you that we are reforming. And I'll talk about the specific case of Luis Góngora. Luis Góngora is a homeless man who was the victim and died of an officer-involved shooting. That officer-involved shooting, without prejudging what happened, it's under investigation by this police department. But under this chief, one of the officers involved in that incident was actually assigned to the unit that is supposed to oversee police reform. Not under Greg Sir, under this chief. And so what do I tell the Góngora family that call me
the brother that felt that it was a slap in the face, that before they even complete the investigation, they prejudge the outcome of that investigation. Because, and how are they prejudging it? Because they're actually putting him in a unit that is supposed to oversee reform. What do you think that says to that family? What do you think that says to that community? And it wasn't until the press, the Examiner, reported on it that you actually acted. So oversight matters. When you have to come publicly and explain yourself, there is something to be said that makes sure that what you said you're doing is actually being done. So I'm sorry, Acting Chief. If this incident hadn't happened, I would be, yes, let's give him a chance. But we have given you a chance, and yet this happened. And we're not talking about denying you and your department the $30 million at issue. We are simply saying, come to us and explain to us what you have been up to. I owe it to Luis Góngora and his family to make sure that we don't just trust you. And it's fine to trust. We're going to trust you, but we're going to verify to make sure that you're doing what you say you're doing.
Thank you. Seeing no names on the roster, Chief, you would like to make a comment?
I would. Supervisor Campos said if this hadn't happened under my watch, he would give me the benefit of the doubt and vote with me. It did not. Chief Greg Sir moved him to the professional standards unit when I was a deputy chief down there. I found out that happened. I found out the family took issue with it. And I talked to the officer, and he voluntarily agreed to leave. So I did not move him. It did not occur under my watch. It occurred under Chief Sir's watch. Chief Sir transferred him to professional standards when I was down there as a deputy chief. So it did not happen on my watch. That's incorrect. However, when I found out that the family took issue with it, I reached out to that officer, and he voluntarily agreed to leave. So it didn't happen under my watch, but it was corrected under my watch. So answering your question, do I have your support since that's out the way?
Supervisor Campos?
You were acting chief, in response to you, sir, you were acting chief while this individual was actually still working in that unit. And so to the extent that the initial decision was made by Greg Sir, you were still chief. You are still chief. And so the question arises, how many more decisions were made by the prior chief that you may not be aware of, that you may not going to find out until some article comes out in the Examiner? That's the point of this. That the only way that we're going to know is by actually requiring that you come here and give us information, holding you accountable, because transparency at the end of the day is what this is about. Now, you may point the finger at Greg Sir, but I would imagine that as acting chief, you are responsible for everything that happens in your department while you are that acting chief. Maybe I'm mistaken in making that assumption, but that's how I see it.
But with all due respect,
Thank you.
that's not what you
Excuse
said.
me, Chief. I have to recognize you before you speak.
I'm sorry.
Okay. And so I actually have a question, Chief, specifically accountability to the board. It was my understanding that you are required and to report to the board, and you actually missed a deadline for that first report. Do you have any information in that regard?
We did miss the deadline, and I've reached out to Supervisor Cohen with regards to that. I saw the report. It was ready to go with just raw data, but the legislation required minimal reporting, but I want to use that as the floor, not the ceiling. So I'm having the report redone. There's some numbers on there that need to be explained and need to be adopted by the department, and there needs to be an explanation of what the numbers mean. And we're doing research. I've had the department do research. There was an unexpected shift at the top that we're all aware of, obviously, when this legislation was passed, and I want to make sure that data is robust. We're reporting the same information to the Department of Justice, and so I want to make sure that this report is comprehensive as it can possibly be. And again, I reached out and apologized to Supervisor Cohen and let her know that within the next few days she will have that report.
Okay, but does that report, just for clarity, is that report required to be presented to the board or to a committee?
My understanding is it's just to be delivered to the board.
Okay. Thank you for that clarity. And in the future, it'd be helpful just to have a letter asking for an extension if you miss the deadline in the future.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Supervisor Cohen.
Working. Oh, there it is. I thought it was another attempt to muzzle me. All right, President Breed, you are correct. Just kidding, Angela. You're fair. The report that the chief did call me, and he did acknowledge, and I actually in agreement with him. I'm not looking for a bare bones. The legislation that we passed, we're not looking for bare bones. We actually want some data that we can make sense out of and that we can use. And so I'm grateful for his leadership for stepping in and saying this is not enough, and rising to the occasion, and like he said, not presenting me the floor but giving me the ceiling. And it's with that information that we will then call a hearing, and most likely like a GAO, and present the findings, and also present them at the police commission as well. So that this is, again, part of the package of legislation that I worked on in months past to really work on accountability and transparency.
Okay. All right. With that, thank you, Chief, for being here. And at this time, this matter is in the hands of the Board of Supervisors. So just for clarity, Supervisor Avalos, you made a motion to amend for the budget specifically to put on budget reserves the police department's budget. And you also mentioned the Domestic Violence Consortium. Were you making any motions? Did you have anything prepared to do for that purpose?
Thank you. I did not make a motion on the $250,000 for increasing COLA for domestic violence service providers. That is something that Melissa Whitehouse, Mayor's budget director, said that could be worked out through a meeting and looking at what the funds come in on the budget. That could be done ministerially, not without any motion on the budget today.
Okay, and so just for clarity, it's my understanding that there was a COLA across the board. Can someone from the mayor's office clarify what that COLA is and why was the consortium specifically left out? And when I say consortium, I know that there are several programs that we're referring to under that umbrella.
Thank you, President Breed. Melissa Whitehouse, Acting Budget Director in the Mayor's Office. My understanding, and Supervisor Avalos, please correct me if I'm wrong, is the request is, so the budget did include a 2.5% cost of doing business nonprofit COLA for all providers in 16-17. Additionally, the Mayor's proposed budget included an additional 2.5% just for domestic violence providers. And I believe that this request is in the board to match the Mayor's additional for an additional 2.5. And so I think that's something we're happy to figure out if that was the intention of the board to originally include that in the budget, and there was a misunderstanding that it was not included.
Okay, so there was a mistake.
I believe so. That's what I'm hearing.
And so that mistake is getting resolved.
Yes, we will be sure to correct that mistake.
It was
Okay.
an oversight.
Oversight.
All right. Supervisor Cohen?
Thanks. So, the conversation is just really interesting. I'm in an interesting position because I feel like this is like window dressing. Like, yeah, we'll put a hold on the budget for this one time, and it's a small amount of the budget. But what does it do? What does it change? Yeah, nothing. So it's really hard to sit here and to hear and weigh out the options that are before us. We can either vote to support the reserve, right? And the chief will continue to do his due diligence and make a presentation, and the money will be released. But I think if we step back and we just look at the big picture here, this is another example of politicizing something that is an incredibly important function of our city government. Politicizing. Using the budget as a tool to hold something up or to pretend like you're doing something when it comes to accountability for law enforcement. That's it. I'm done.
Thank you. All right. Seeing no names on the roster, we are voting on an amendment for item number 6. So, Madam Clerk, on item number 6, the motion to amend, please call the roll.
Supervisor Farrell? Farrell, no. Supervisor Kim?
Aye.
Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr?
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin?
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang?
No.
Tang, no. Supervisor Wiener?
No.
Wiener, no. Supervisor Yee?
No.
Yee, no. Supervisor Avalos?
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed?
No.
Breed, no. Supervisor Campos?
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Cohen?
Take your time, Supervisor Cohen.
No.
Cohen, no. There are 5 ayes and 6 noes with Supervisors Farrell, Tang, Wiener, Yee, Breed, and Cohen in the dissent.
The amendment fails. On items 6 through 29, Supervisor Peskin.
Madam President, can we sever items 6 and 7, or hear 6, call the roll separately on 6 and 7? I would, for the first time ever, like to vote against the budget because I cannot support the budget being balanced with a regressive tax. And let me be very clear, which is, while there has been some politics relative to other measures, I have been opposed to this sales tax and regressive taxation almost as much as I do not like set-asides. So I cannot vote for this budget that is predicated on this sales tax. Quite frankly, I don't think it's good fiscal policy to bake into the budget revenue that the voters haven't even voted on. But that notwithstanding, I would like to dissent on items 6 and 7.
Okay, on the remaining items, items 8 through 29, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Supervisor Farrell?
Aye.
Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim?
Aye.
Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr?
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin?
No.
Peskin, on items 8 through 29.
Oh, I'm sorry. 8 through... Yes. Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang?
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener?
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee?
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos?
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed?
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos?
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Cohen?
Aye.
Cohen, aye. There are 11 ayes.
Those items are passed unanimously. On items 6 and 7, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Supervisor Farrell?
Aye.
Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim? Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr?
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin?
No.
Peskin, no. Supervisor Tang?
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener?
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee?
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos?
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed?
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos?
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Cohen?
Aye.
Cohen, aye. There are 10 ayes and 1 no with Supervisor Peskin in the dissent.
The ordinances pass on the first reading. All right, Madam Clerk, where did we leave off? We've been all over the place today.
64 and 65.
Okay.
Items 64 and 65.
1 second.
Yes.
Our special order 3 p.m.
Madam Clerk, for this particular, are we calling the special order at this time?
Items 64 and 65 are a special order, but they are not the special agenda.
Okay, so I want to basically open the meeting up and do all the committee of the wholes, one public comment for all the committee of the wholes. So if you could call the item or open up the special meeting, please. Okay, we're going to skip over our committee as a whole. And Madam Clerk, where does that take us?
That takes us, Madam President, to the committee reports. Items 72 through 74 were considered by the Budget and Finance Committee at a special meeting on Monday, July 18th, and were forwarded as committee reports. Item 72 requires 8 votes pursuant to the California Government Code, Sections 43607 and 43608, for items both 72 and 73. Item 72 is a resolution to determine and declare that the public interest and necessity demand the acquisition, improvement, and rehabilitation and conversion of at-risk multi-unit residential buildings to permanent affordable housing and performing needed seismic, fire, health, and safety upgrades and other major rehabilitation for habitability to be financed through bonded indebtedness in the amount of $350 million. Item 73 is an ordinance to call and provide for a special election to be held in the city on November 8, 2016 for the purpose of submitting to the San Francisco voters a proposition to amend Proposition A approved November 1992 to authorize the city to incur general obligation bonded indebtedness for the purpose of making amendments to the Affordable Housing Loan Program and the Market Rate Loan Program for the additional purposes of providing loans to finance the costs to acquire, improve, and rehabilitate, and to convert at-risk multi-unit residential buildings to permanent affordable housing.
Supervisor Kim.
Thank you. I'm not speaking on items 72 and 73, although I do support it. I just want to voice my protest about not hearing our special order of 3 p.m. of items 64 and 65. The parties have been patiently waiting this entire meeting, and it's not clear to me
Okay, Supervisor Kim, I'll get back to it. So we'll vote on these items, and I'll go back to it.
Okay, great. I just want to acknowledge that they've been waiting a very long time to speak, and if we are trying to punish, I would understand.
No, I'm not trying to punish. It's not deliberate. You could have asked me that in private. Madam Clerk, on items 72 and 73, please call the roll.
On items 72 and 73, Supervisor Farrell. Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener.
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos.
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos.
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Cohen. Cohen, aye. There are 11 ayes.
The resolution is adopted and the ordinance passes unanimously on the first reading. Madam Clerk, let's go back to the first 3 p.m. special order.
Yes, items 64 and 65. These items comprise the special order at 3 p.m. The Board of Supervisors will convene a committee of the whole pursuant to Resolution 226-16, adopted on June 7, 2016. For a public hearing of persons interested in the subject matter of item 65, which was referred without recommendation from the Land Use and Transportation Committee, the proposed ordinance that amends the administrative code to establish the Downtown Neighborhoods Preservation Fund, vacating a portion of Jesse Street and a portion of Elim Alley, northwest of Mission and First Streets in connection with the Oceanwide Center project at 50 First Street, approving and authorizing the sale and quitclaim of the city's interest for a total of approximately $36 million, and authorizing the city's Director of Property to execute an agreement for the sale of real estate for the vacated area between the city and Oceanwide Center, LLC.
Thank you, and I apologize to members of the public for keeping you waiting for this item. Supervisor Kim.
Thank you, Madam President. I would have asked if I'd known that this would be continued, but I do appreciate us hearing this item right now. This is a development project in the district that I represent in the Trans-Bay area, and this is part of a larger neighborhood plan, both in increasing office and housing, as well as affordable housing in this neighborhood, but also to dedicate funding towards increasing open space and recreation here in our city, particularly for neighborhoods that have deficient or smaller parks and recreational areas. I do want to thank and acknowledge the project sponsor in this case for working so closely. It is a very complicated project, but working with a lot of different stakeholders, the mayor's office, my office, to ensure that the project that moved forward would get unified support throughout the city and certainly from the neighborhoods and communities by which this project is impacting. I do want to express my support for the project. This merely does just a street vacation and the sale of property at Jesse Street and Elim Alley, which is just a piece of how we move this larger project forward. But I did want to acknowledge all the work that the project sponsor put in to make this a successful project, and also want to acknowledge and thank the mayor's office, who is here as well, both the Mayor's Office of Economic and Workforce Development, as well as Jeff Buckley, for working so closely with the community and our office on what is before us today. Thank you.
Okay, with that, is there a specific presentation, or can we open it up to public comment? Mr. Buckley?
There is a brief presentation by Mr. Buckley of the Mayor's Office.
Okay.
In deference to the board, we're happy to hold the presentation. To keep it brief now, hold the presentation, or staff could be available for any questions.
Okay.
If you prefer that.
Okay.
So,
yes, please.
Yes. I'll be very brief. This is the second time that this item has been before you. There was a resolution of intent for the street vacation that came up last month. So what you have before you is a vacation of Jesse, which is necessary in order to build the First Street Tower as one building to the height contemplated in the Transit Center District Plan. So there are two buildings that will be constructed as a result of this project. The First Street Tower is a 910-foot building with over 1 million gross square feet of office, 109 residential units, approximately 21,000 square feet of an urban room that's at the street level. In addition to that, the Mission Street Tower is 625 feet with 169 room hotel, 156 residential units, and ground floor retail and lobbies. Working very closely with Supervisor Kim's office and with the numerous departments that were working on this issue, we were able to work closely also with neighborhood stakeholders for the creation of the Downtown Neighborhood Preservation Fund. This fund is approximately $40 million, all of which can be used for preservation activities within a mile radius of the principal project. This was negotiated along with the sale of the street, which the sale of the street was $22.6 million. So of this fund, $33 million would be required to be spent on acquisition rehab. $7 million could be used for the development of new construction, affordable housing. This fund will sunset within 10 years. So those funds we expect to be utilized within the surrounding area. We anticipate that those funds will be used for acquisition. There was an express interest from surrounding community members, which you may hear a public comment, for the acquisition and rehabilitation of single-room occupancy hotels. But it certainly is not exclusive of that use. So with that being said, we're happy to, you have an array of staff here from real estate, Office of Economic Workforce Development, Planning, and myself as well, Mayor's Office of Housing, to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you very much. Now I'm going to open this item up to public comment. If there's members of the public who'd like to provide public comment at this time, please come forward.
Hello, I'm Keith Schwartz, counsel to the FDIC resident in the headquarters office in Washington, D.C. Thank you for allowing me to speak. FDIC is the owner of 25 Jesse Street and has its San Francisco office in that building. FDIC previously appeared at the Planning Commission hearing to request modifications to project mitigation measures that impacted FDIC's vehicular and pedestrian access to its property. Based on our review of the Planning Commission motion number 19638, the general plan referral for Jesse Street vacation, the Planning Commission did not incorporate any of our requested additions and modifications. Our counsel, Danielle Gensch of Gnossim and LLP, is re-entering her letter of May 4th, 2016 into the record, and we request again that our mitigation measures be added as a condition of approval to the project. Everyone will recall 20 plus years ago what happened in Oklahoma City, and we'd like to prevent that happening here. Additionally, FDIC expresses its concern regarding the proposed Jesse Street vacation as it would adversely impact FDIC's access to the use of its property because FDIC's sole loading dock is directly adjacent to the proposed vacation area. FDIC will have increased difficulty using its loading dock as rear loading, and oversized trucks may not fit without blocking the relocated Jesse Street. Second, oversized trucks will not be able to turn into the relocated Jesse Street, and the project developer would control oversized trucks' access through its property and onto First Street. This could lead to oversized trucks idling directly adjacent to FDIC property, which is not an acceptable condition for a secure federal facility. Third, relocated Jessie Street will require a 90-degree turn directly adjacent to the FDIC property, which could result in vehicles hitting the FDIC building or injuring FDIC staff. Finally, FDIC is concerned about the proposed closure of Jessie Street during portions of project construction, which would require traffic.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Danielle Gensch with Nossaman LLP on behalf of the FDIC. As Keith stated, they are the owner and operator of the property located at 25 Jessie Street, and their sole vehicular access is through Jessie Street. The vacation of Jessie Street could adversely impact them for the reasons Keith has stated, and I'm here specifically to talk about the proposed easements that were part of this approval package. As currently drafted, they are not acceptable to FDIC. We have worked with Oceanwide on various possible agreements. We believe we've come to terms on a reimbursement agreement, but we have not been able to discuss or negotiate private easements or to negotiate the terms of these proposed public easements. The easements themselves are not publicly dedicated and not for the benefit of the general public. The city acting alone or the city and the developer together may terminate the easements at any time, and therefore we'd request some additional time prior to vacating Jessie Street and approval of these easements to allow both FDIC and the developer and potentially the city attorney's office to negotiate changes to these easements. In the event the Board of Supervisors does not grant a requested continuance, we do request that the city and the developer be directed to make changes to the easements or to work with FDIC representatives to make changes to the easements such that FDIC has the direct right, either through public access or as a third-party beneficiary, to use and enjoy all of the relevant access easements. Absent such modifications, the vacation of Jessie Street will have a significant adverse impact on FDIC's use and access of its property. And just one final statement to be clear, we are just expressing concern. We are not opposing the project. FDIC's official statement on this is that they are neutral. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Madam Chair, President, and the Board of Supervisors. I'm Linda Harrison. I'm the Executive Director of the Museum of the African Diaspora, and I speak in support of the Oceanwide Center project. But I first want to say thank you for the support of the Board of Supervisors for the Museum of the African Diaspora, because without your support, we would not be able to exist. Your thought leadership and support financially helps us to garner our other donors that support the concept of the Museum of the African Diaspora. We are located at 3rd and Mission, and we're about 2 blocks from the Oceanwide Center new project. And we enthusiastically welcome the possibilities of this cultural exchange that would come from the Oceanwide project. MOAD sees this engagement as a powerful community benefit. We hope that Oceanwide Center Complex commitments to culture and to the community will contribute to sustaining the business of providing arts and well-being in our neighborhood. And this is very important for us because we know that you must have not only affordable housing and other residential housing and business, but you must have a lifestyle that gives you the well-being of art and the humanities and public programming. The 22,000 square foot urban room is about the size of the Museum of the African Diaspora. So we are very excited about the engagement and the partnership and what that urban room can bring in terms of space for all of the different diverse types of families in San Francisco and particularly in the South of Market area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Supervisors. My name is Malcolm Young. I'm here on behalf of the Chinatown Community Development Center. I'm also here on behalf of a number of organizations who weren't able to make it. Community Youth Center, Chinese Chamber of Commerce, Kaiming Head Start, Portsmouth Square Garage, as well as some others that I didn't write down. Excuse me. I know the evening's late. I'll try to be very quick. I want to thank, first of all, Supervisor Kim in working with community groups to shape this project and to improve it, particularly community benefits part. I also want to thank the mayor's office. They also labored on this, and we appreciate it. This process actually went very smoothly. Oceanwide was a pleasure to work with, including their representatives, and I think we got to a good place that made this project better. This project is one of the first examples that I've seen of a project actually stabilizing surrounding neighborhoods through the community benefits process. This neighborhood preservation fund is going to be absolutely critical to making sure that residents who are in place can stay in place, and I think that's a key goal for San Francisco now. So I won't belabor the point. We urge you to support this. Thank you so much for all the support on this.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I'm Phil Chin on behalf of the Committee for Better Parks and Recreation in Chinatown. I would also like to just second Mr. Young's comments and urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Supervisors. My name is Annie Chung with Self-Help for the Elderly, and I'm also here to support the Community Benefits Agreement that our community signed with Oceanwide. Self-Help operates the Portsmouth Square Clubhouse, and Sarah Wong, who was here earlier from CYC, operates the Willy Woo Woo Chinese Playground on Sacramento Street. We pretty much took over from Park and Rec when they had no staff to run those clubhouses in our community. But both Self-Help and CYC are running the programs at those two clubhouses with our own funding. Many times we have to fundraise for it. So we look forward to having this open space fund that will be created to not just preserve the affordable housing in our neighborhood, but also to address the tremendous lack of open space as well as open space programs for our children, our youth, our families, and our seniors. So I urge your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Supervisors and everybody listening. This has been a very unique experience here today at Board of Supervisors at City Hall, which I call Silly Hall. But I'm here directly supporting what they're saying, but in a parallel, I just want to show something in my community, which is called the Western Addition, where community benefits are supposed to have been. Well, y'all watch out and make sure whomever's saying you're going to do something, make sure they do it. Because in my community, they have not. They failed us tremendous for over 10 years. The city and county, the mayor, and everybody put millions of dollars on a 4-block area in the Fillmore, which I call the Fill No More. And I know you're saying, well, you're talking about your community back here, other people up here talking about other parts of the city. So I thought I had come up here, because I sat here for 4 hours, but I enjoyed this because it was politics at its best. I call it politicking, but I guess y'all was politicking because, you know, I've never seen, well, I've seen it before in the past when one side of the aisle is going against another, but this is a new setting and it's refreshing. I heard in a paper someone said it was politics at its worst. I think it was at its best. And people got a chance to see exactly day to day of what y'all saying and when you get together and how y'all assemble. But getting back to the Fill No More. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in a state of emergency in the Fillmore. The redevelopment has failed us since 1948. Constantly spending millions and millions of dollars, and what do we have today? Nothing. Every business that the mayor came in 2011 before the feds got on him has closed. All our businesses has closed. Every damn near every black business that he came through with this what they call a community investment. Check it out.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, or good evening, actually. Tuya Catalano with Ruben Junius and Rose representing the project sponsor. I want to just very briefly address the comment that we heard from the first two speakers regarding the FDIC and the traffic circulation. First, I want to be really clear that just because we're vacating Elam and Jesse does not mean that we're somehow reducing or limiting public access, and I think we're actually increasing it. There are a number of different paths and easements that are being created. For example, through the urban room, we will have easements that will guarantee emergency vehicle access and large truck access. Additionally, we're creating a new street from where Jesse terminates to Mission Street that will be also provided with an easement for vehicle and pedestrian access. So we will have access throughout the site. And then in terms of the FDIC, we have been working with them pretty closely for the last few months since the Planning Commission hearing, and we've had discussions with them throughout this process. And I think the comment that we heard came to us a little bit as a surprise today, as we've been working with them and having discussions just as lately as yesterday. So we're a little bit surprised, but I would hope and continue that you hear this item and decide on this item today, as the schedule is certainly important to us.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Well, I don't know if you can see from the projection.
SFG TV, please.
Okay, so I'm the architect from the Kevin Yi from the Highland Manors, so co-worker with foster partner with lead architect for this project. So I just want to point out the 2 points which we heard from the FDIC, so for their concern. And actually, we respect their concern very much from the design point of view. First of all, they're talking about the existing loading area. So actually, I mean, from this drawing, as you can tell, this existing loading area, we reserved that loading access very well. So, I mean, there should be any concern, I mean, any different from what they are doing right now and for the project going built after the Jesse got vacated. And also the second point of view, we're talking about, when the Jesse turn around and if the truck can hit their building or not, the answer is no. And if you look at the project very closely, so this within this red property line, there's a stairwell there and a big column from our tower. Actually, that become a automatic barrier to protect their building from any truck turn around and to hit into their building. I think as our lawyer said, I mean, more communication and more look into our plan in a detailed mode will help to solve their concern and to let this project go smoothly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other members of the public who'd like to speak on this item at this time? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Supervisor Kim.
Thank you, colleagues. Again, ask for your support on the development that is before us here today. Want to acknowledge again project sponsors' work with both our arts community, in particular the Museum of African Diaspora, which is 2 blocks away, and ensuring its stability into the future, but also answering for shadows that will be cast from the Transbay project into the Chinatown area, which does have very few parks and recreational space. And finally, also want to acknowledge that this project will be the second project after 75 Howard to hit 33% in its offsite in lieu fee. Although this would have been required by Proposition C, which was passed by the voters this past June, the project sponsor did commit to this level prior to the passage of the proposition. So again, colleagues, ask for your support on this item. Looking forward to see the completion of the Transbay neighborhood.
Thank you. Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, Madam President, colleagues. I respectfully am going to part ways with Supervisor Kim on this. As Supervisor Kim just indicated, while this is a project in the downtown core, it does have impacts as far north as Chinatown. And while I understand that there's mitigation for Chinatown parks, and as much as I respect folks from the Chinatown Community Development Center and the Committee for Better Rec and Park, and Ms. Chung from Self-Help for the Elderly. The reality is you can't mitigate shadow. Once the shadow is there, it doesn't go away. It is relatively significant shadow, but there are also, I think, some transcendent planning problems. And number one is, I think we learned in American planning and urban planning many, many decades ago that rule number one is you don't give up streets. They're not making them anymore. And so I'm not even talking about easements or reciprocal easements or loading docks. I'm talking about the fact that these streets should remain open and accessible now and forever. So with that, I respectfully am going to part company with Supervisor Kim on this matter and dissent.
Thank you. Supervisor Campos.
Thank you, Madam President. I simply want to say that I'm happy to support this item out of deference here to the district supervisor. And I also want to say that I'm very happy that the Museum of the African Diaspora is part of the deal. I see the executive director, Linda Harrison, here. And I think it's a good development. So look forward to this going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other names on the roster, just to make sure the hearing has been held and is now filed. And Madam Clerk, on item number 65, can you please call the roll?
Supervisor Farrell?
Aye.
Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim?
Aye.
Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr?
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin?
No.
Peskin, no. Supervisor Tang?
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener?
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee?
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos?
We have plenty of fights.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed?
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos?
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Cohen?
Aye.
Cohen, aye. There are 10 ayes and 1 no, with Supervisor Peskin in the dissent.
The ordinance is passed on the first reading. Madam Clerk, can you go to our next 3 p.m. Our 3 p.m. Committee of the Whole, items 70 and 71.
Items 70 and 71 comprise the special order for the Board of Supervisors to sit as a committee of the whole to take public comment on the amendments made on July 12th to item 71. Motion to order submitted to the voters at an election to be held November 8, 2016, an ordinance amending the Business and Tax Regulations Code to increase the real property transfer tax rate from 2% to 2.5% on properties with a consideration or value of at least $5 million and less than $10 million, 2.5% to 2.75% on properties with a consideration or value of at least $10 million and less than $25 million, and from 2.5% to 3% on properties with a consideration or value of at least $25 million, and to clarify the application of the real property transfer tax to transfers of ownership interests in legal entities, and to increase the city's appropriations limit by the amount of the tax increase for 4 years from November 8th, 2016.
Seeing no names on the roster, I will open this up to public comment for item number 70 and 71. Are there members of the public who'd like to comment on those items? Seeing none, public comment is now closed. Supervisor Kim.
Thank you. I hope the board appreciates that we did not organize public comment on this item, but I do want to thank colleagues for your support. I spoke on this item already last week. I did have to make an amendment as requested by our assessor, Carmen Hsu, to close a loophole on one specific issue. And colleagues, I look forward to your support today on this measure.
Okay. Just for clarity, this hearing has been held and is now filed. This matter is in the hands of the Board of Supervisors, and seeing no names on the roster, Madam Clerk, on item number 71, can you please call the roll?
Supervisor Farrell. Farrell, no. Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener.
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos. Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos.
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Cohen.
Aye.
Cohen, aye. There are 10 ayes and 1 no, with Supervisor Farrell in the dissent.
The motion is approved. All right, Madam Clerk, let's go to item number 74.
Item 74 is an ordinance to amend the Business and Tax Regulations Code to impose a transactions and use tax at the rate of 0.5% for 25 years by the San Francisco County Transportation Authority and administered by the State Board of Equalization to adopt the San Francisco Transportation Expenditure Plan, designate the Transportation Authority as the independent agency to oversee implementation of the expenditure plan, and to further authorize the issuance of bonds or other obligations to finance the projects identified in the expenditure plan and establish an appropriations limit, and directing submission of the tax for voter approval at the November 8th, 2016 general municipal election.
Supervisor Wiener.
Thank you. Madam President, this was a backup measure to the 3/4 cent sales tax that we passed earlier today, and so I would move to table this.
Supervisor Wiener has made a motion to table, seconded by Supervisor Peskin. Colleagues, can we take the motion to table without objection? Without objection, the motion to table passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Item 75.
76, Madam Clerk.
Item 76 was considered by the Public Safety and Neighborhood Services Committee at a regular meeting on Thursday, July 14th, and was forwarded as a committee report. It's an ordinance to amend the administrative code to require the Department of Human Resources to develop a lactation in the workplace policy for all city departments.
All right. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
On item 76, Supervisor Farrell. Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye, and thank you.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener.
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos. Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos.
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Cohen.
Aye. Thank you,
Cohen,
Tang.
aye. There are 11 ayes.
The ordinance passes unanimously on the first reading. Item 77.
Items 77 through 81 were considered by the Rules Committee at a special meeting on Thursday, July 14th at 11 a.m. and were forwarded as committee reports. Item 77 is a charter amendment, first draft, to amend the municipal charter to authorize San Francisco residents who are not United States citizens but who are the parents, legal guardians, or caregivers of a child residing in San Francisco to be able to vote in elections for the Board of Education at an election to be held on November 8th, 2016.
Supervisor Marr.
Thank you. I wanted to move to continue this item until our next meeting on July 26th. And thanks so much to the Grassroots Coalition of Parents and Communities and the co-sponsors, Supervisor Campos, Avalos, Cohen, Wiener, and Kim.
Supervisor Marr has made a motion to move this item to continue this item to the meeting of July 26th. It was seconded by Supervisor Campos. Colleagues, can we take... Oh, Supervisor Avalos.
Thank you. I expect I'll be voting on it, but I am not a sponsor of this. I'd like to have my name taken off, please.
Thank you. Supervisor Marr made a motion to continue to the meeting of July 26, 2016. It was seconded by Supervisor Campos. Colleagues, can we take the continuance without objection? Without objection, this item will be continued to the meeting next week, July 26, 2016. Madam Clerk, please call 78 and 79 together.
Item 78 is a charter amendment, second draft, to amend the municipal charter to create the Office of the Public Advocate, set the Public Advocate's powers and duties, authorize the Public Advocate to review the administration of city programs, including programs for transmitting information to the public, and to receive, investigate, and attempt to resolve complaints regarding city services and programs, to authorize the Public Advocate to receive and investigate specified whistleblower complaints, provide for the Public Advocate's election, removal, and salary, and set city policy regarding sufficient funding and minimum staffing for the Office of the Public Advocate, and setting an operative date at an election to be held on November 8, 2016. Item 79 is a charter amendment, second draft, to amend the municipal charter to also create the Office of the Public Advocate. The paragraph is mirrored similarly, Madam President.
Thank you. Supervisor Campos.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, I know that Supervisor Avalos has a set of amendments that deal with police reform, but I have a couple of amendments that I'd like to add. But let me begin by saying that notwithstanding the disagreement, I do appreciate the discussion that happened around this proposal. And let me say that to the extent that some people have tried to make this about me, this is something that I believe ultimately is about good government. And that this is about how do we balance not only the power that people have within City Hall, but more than that, how do we make government more transparent, more accountable? But I do appreciate the comments, and I also want to note that I also have thought about some of the amendments that were proposed in rules, and we're certainly incorporating at least one of those amendments that deal with the issue of term limits. What I'm introducing today are two amendments that would be made specifically to item 78. I know that there are two items pending before us. And so once I outline the amendments, I will make a motion to incorporate those amendments and also hereby make a motion to table item 79. The first amendment eliminates one of the changes that was made in committee, which is basically a 4-year ban between holding an elected office in San Francisco and serving as public advocate. I understand that there are differences of opinion on that. Putting aside some of the legal questions that may be implicated, we believe that, and I believe that anyone who wants to run for this office should run for that office, and that includes some people who have served in city government before. Had this amendment been in place in New York City, the current public advocate, Letitia James, would not have qualified to run, nor would have Bill de Blasio, who was the prior public advocate and now the mayor. The second amendment authorizes the public advocate to select the director of Office of Citizens Complaints. And let me say this, that I respect the position that Supervisor Cohen has taken with respect to the OCC. We do have a fundamental difference of opinion in terms of who should appoint the head of the Office of Citizens Complaints. I understand that there is a different perspective, but from my perspective, what happens when you have a strong mayor charter system, that ultimately it is the mayor who has a great deal of influence over the OCC. And I speak not only as a current supervisor, but also as a former member of the Police Commission. And over the years, I have seen mayors actually budgetarily starve the OCC. There is, in the measure that was passed by the voters, there's a prescription of the level of staffing that should be accorded to the OCC. No more than 150 cases by an investigator. And yet, that level of staffing has never really been attained. And I do believe that part of the challenge here is that you have a situation where you have an OCC and then you have a police department, and the OCC is supposed to provide oversight of that police department. And yet what happens is that the oversight has been lacking, and I believe that there is inherently a challenge when it is the mayor who appoints both the chief of police and then the head of OCC, the very department that is supposed to provide oversight over that department. From a policy perspective, we believe in the coalition that includes a broad group of people that believe in good government, believe that it's important to split that appointment so that a different elected official gets to appoint the head of OCC following the same process that currently follows. Now, the chief of police, the acting chief of police earlier said, that no group that has looked at SFPD has said that they're not moving quickly or doing what they need to in terms of reform. And I respectfully to the acting chief disagree. We actually have groups that have pointed out that there are problems. And the latest example with Luis Gongora is an example of how, even after all the attention that has been given, even after the replacement of the prior chief, we still have problems. And it is because of new attention being given, continued attention, that some of these problems have surfaced. There is a reason why the supervisors that first introduced a resolution to ask for police reform years ago when many people felt that it was unnecessary. There is a reason why it is those supervisors that today are including a more robust proposal around reforming the OCC. But this is not just about police accountability. This is about accountability throughout the government. And I want to say that I want to acknowledge Ben Rosenfield, who's here. In the past, when this proposal was first brought up a few years back by Supervisor McGoldrick, there were some serious concerns that were raised by the then controller. And I'm very grateful to our controller for taking the time to meet with us, to educate us on some of his concerns. And so the initial proposal that we had put forward that had made some changes, that included changes to the role of the Office of Controller, that has been amended out of this, and I just want to note that. I also know that there were some concerns that were raised by some members of the Labor Council, specifically the trades, in terms of the appointment of the head of Office of Labor Standards Enforcement. We have carefully examined that issue and believe that for the time being, we're not going to make that change. But the interesting thing about that office, though, is that it is an office that was created by ordinance, and so there's still a possibility, to the extent that there are changes that the board wants to make, for those to happen. I simply note that I believe that here in San Francisco today, given the size of our budget, that voters should have an option to add a layer of oversight that does not exist today. So with that, I make a motion to amend the measure along the lines that I've indicated. And colleagues, I have asked the clerk of the board to circulate the amendments that I have made. And as part of the motion, I also move that we continue the amendment to a committee of the whole on July 26th. I think that's procedurally what needs to happen, and that we table item 79.
Just to be clear, Supervisor Campos, the amendments that were just handed out, this one-page sheet specifically?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Supervisor Campos has made a motion to make an amendment. Is there a second? Seconded by Supervisor Yee. Supervisor Avalos.
Thank you, President Breed. Colleagues, as I indicated earlier in the meeting today, I saw that the Public Advocate and the Department of Police Accountability deserve to be in the same place under an independent body separate from the Mayor's office. And so I have an amendment here that I would like to motion. I am motioning that we merge the language that I have here before us from the Department of Public Accountability into the Public Advocate after Supervisor Campos's changes. Essentially, we'd have a new revised version of this whole Public Advocate that will include the Public Office of Police Accountability. And just so we're clear, wherever there's a mention of Office of Citizen Complaints in the Public Advocate amendment, we will now have Department of Police Accountability. This amendment also maintains the provision that has the Public Advocate appoint the Director of the Department of Police Accountability, formerly the Office of Citizen Complaints. And so I would like to motion that we put these two charter amendments together. Thank you.
Just for clarity, so they appoint the person, are they subject to approval by the Board of Supervisors?
What is the current?
No.
Yes.
Okay. Now?
Whatever.
Okay. Supervisor Campos wants us to vote on his motion first. Are there members of the board who want to comment on the amendment that Supervisor Campos is proposing? Seeing none, I will ask the clerk to call the roll on the proposed amendments by Supervisor Campos.
Supervisor Farrell. Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener.
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos.
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos.
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Cohen.
Aye.
Cohen, aye. There are 11 ayes.
Okay, the amendments proposed by Supervisor Campos passed unanimously. Supervisor Yee.
Thank you. I want to say that this has been interesting to know about this concept of a public advocate. When I heard about it, I read a little bit about it from what they were doing in New York, and it seems what I read was really positive. And there were some differences in the one that Supervisor Campos introduced, and there's been amendments made and so forth. I'm really happy that he's been able to get some input from outside people and community and so forth, and has listened to some of the changes that they wanted. I'm really glad that, in particularly with the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement, that this will be taken now, and so that it makes it a lot, for me, a stronger policy or a stronger position. And I'm also happy that you took Supervisor Cohen's suggestion in terms of the term limits for two terms. And whether it's 2 terms or no terms, there's some consistency either way. So I support that also. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Yee. Supervisor Marr.
Thank you to Supervisor Campos for listening. Despite the treatment of you at the Rules Committee, I think you've added in a number of the good recommendations from the Rules Committee. Thanks to Supervisor Yee for making the recommendations too. I wanted to say that San Francisco needs a public advocate for a much stronger checks and balance system and more accountability. I think Supervisor Campos has laid out the benefits to New York City of their public advocate position, from saving money, creating more efficiencies, but also having more independence over government offices as well. I wanted to say that I'm supportive of the elimination of the OLSC director from the authority of the new public advocate. I think there's been stronger communication from the new director, Pat Mulligan, with various communities and the staff and others, and feel that it's working really cooperatively. So I'm okay as well moving forward with these different reforms. I think a public advocate advocates for the people very independently of government, and the checks and balance system that's created by this new position, like New York City, is a good thing for populism and good government. I also will just add that saving the city money with more efficiencies is a key role that Letitia James and the New York's Public Advocate has made, and I'm hoping that with the Comptroller's Office and others, finding that kind of savings is a good thing for our economy as well. So I'm strongly supportive of the amendments and hope this moves forward positively in November as we pass it at the ballot.
Thank you. Supervisor Kim.
It hasn't been voted on yet.
Okay. I wanted to make some amendments to Supervisor Avalos' amendments. I think one was just an error, it was overlooked. It's on page 23, line 8. In the event the office is vacant until the mayor makes an appointment and the appointment is confirmed by the board, the police commission shall appoint an interim director. I believe here it should be until the public advocate, because that is what is stated in the first line. Supervisor Avalos, I will make that amendment to your amendment. The second piece is, because the public advocate will not be voted in until an election in 2018, I do want to make sure that the Department of Police Accountability can move forward in 2017 as the charter amendment had originally proposed. And so what I would like to add is a line stating that until the public advocate is elected, that the police commission will forward their nominee to the Board of Supervisors. and then all other pieces remain the same. That is my proposed amendment both to Supervisor David Campos and Supervisor Avalos. This is just to ensure that DPA can start immediately during the 2-year period during which we will be waiting to elect a public advocate.
Okay, Supervisor Kim, just the second part of what you were saying, I think I'm not completely clear.
I'm looking at these amendments for the first time right now. The First Amendment, I think, is clear. The second is that I want to ensure that DPA can start immediately in 2017, which is, I believe, was the original intention of the Charter Amendment as drafted. While we wait 2 years for the public advocate to be elected, what I would suggest is either the original language that in those 2 years that the mayor shall appoint a nominee of the police commission, or that the police commission shall forward their nominee as the director of DPA. So that is what I am suggesting to the authors.
So either one is fine with you?
I'm proposing either one.
Okay.
And so I'm looking and seeing.
I'll defer to the author of the public advocate.
Okay. Supervisor Campos?
I mean, I don't really know. I mean, I would. What's in the original language?
In the original language, it is that the mayor shall appoint a nominee of the police commission as a director of DPA, subject to confirmation by the Board of Supervisors. We can leave that as the language and specifically state that that is in the years 2017 through 2018. And I'm looking at the city attorney to see if that we can do that. Then after the election of the public advocate, it will be the public advocate that shall appoint a nominee.
That would be my preference.
Okay. So the friendly amendment that I'm making to Supervisor Avalos' amendment is that the mayor shall appoint a nominee of the police commission as the director of DPA, subject to confirmation by the Board of Supervisors until the election of the public advocate, after which the public advocate shall appoint a nominee of the police commission as the director of DPA, subject to confirmation by the Board of Supervisors.
Okay. So do you have the specific page of that second part?
Yes, I am looking at page 23 at lines 4 through 14.
Okay.
And so this is what I would add prior to lines 4 through 14.
Okay. Mr. Gibner, is that clear?
It's clear with a few caveats. First, it's possible that the public advocate will be elected in 2017 or in 2018, depending on whether the board or the Department of Elections calls a special election for any purpose before June 2018. So I wouldn't attach it to dates.
I see. Until the election of the public advocate.
Right, or until the public advocate assumes office. The initial public advocate assumes office.
Can I ask a question about that? So if there is a special election just in one district, does that trigger a citywide election that would then include the office of public advocate?
No, the charter amendment would only provide for the election of the public advocate at the next citywide election.
Okay.
So that could be if the Board of Supervisors calls a citywide election for any reason, if a sufficient number of voters call for a citywide election for certain purposes.
I understand. So what I will then clarify is that instead of specifying years, I will say, the mayor shall appoint, et cetera, until the public advocate is elected, after which the public advocate shall appoint a nominee.
And then the second question that I would have just on your amendment is the appointee, the initial appointee who is serving prior to the public advocate's election, will that person continue to serve until removed or until that person resigns, or will that initial appointee to DPA lose the office as a matter of law at a certain time after the public advocate is elected?
That is not clear in the charter amendment that I read. I'm looking at the original language right now, and I don't see it. It looks like it is silent on the current Department of OCC. Is that correct?
Right. The charter amendment provides for what happens when there's a vacancy in that office, but what you're suggesting is kind of a two-step thing where for the next year or two, the mayor will make an appointment, and after that, the public advocate will make the appointment. So the question is what the board's policy preference is as to what to do with the mayor's appointment once the public advocate is elected.
I see. So in the original charter amendment, item 37, it was specific in that if there was a current department head of the OCC, that person would continue to be the head of DPA. Is that what was in that charter amendment? Is that what you're stating? Because I read the charter amendment being silent on that issue.
The initial charter amendment provided the mayor would continue to appoint, right? And so when that charter, if that charter amendment had been placed on the ballot, the mayor would have appointed the initial head of DPA, and that person would have continued as the head of DPA.
So I'd like to keep it as that intention for this amendment.
Okay. Even after the public advocate is elected, the mayor's appointee will continue to serve until that person removes or is resigned. Okay.
Okay, and just for clarity, we only passed Supervisor Campos' amendments, and we have not passed Supervisor Avalos' amendments. Are there any other comments on Supervisor Avalos' amendments? Okay, so we'll continue the dialogue. Supervisor Wiener.
Thank you, Madam President. I think I voted incorrectly on Supervisor Campos' amendment, so I move to rescind that vote so we can re-vote on it.
Okay, Supervisor Wiener has made a motion to rescind the vote, seconded by Supervisor Farrell. Colleagues, can we take that without objection? Without objection, the motion to rescind passes. And I do think that we should continue the discussion on this in general and take each of the amendments one at a time, if you don't mind. Okay. Supervisor Tang.
Thank you. I think I'm having a little bit of an identity crisis here because I thought that we were all elected as members of the Board of Supervisors to serve as advocates for the public. And so although I understand the rationale behind creating this new citywide elected position, I strongly feel that it is essentially creating a 12th member of our Board of Supervisors, especially with a recommended staffing of at least one staff member per supervisorial district, well, actually two, I'm sorry, and potentially costing us about $2.8 to $3.5 million if that were to occur on top of what the office would cost, which is about $600,000 to $800,000. So I don't disagree with, again, the intent that we want to be advocates for the public, but this particular citywide official would be able to sponsor legislation, would be able to appoint one department head for some reason. Right now, I know that we care a lot about police accountability, and there's a lot of focus on OCC and so forth. But what if a public advocate came along and they cared about fire department issues? They cared about our police, not our police department, our rec and park department, our public works department, and decided that they wanted to focus on that and that they wanted to be able to appoint those department heads. I just feel like we're getting down a slippery slope to allow this particular citywide official to appoint a department head. Not to mention that in committee, we were accused of corruption because we had suggested 3 amendments that the author did not agree with, 1.5 of which was actually taken today by this board. So I think we were just trying to have a policy discussion about what we thought could actually make the measure better, even though some of us did not support the overall charter amendment. So all of that to say, and then I know that today there's an effort to merge another charter measure into this one. Again, we're not accusing anyone of corruption here today, but it does seem that this is doing exactly what we were accused of doing, except even worse. So all that to say, I think that we as members of this Board of Supervisors are here to serve the public, to be strong advocates for the public. I do not believe in the creation of this additional citywide elected position.
Thank you, Supervisor Tang. Supervisor Cohen.
Thank you. My question, Madam President, is through you to the city attorney, deputy city attorney. What happens if in the event the public advocate doesn't pass? Then what happens to the departments that would be organized under it?
If the board places this measure on the ballot and it fails, the charter will not be amended. And so OCC will remain in its current form under the charter.
Okay, it's quite a gamble. And so I guess my question to Supervisor Campos is, can you go over the changes you're not accepting from the Rules Committee?
Supervisor Campos?
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. If I may, through the chair, I think, as I explained earlier, I think the two changes that were made at the Rules Committee that we're not accepting is the first change that eliminates that creates a ban on a four-year ban in terms of holding an existing office and running for public advocate. So that's the first change, and then the second change is that the public advocate appoints the head of the Office of Citizens Complaints.
Say that last part again.
That the public advocate selects the director of the Office of Citizens Complaints.
So could you explain to us why you're not supporting the 4-year ban?
But I think that, as I noted earlier, I don't understand the policy rationale for identifying a group of people that cannot run for an office. I also believe that there might be legal issues beyond that. And in terms of how that would apply in places like New York City, you had Letitia James, who was actually a member of the city council before she was elected public advocate. So if this had been in place, she would not have qualified to run. Likewise, Bill DeVassia, who was a member of the city council before he was elected public advocate.
Okay, so Deputy City Attorney John Gipner, could you maybe shed some light onto why there's a 4-year ban that exists right now within the charter that precludes, say, members of the Board of Supervisors from becoming lobbyists once people have departed from the city? There is a protracted amount of time that prevents them from interacting with city government. Is that not correct?
Right. There is an ordinance that was initially adopted by the voters that prohibits employees of city departments from lobbying their former department on behalf of a third party for 1 year after they leave city employment. And the ban applies to former members of the Board of Supervisors and their aides, the mayor, and the mayor's senior aides, for 1 year after they leave city service, and the board members and the mayor cannot lobby any city department during that time. As to the purpose, it was a policy determination made by the voters. My understanding is that it's primarily designed to avoid former city employees or officers using their influence with their own former departments to benefit third parties.
So thank you very much. And how long is that banned?
That's a 1 year post-employment ban.
Okay.
There are some other post-employment restrictions that apply in more specific circumstances that last for longer, but the 1 year ban is the one that comes up most often.
Can you remind me, is there a 4-year ban for the your electeds measure that we just dealt with?
No, under the elect your electeds measure, the appointee to the board vacancy could not run in the election to fill the vacancy, but could run in future elections.
Right. And what was the rationale that prevented them from running in the immediate election, as opposed to the future ones?
I would defer to the sponsor of that measure and to the...
drafted, your team drafted it. I'm sure you dealt with the sponsor. You can speak to the spirit.
As you know, Supervisor, we follow your direction and the direction of the sponsors when we draft, and that is really a policy choice that was made by the sponsor and the committees and ultimately this board today. So not really... I would defer to any board member to answer that question, but that's not really for me.
Would you be able to share with us your understanding?
I think that's not a question for me. It's really a question for one of your colleagues.
Okay, fair enough. Maybe I'll ask Supervisor Wiener. Supervisor Wiener, Madam Chair, may I ask mine and my colleagues?
You mean you want to ask the author of elect? Oh, okay, Supervisor Wiener.
Thank you.
You can ask Supervisor Wiener, no problem.
Supervisor Wiener, we voted on this measure. Maybe you can share with me why do you believe that there was...
I was, through the chair, I wasn't on the Rules Committee, so...
No, but you voted on it. Do you have any ideas? No? Okay, that's fine.
No, I have my opinions, but I'll speak when I'm...
When you're acknowledged.
Yeah.
That's smart. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, for transparency's sake, I think people deserve to know really like what's going on here. And it's just incredibly disheartening what's happening. Before us, Supervisor Avalos, Supervisor Campos, thank you. Thank you for accepting the amendment for term limits. I know that was a stretch for you. I think that is the right thing to do. I still believe that this, I think the other further right thing to do would possibly be for, if you are interested or if anyone member of this body is interested in running, should consider recusing themselves from moving into a position that's on the Board of Supervisors into a position that's a public advocate. And I will finish later the rest of my remarks after my colleague's spoken.
Thank you. Supervisor Campos?
Yes, I think it's unfortunate that Supervisor has chosen to personalize this, but I would simply say this, that when it comes to term limits, when it comes to running for office, this measure follows the existing rules. There is no rule that actually precludes any elected official, be it the mayor, the Board of Supervisors, or anyone for that matter, from actually running for another elected office. We are rightly, and I support this, rightly precluded for a year once we leave office from actually lobbying the city and interacting with city government. But that does not include someone actually running for office, because the whole point here is this, that contrary to the suggestion, this is about voters having that choice. And if you believe that someone should not be elected to this position, then you have the ability to make that case to the voters. So I think that, in terms of the issue, I think that the merits speak for themselves.
Thank you, Supervisor Campos. And before I recognize the next speaker, I just had a question based on your amendments. The public advocate shall have an office in City Hall. With City Hall at capacity, would that mean that maybe another office would need to vacate City Hall to accommodate the public advocate and their team?
Is that a question for me?
Yes.
Well, I think the reason we put that in there because the suggestion that was given to us from other folks like the Office of Public Advocate in New York is that at least there'd be an opportunity for any member of the public to go to a place in the main building where they can file concerns or complaints, and so that's why that was put in there.
Okay, thank you. But just to be clear, since City Hall's at capacity, that could mean that someone would have to probably be moved out of City Hall to accommodate it.
I think if the voters chose to vote, that probably would mean that.
Okay. Supervisor Wiener?
Thank you, Madam President. So I mean, I won't be supporting any of the amendments today, but on a larger level, I don't support this measure. I don't think it's necessary. I don't think we should move forward with this. I suspect that the votes are there on the board, and this will be up to the voters. But we elect the mayor, we elect 11 supervisors, and if we're not advocating for the public, then the voters have the opportunity to select someone else to perform that role, and to create a new office, a multi-million-dollar office when we have so many other needs, to perform a role that we already elect 12 different people to perform. I just don't see the purpose in doing that. I know in the example that is often given, I know former Assemblymember Amiano and his op-ed and referred to, and others, I believe Supervisor Cummins may have referred to it at some point as an example that if you're mad about your parking ticket, you go to the public advocate and they'll take care of it for you. Well, first of all, the public advocate, according to this charter amendment, does not have the power to reverse tickets. That's an MTA proposal. It's really, I think, completely inappropriate for elected officials to be interfering with tickets with citations. In fact, there's specifically a ban in the charter for us to do that. So the idea that the sort of the best example that can be given is if you're mad about your parking ticket, go to the public advocate and they'll take care of it for you. We're going to create a whole new department in City Hall, as Supervisor Breed just mentioned, perhaps have to displace some other department, spend millions of dollars every year so that you have somewhere to go when you're mad about your parking ticket, when we have a process for that at the MTA. And, we've all been mad about parking tickets before, and there's a process to appeal them. And so I just don't see the point in doing this. It creates a whole new bureaucracy. But the other point of it, and this is sort of in a broader context of 4 different charter amendments on our agenda today. Some we're voting on today, or we already did vote on 2 of them. 2 we'll be presumably voting on next week. Is this charter amendment is part of an array of 4 charter amendments whose, whether it's the goal or certainly the effect, is to start dismantling the office of the mayor. Everyone has opinions about individual mayors. You can love Mayor Lee or not love him. You can love Mayor Agnos or not love him. Every mayor has supporters and detractors, and that's why we elect people to office, and you can vote for whoever you want. But I think it's important for the mayor's office to actually be able to run the executive branch and to be politically accountable for doing so. The more you start splintering things apart, that means there is less accountability, and that is not good government. We're seeing in this measure several departments being removed from the executive branch to the public advocate. We see in the Housing Commission that we're going to be considering multiple departments removed from the executive branch, moved over to the public advocate. We see with the elect your electeds measure that the board majority just placed on the ballot, stripping the mayor of his longstanding appointment power. We see on the MTA measure a removal of appointments of MTA directors, even though we have to confirm all of the directors that the mayor appoints. So you add up all of these 4 charter amendments, and whether or not one likes or dislikes individual ones, when you look at the 4 of them together in context, this is about systematically dismantling the office of the mayor. Mayor Lee will be mayor for 3.5 years. Then there will be another mayor and another mayor. These measures are not limited to one mayor. It's not about whether people support or don't support the mayor. This is about the institutional integrity of the office of the mayor of San Francisco. And I just don't support that, and that's why I don't support any of these ballot measures. So when this comes up next week, I'll be voting against it. I think the amendments that are being proposed today, I don't support either. And as I said before, particularly slamming Supervisor Cohen's well-founded charter amendment into this charter amendment to try to make it more appealing. I'm not going to support that either.
Supervisor Yee.
I wanted to ask the question of the Deputy City Attorney through the President. I think, I'm pretty sure I remember correctly that people on the Board of Supervisors run for different things all the time. And I can understand when you don't have to run and you're trying to get a job without going through a public process, that's why you have the 1-year thing. But in regards to, and it's not to say, so I'm trying to find some similar situation. Supervisors running for assembly, that's not a similar situation. Supervisors run for mayor, that's not a similar situation. But there are several departments within the city, I think, the departments, the treasurer, the assessor, city attorney, public defender, whatever. And there's no rule about that where a supervisor can run for those offices. Or is there? I mean, I could be incorrect.
No, that's right.
Okay, so in regards to the public advocates, could be seen as a department, but it's elected. So it's not like we're giving somebody a job. Okay.
The public advocate will run a department much like the city attorney, treasurer, assessor.
Okay, so I just want to draw some parallel to that. I do have a question of the author, Supervisor Campos, through the president. In your not resolution, what do you call this? Legislation. You have for staffing that there's at least one staff member per supervisor district. What is the intent of that? I mean, are you saying automatically they need to be funded to pay for that, or is that a suggestion, or what?
Supervisor Campos?
Thank you, Madam President. We made it very clear that there is no set-aside, there's nothing dictated here. This is just based on conversations with other public advocates, a recommended, it's a suggestion, but ultimately that has to go through the budget process at the Board of Supervisors, so the Board will ultimately make that decision, and the Mayor as well.
Okay. I mean, is there anything that would trigger that, or?
No.
Okay, thank you very much.
Supervisor Campos, I just have one more clarification question. So I thought that at Rules Committee there were two offices that were taken out of the public advocate, OLSE and Office of Citizens Complaints. Yes. Is that correct?
Yeah. So.
And real estate? Somebody said real estate. Okay.
No. So the original proposal, if I may, Madam President, had both the Office of Labor Standards and Enforcement and OCC under the public advocate. The amendment that was made in committee was actually to, with respect to both offices, to not have them be under public advocate, but to actually have the public advocate appoint the heads. So the offices were not moved under public advocate, but actually the public advocate had the ability to appoint, and so that was different.
But you didn't pull them out; you just changed it.
I don't understand the question. So the way
for some reason I was under the impression that, for example, Office of Citizens Complaints was removed from public advocate in committee, and now it's being placed back in, but in a different form.
So what happened in committee was that the way that both the OLSC and the OCC were left after I amended it in committee before the committee made the other amendments was that those two offices were not under public advocate. They remain where they were, but public advocate would make the appointment.
They would make the appointment, and then they're all subject to approval by the Board of Supervisors.
Right, and then there were amendments that were made, so what we are doing right now is simply adding the amendment that I made adds back the appointment of OCC, but not OLSC.
Okay, so just OCC.
Correct.
Okay, so why not OLSC?
That's based on conversations that we had with the individuals that are working at OLSC and a number of people.
Okay. Supervisor Campos, you were next to speak. I was interrupted with questions.
Sure. I simply want to note that, irrespective of sort of what happens today, there is no question that there is a fundamental change by proposing this office. It is the first newly elected office that's been proposed in quite some time in the city and county of San Francisco. But ultimately, this is not about this Board of Supervisors deciding to do that today, but simply about whether or not to give the voters of San Francisco the opportunity to make that choice. And in terms of the mayor, this is not about the mayor. As I've noted before, when the issue of the recall came up, I'm against the recall because I think that is going to be a divisive issue that actually targets a specific individual. I think that if there are issues that people have with the way that City Hall is functioning or not functioning, the way to deal with those issues is to actually make changes and reform at City Hall. And that's precisely what these measures, whether it's public advocate, which is your electeds, or for that matter, the commission on the mayor's office of housing, that's what those measures are about proposing a reform of how government works. And I think that it is entirely appropriate for us as elected officials to present those options to the voters. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Campos. Supervisor Cohen.
Thank you. Just want the record to reflect that Director Hicks was here earlier. She is the director of OCC and is opposed to the proposed changes to the Department of OCC being folded under the proposed public advocate department. I have a couple questions. A question for the city attorney. I suspect I know the answer to this, but I'm going to pose it for a matter of public consumption. Is there any conflict for a member to vote on creating an office that he or she may choose to run for?
No, that does not.
Mr. Givner.
Thank you. Sorry. That does not pose a legal conflict.
Okay, thank you. That's what I suspected. And I guess this is for you, Supervisor Campos, would all of these new employees under the office be exempt or at-will members of unions with civil service rights?
Supervisor Campos?
I don't know. I understand the question. I mean, I think the
will they be at will or will they be civil servants?
It depends on what the board decides in terms of how the budget is structured.
Is it spelled out in the legislation?
I think it's subject to the rules, so I would leave that up to the city attorney. They would have a better sense of that.
So there's no assurances that it will be stacked with cronies. I'm just trying to understand a little bit what the process is going to be since we're creating a very large new department with new employees. I don't know if the city attorney has the answer.
Well, if I may, I think
Supervisor Campos?
I think it's the existing rules. So to the extent that the existing rules allows the mayor or anyone else to hire cronies, I guess that would still apply.
Is that
but
so?
That's not the point here. The point here is about transparency and accountability.
Agree. The point is about
Supervisor Cohen.
Thank you.
Excuse me, so that we don't get this meeting out of control, can you all speak through the chair and be, again, respectful to one another?
Madam
Supervisor
Chair,
Cohen?
Thank you. My question to the maker is really just a point of clarification on the legislation, exempt or at-will union employees. I'm just trying to understand what exactly I'm going to be voting on and what that's going to look like and if there's been any thought given to it.
Thank you, Supervisor Cohen. Supervisor Campos.
This doesn't actually create any new positions per se. The number of employees is left to the budget approval process that will go through the mayor and the Board of Supervisors. And in terms of the existing rules, I mean, I defer to the city attorney in terms of what the charter requires.
So just for clarity, the positions are set in terms of the details as it relates to whether or not they're at-will, civil servants, or what have you. That's not necessarily in your legislation.
It's whatever the rules are right now, the existing rules. So
Okay.
I would ask Mr. Givner to respond to that.
Mr. Givner?
Just the charter amendment calls out 3 positions as being exempt from civil service. Those are the chief deputy public advocate and the 2 assistant public advocates. Other than that, it's not clear and it's not required that the public advocate have any particular number of employees, but those other employees would be subject to usual rules, probably subject to civil service rules, and we would look to other provisions in the charter to see how they would be treated under civil service.
Thank you for that clarity. Supervisor Cohen, did you have any additional questions?
Well, Madam President, through you, of course, would the public advocate have the right to hire and fire at will, like the mayor's office, like the employees of the mayor's office or the Board of Supervisors, just to use as an example?
I am sure that's the case. Mr. Givner, would you agree?
Do you need me to repeat?
Certainly for the 3 positions, I think those are 3 positions.
Yes, 3.
That I mentioned, and for any other assistant public advocate positions that are hired, those would be exempt. But other positions under the public advocate, as determined in the annual salary ordinance, could be subject to civil service rules.
Thank you.
So I will conclude with my remarks that when you actually dive down and you start to pull back the layers to this onion, I mean, it becomes more and more suspect. I don't know. I am going to leave it to the voters to determine, but I'm highly suspect that this is an office that is satisfying a need. It's almost as if it's well, I'll leave it at there. I will certainly look forward to hearing what the voters have to say about this particular measure. I am unsatisfied with the explanation as to why OLSC remains out and OCC has been put in. It just seems so haphazard and thoughtless as to what department gets put in and what doesn't. So I will leave the rest there and look forward to listening to what the voters have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. And so we have a couple of amendments that we need to go through. So colleagues, please bear with me. No amendments to items 78 and 79 are approved. And more specifically, Supervisor Campos has made a motion to amend. Those amendments have been circulated. And we will start with his specific amendment. Supervisor Campos?
Yes, Madam President. The original motion was to amend, but also to continue, and then to Committee of the Whole, and then table item 79.
Okay, and so let's start with the first. Supervisor Campos has made a motion to amend, and that amendment is seconded by Supervisor Marr. And Madam Clerk, on the amendments as proposed by Supervisor Campos, can we please call the roll?
Supervisor Farrell.
Apologies, but point of order. Which amendments are we voting on here?
Supervisor Campos' circulated amendments. If you don't have them, these are what we've been discussing. I apologize.
Discussing a lot of items. Okay. No.
Okay. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Farrell?
No.
Farrell, no. Supervisor Kim?
Aye.
Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr?
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin?
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang?
No.
Tang, no. Supervisor Wiener?
No.
Wiener, no. Supervisor Yee?
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos?
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed?
No.
Breed, no. Supervisor Campos?
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Cohen?
No.
Cohen, no. There are 6 ayes and 5 noes, with Supervisors Farrell, Tang, Wiener, Breed, and Cohen in the dissent.
Okay, those amendments pass. And before we get to Supervisor Campos's motion to continue and table, I want to revisit Supervisor Avalos's proposed amendments and ask our Deputy City Attorney to help clarify what is being changed based on the suggestions of Supervisor Kim.
Sure. Deputy City Attorney John Givner again. The Supervisor Avalos, I believe, has circulated an amendment of the whole. On page 23 of that document, there's a section 4.136 that.
Can you specify the line number, please?
Sure. At the very top, it says section 4.136, Department of Police Accountability. On line 4 of that page, we have a section B that talks about the appointment of the director of the new department. Supervisor Kim's amendment, and let me know if I'm capturing this because I'm just writing it based on
So
how it was described.
just to be clear, line E is on page 24.
Line B.
Oh, B.
Yeah.
Okay.
So B would read as follows. Until the first public advocate assumes office following the first election described in section 13.101B6, the mayor shall appoint a nominee of the police commission as the director of DPA, subject to confirmation by the Board of Supervisors. Thereafter, whenever the office of director becomes vacant, the public advocate shall appoint a nominee of the police commission as the director of DPA, subject to confirmation of the Board of Supervisors. The director shall serve at the pleasure of the police commission. If the Board of Supervisors fails to act on the appointment within 30 days, the appointment shall be deemed approved. In the event that the office becomes vacant, until the appointing authority described in this subsection makes an appointment, and that appointment is confirmed by the board, the police commission shall appoint an interim director who shall serve at the pleasure of the police commission.
Okay, so based on Deputy City Attorney Givner's suggested changes based on Supervisor Kim's suggestion, Supervisor Avalos, do you accept that into your amendments and want to move those specific amendments?
Motion to accept and to move that.
Okay, Supervisor Avalos has made a motion to amend with the included changes expressed by Deputy City Attorney John Gibner for page 23. Is there a second? Seconded by Supervisor Marr. On Supervisor Avalos' amendments, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Supervisor Farrell?
No.
Farrell, no. Supervisor Kim?
Aye.
Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr?
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin?
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang?
No.
Tang, no. Supervisor Wiener?
No.
Wiener, no. Supervisor Yee?
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos?
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed?
No.
Breed, no. Supervisor Campos?
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Cohen?
No.
Cohen, no. There are 6 ayes and 5 noes with Supervisors Farrell, Tang, Wiener, Breed, and Cohen in the dissent.
Okay, the amendments pass. And on item number 78, as amended, Supervisor Campos has made a motion to continue the item to the meeting of July 26, 2016, seconded by Supervisor Farrell. Colleagues,
Madam President, in a committee of the whole.
Oh, thank you, Madam Clerk. To a committee committee of the whole because it was amended. Colleagues, can we take that without objection? Without objection, this item will be continued to a committee of the whole on July 26, 2016, as amended. And the motion to table item number 29, is there a second?
79, Madam.
79, seconded by Supervisor Marr. Colleagues, can we take the motion to table without objection? Without objection, item number 79 is tabled. Madam Clerk,
item
80 and 81 together.
Item 80 requires 8 votes pursuant to the Campaign and Governmental Conduct Code, Section 3.204. Item 80 is an ordinance to amend the Campaign and Governmental Conduct Code to prohibit city elected officials from establishing candidate-controlled general-purpose committees. Item 81 is a motion to order submitted to the voters an ordinance amending the Campaign and Governmental Conduct Code to prohibit city elected officials from establishing candidate-controlled general-purpose committees at an election to be held on November 8th, 2016.
Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam President, if we can vote on item 80, I would like to continue item 81 to next week's meeting.
Okay, so with that, we will vote. Roll call vote for item number 80.
On item 80, Supervisor Farrell.
Aye.
Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim.
Aye.
Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener.
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos.
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos.
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Cohen. Cohen, aye. There are 11 ayes.
This ordinance is passed unanimously on the first reading. And on the motion to continue item 81 to the meeting of July 26, 2016, seconded by Supervisor Avalos. Colleagues, can we take this without objection? Without objection, item number 81 will be continued to the meeting of July 16, 2016. Next item.
Items 82 and 83 were considered by the Rules Committee at a special meeting on Monday, July 18th, and item 82 was not forwarded to the board as a committee report. It is an item that is on the special agenda later this evening. Item 83 was recommended as amended with a new title, and that now reads a Charter Amendment Third Draft to amend the new title, Charter Amendment Third Draft to amend the municipal charter to require the Office of Economic and Workforce Development, OEWD, and the Mayor's Office of Housing and Community Development, MOHCD, to propose 5-year strategic plans for consideration and approval by the Board of Supervisors, to require OEWD and MOHCD to report to the Board regarding their annual work plans at least 2 times each fiscal year, and to provide that ordinance is adopted under the process set forth in the Charter regarding inclusionary housing requirements and regarding competitive selection for the expenditure of affordable housing funds and for the development of affordable housing on city-owned property under the jurisdiction of MOHCD shall supersede ordinances and rules adopted by the board or the voters prior to March 1st, 2017, at an election to be held on November 8th, 2016.
Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, Madam President. As the clerk indicated, item number 4 on the 3 p.m. special agenda is also item 82 on this agenda, which we need to have a committee of the whole on. Item number 83 is the measure with the new title, which, as you recall in committee, I tried to go 2 different ways and have been discussing this with Supervisor Tang, but ultimately have come to the conclusion, per many of the conversations that we've had in these chambers today, that the maximum amount of sunshine, public review, and oversight is the best way to go. And so ultimately, I would like to have the hearing set forth on the 3 p.m. special meeting of the Board of Supervisors on file number 160816. So in other words, I would like to wait until we have our special board meeting.
Okay, so we can have the discussion about this item when we call the special board meeting.
Yes.
Okay, Supervisor, okay, you removed yours. Okay, we'll skip over these items and go to roll call for introductions. Madam Clerk.
Yes, the first supervisor to introduce new business is Supervisor Farrell.
Submit.
Supervisor Kim.
Submit.
Supervisor Marr.
Submit.
Supervisor Peskin. Roll call. Supervisor? Supervisor Wiener. Supervisor Yee.
Submit.
Supervisor Avalos. I don't see Avalos in the chamber. Supervisor Breed.
Thank you. I have one in memoriam that's really a sad in memoriam. Today I want to adjourn the meeting on behalf of Marcus Blackshear, who passed away on Saturday, July 9th. Marcus grew up in the Bayview Hunters Point community. He graduated from Woodrow Wilson High School, which is, and he saw the blight in his neighborhood and resolved to make the world a better place through education. Mr. Blackshear became a teacher at Thurgood Marshall Academy High School, where he was promoted to dean and then assistant principal. He then made history by becoming the first African-American principal of my alma mater and Supervisor Yee's alma mater, Galileo Academy of Science and Technology. And we were fortunate to have Marcus here in the chambers with us when Galileo won Turkey Day. He, along with the coach, came to the chamber with the entire football team. It was a great day, and he is such a great person, and he was a great principal there. During his 5-year tenure, he made sure that all of his students succeeded academically. He established after-school tutoring programs, and I visited Galileo frequently, and I was just so impressed by his interaction with the students there and how much they respected him and supported him. And he was definitely a great role model, and he was also respected by a lot of the teachers and administrators. He set the standards high for his teachers and staff to make sure that his students graduated and went to 4-year universities. 2 years, my first year at the Board of Supervisors, I actually spoke at the graduation when he was still principal, and was really impressed that almost 80% of the graduates of that class were actually headed to 4-year universities. I mean, it was pretty amazing. He worked with the Black Student Union at both Thurgood Marshall and Galileo to make sure that all students had access to honors and advanced placement classes, college tours, including an annual Black College Tour. He was also a member of the San Francisco Alliance of Black School Educators, where he ensured the success of the annual Black Student Union's Summit. On top of all this work, he loved sports. He was the coach of the football team, pushing his students to succeed both in and out of the classroom. 2 years ago, Marcus left the San Francisco Unified School District for the Pittsburgh Unified School District. Needless to say, Mr. Blackshear was a wonderful educator and mentor for hundreds of students in San Francisco. He will be dearly missed, and he's survived by his 4 children, his fellow educators, thousands of students and parents whose lives have been impacted because of him. May he rest in peace. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Supervisor Cohen to make a few remarks.
Thank you very much. It is actually with a heavy heart that I would like to also echo President Breed's remarks about Mr. Marcus Blackshear. Principal Blackshear grew up in the Bayview Hunters Point community with a true desire to make the world a better place through education. I know that our community, including Principal Blackshear's students, parents, and educator community, held him in high regard for his successful work as an educator, mentor, but most importantly, a big brother to so many students. He'll be sorely missed in the community. And on behalf of the San Francisco Black educators, I'd like to also add my name to this in memoriam, President Breed, and also recognize the leadership that the African American educators who've brought this request to me, that we close the board in his memory, that they also be added. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cohen. Supervisor Yee.
Thank you very much. Thank you for bringing this memorial to the board. I've had a chance to meet him also and saw the changes he's made. Wow, he was... Galileo. I'd like to add my name.
Thank you, Supervisor Yee. We will add your name. Supervisor Kim.
Thank you. I just want to echo the words that you had already mentioned, President Breed. I got to know him while I served on the Board of Education, and I'm incredibly saddened by his passing. He is someone who truly believed in our young people and our students and demonstrated that through his leadership and his work ethic. So I would like to add my name as well.
Thank you. Supervisor Marr.
Thank you. Please add my name. I feel terrible and deep condolences to Mr. Blackshear's family.
And I will, if without objection, I will do it on behalf of the entire Board of Supervisors. Thank you, without objection. The rest I submit.
Thank you, Madam President. Supervisor Campos.
Submit.
And Supervisor Cohen. Submit. There being no other names on the roster, Madam President, that concludes the roll call for the introduction of new business.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can you please read public comment?
At this time, the public may now address the entire Board of Supervisors for up to 2 minutes on items within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Board, to include the minutes and items on the adoption without reference to committee calendar. items 72 through 83, including whether or not the board should enter into closed session from item 91. Public comment is not allowed when an item has been previously subject to public comment at a board committee, as is the case with the items on consent and unfinished business and the committee reports. Pursuant to the board's rules, direct your remarks to the board as a whole, not to individual supervisors and not to the audience. Speakers using simultaneous interpretation assistance will be allowed twice the amount of time to speak, and if you would like to display your document on the overhead projector, please clearly state such to SFG TV and remove the document when the screen should return to live coverage of the meeting.
First speaker, please.
If there's any Christians behind me or watching live on the net, I would ask you plug your ears and don't listen to me and just pray for me. I have 120 seconds to pack in 445 pages. Roger Stone and Kathleen Willey wrote The Clintons' War on Women. And Hillary Clinton is an agent for the bloody butchers of Beijing. Bill Clinton, when he rapes these women, okay, you think this is funny? Look, I wish we would put the camera on her face. Here's our President Breed. She's smiling. She thinks it's funny when Bill Clinton...
Sir, I actually wasn't listening to you. Please direct your comments to the board as a whole and not to any individual supervisor. Thank you.
Enables her. Hillary Clinton enables Bill Clinton to rape women by sending investigators over to their house. This woman is running for president. This book is all true, and Alex Jones has interviewed Roger Stone a multitude of times, and I wish I could get this book into the hands of every American. We are watching before our eyes. You know, Jesus Christ said the stars are falling. The stars will fall. Okay? The sun will be darkened. The moon will not give her light before he returns. You know, they gave a cop glass in his sandwich. He bit down in a Taco Bell in Alabama. 2 deputy sheriffs were refused service in the Taco Bell. Okay, the cops are not perfect. But when the communists overthrow a nation, they get rid of the cops because they're the protectors of the people. That's what's happening in our land. And I'm telling you what, it's time to turn to Jesus Christ. Okay? It's time. He died. He died for your sins. That's the problem. Okay, David, you can't change God.
Sir,
okay?
You must address the entire Board of Supervisors, not individual members.
Next speaker.
Thank you, President Breed and all the cabal. My name is Christopher Dahl, and I still live at 6th and Howard, 10 blocks and less than 40 years from sea level. I rise to comment on Cabal 2.0. In brooding over the Google bus mess I am forced to encounter every morning I pass the corner at 8th and Market, I've been doing some serious reflection on the board's debate and actions permitting Google butts to board Google buses in public spaces. Member Wiener says that our public transportation system, of which he is the chief architect, has become too feeble and inflexible to grow a mere 5%. Member Wiener says that our housing policy is so broken that available housing stock cannot grow more than 0.5% annually. He is also the chief architect of that policy. He did rewrite the planning code. He fixed it. He fixed it just like taking your pet to the vet fixes it. Member Kim has finally looked out from behind her moral blinders to say in open debate that this was still illegal. And if private buses stopping at public bus stops is still illegal, then all those aiding and abetting these criminals in enjoying the fruits of their crimes and evading the punishments for their crimes are themselves criminals. Anyone who has voted in support of any of this or taken profit from any of this or has simply failed to object to the fact that you are enabling criminal exploitation are themselves criminals. Given the general unanimity of voting on this, is the entire board a criminal conspiracy? Does the RICO Act apply? I'll have to ask. Oh, wait, no, I already sent those emails. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to direct you to go to YouTube and click on 950, shooting at 950 Gary Street. What you will see is I had called the entertainment committee. I notified the fire chief and advised him about this club. And if I can have the projector head, this was the results. But the reason I'm here is because they had a countywide broadcast put out for every police officer in San Francisco to go to the 900 block of Gary Street, which left the city unattended by all police officers. They became sitting ducks. And what happened in Baton Rouge, what happened in Dallas, could have happened here. And it could have been catastrophic. I'm asking for the mayor to call in Chief Joanne Hayes and also the director of the entertainment committee onto the carpet, because we wouldn't have been here today. This whole city would have been dark for days to come. And I'm just asking for the board, the entire board, to start focusing on all these clubs in San Francisco and start focusing on the security and also on the capacity. They're just having underground clubs that are bars that have been turned into underground clubs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Ann Hess. I represent a lot of my neighbors in the Mission at 24th and Shotwell. There, for some reason, this one corner is a hot spot for gun violence, and every single year there are many shootings there. And this summer already, we had 3 shootings in 3 weeks. One young man is in the ICU, one is dead, and one young man was shot while preparing to go to the previous young man's funeral. So we were hoping that the city could install surveillance cameras on this one corner that seems to attract so much violence. It's been going on for years. I called 311. They told me the proper process is to come to one of these meetings and officially request it. I have a petition with 37 signatures, and I was curious how I can track the process of this request to track the implementation, hopefully, of the surveillance camera. Could someone...
Ma'am, because this is a public comment, we can't engage in dialogue, but we'll have somebody talk to you to the side.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Ace Washington.
Welcome back, Mr. Washington.
Yeah, well, I'm here strictly to say that I'm very much in support of a public advocate. And the reason why I say that, because I've been...
I'm sorry, Mr. Washington, since you can't talk about it since it was on our agenda.
Okay, I'm sorry. Well, let me go on to something else then. As the Fillmore Corridor ambassador, I have problems with OEWD. I have problems with the mayor's office as the czar of the outmigration. This was handed down by Newsom to Ed Lee. He turned it down to the Human Rights Commission. Meanwhile, 2 or 3 years, I haven't heard, no one has heard anything about the outmigration. As a matter of fact, I haven't heard no conversations in the Board of Supervisors about the outmigration. So therefore, I have to put it upon myself to advocate publicly on government channel every chance I get, at every subcommittee, until the mayor, Ed Lee, which I've been knowing for a number of years, pay some attention to the black African American community here in San Francisco. You know, I'm trying to express myself without getting too emotional. I got 43 seconds left. But without a doubt, ladies and gentlemen, check your records. I've been coming here for years and years and years. But on this out-migration, I've been doing this since the inception, 2007. Nothing has taken place. No money has been set aside. There is no money in the budget as of now. So what does that say to me as an African American, 62 years old? This city and county and this administration don't give a darn about us. So therefore, I got 13 seconds. It's been a hell of a day. I'm tired. I'm going home. I love you all. It has been a day here at Silly Hall.
Thank you, Ace. Next speaker, please.
Tom Gilberti. Last week, the New Flyer buses, $55.5 million for 33 new buses. The articulated, we gave the Muni the right to enter and to amend and modify the agreements. Well, right here, right now, the 6,500 buses, the 6,700 bus, the 7,200 bus. They're all new, under 10,000 miles, and they rattle more than the buses we got in 2000. If we had some members of the board that were part of complaining to Muni, we would have a little bit more influence here. We can also fix the streets. That would help, but there's no reason that a new bus should rattle worse than buses that are 16 years old. That would be nice to be able to fix those. The fare evasion was passed. People that don't have any money, that don't have jobs, 25% of the children in the country are being raised in poverty. You know, I just don't want to see criminal records being started because of fare evasions. Number 4 on my list is that last week you passed a $4,990,000, a $5 million lawsuit. I think that should be the standard for Uber, for the cars that drive the taxis, instead of this $300,000. Would any of you like to sit in a wheelchair for the rest of your life? Worse, have your children sit in a wheelchair for the rest of your life because an Uber driver was watching his little cell phone while he drove through an intersection. The damages are tough. And as far as Mayor Lee is a hand-picked mayor of a machine, 3.5 more years of him I find very depressing.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Madam President, Madam Clerk of the board members. Some years ago, Reverend Amos Brown, when he was a member of this board, he was objected to going through the security checkpoint, and he came to the board and he advocated that he thought that because supervisors took the same oath of office as the sheriff's deputies, that they should also be allowed to be armed. And I know this was before all of your time. Barbara Kaufman was president at that time. At that time, I kind of thought it was a good idea because it might liven up the meeting. But after today's meeting, I come to realize that was a rash. I was somewhat immature in that thinking, and I'm glad that we didn't do that. One member today made a reference to elephants in the room. My heavens, there are so many elephants in this room. You shouldn't slap yourself on the back or anything for seeing elephants, because the room is filled with elephants. Just as a starting point, I mean, we just approved a 900-foot tower and another 600-foot tower, and it had the very absolute least discussion of what the actual ramifications of that are.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who'd like to speak during public comment at this time? Seeing none, public comment is now closed. Madam Clerk, we will go back to our closed session, but let's skip over that for now and go to adoption without committee reference items.
Items 88 through 91 are being considered for adoption without committee reference. A single roll call vote may enact these items. A member may object, sever an item, and have it considered separately.
Supervisor Peskin?
Item 88, please.
Anyone else? On the remaining items, please call the roll.
On items 89 through 91, Supervisor Farrell. Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim?
Aye.
Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr?
So we're voting on item
89
91.
through 91.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin?
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang?
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener? Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee?
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos?
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed?
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos?
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Cohen?
Aye.
Cohen, aye. There are 11 ayes.
Okay, those items are approved unanimously. Supervisor Peskin?
I'll read item 88, Madam President.
Oh, thank you, Madam Clerk.
Item 88 is a resolution to urge the California Public Utilities Commission to adopt new regulations of transportation network companies that would require the same criminal background checks required of traditional taxi cab companies, and to support the California Public Utilities Commission solicitation for comment regarding the current method of criminal background checks for transportation network companies.
Supervisor Peskin?
Thank you, Madam President. In my unending attempt to urge the California PUC to adopt TNC regulations that are fair and balanced, but also recognize our fair chance ordinance, I have introduced amendments, and given the late hour and the many things that we still have, I would respectfully request that we adopt those amendments and give all of us and the community a week to digest them. I want to thank my staff, Lee Hepner, for working with a number of folks, Dorsey Nunn in particular, and the American Civil Liberties Union. So I'd like to adopt the amendment that is before you and continue the item 1 week, and thank everybody from the taxi industry for their patience.
Thank you. Supervisor Peskin, can you give a quick overview of the amendments? Does it still include a live scan?
No, those were actually taken, the live scan references were actually taken out at our last meeting. This goes even further than that. I'm happy to walk you through it if you want.
Thank you.
So first of all, I want to provide my sincere thanks to Dorsey Nunn and Ava DeClaire at Legal Services for Prisoners with Children for their vigilance and for working with my staff, Lee Hepner, on reconfiguring this resolution in a number of critical ways. I also appreciate the input that I've received from the NAACP, the African American Chamber of Commerce, and the Greenlining Institute. After substantial revisions, which I've distributed to all of you, this resolution better reflects the actual impetus behind it, and that is this. There exists in our city a grossly unequal, two-tiered regulatory system wherein one set of rules applies to the traditional taxi cab companies and a whole separate set of rules applies to so-called transportation network companies like Uber and Lyft. While the city and county of San Francisco has jurisdiction to regulate taxi cab companies within our boundaries, the PUC has preempted our ability to regulate TNCs in the same way. A two-tiered regulatory system has no justification in reality or in theory and is patently unfair. There's no practical difference between the services provided by TNCs and more traditional taxi cab companies, and yet the existing landscape gives Uber and Lyft and other TNCs an incredible competitive advantage. Meanwhile, these corporations skirt several of the responsible regulations that we have rightfully imposed on our own taxi cab drivers. TNCs are not required to participate in the MTA's paratransit program. They're not required to provide basic workers' compensation benefits to drivers. They're not required to provide 24/7 commercial insurance. Their drivers do not have to submit to a basic driver training course prior to transporting passengers through our streets. These are among the responsible regulations that do apply to our taxi cab companies. We must continue to seek opportunities to level this playing field, whether it's through our own regulations of traditional taxi companies or by urging the PUC to regulate TNCs in kind. Consistent with the wisdom of the organizations I mentioned previously, the latest version of this resolution, which I've distributed, eliminates any recommendation of fingerprint background checks. It recognizes the public health and safety interest in allowing individuals with prior conviction histories an opportunity to reintegrate into society and eliminating the stigma of a conviction history that disproportionately affects people of color and recriminalizes past behavior. Further, the latest version of this resolution states that any consideration of criminal background information gathered by TNCs should be restricted in compliance with our Fair Chance Ordinance, which, among other restrictions, states that conviction histories over 7 years old may not be considered in the course of employment, nor may prior conviction histories unrelated to the employment in question be considered. And without passing judgment on the most reliable mechanism for conducting background checks, the resolution urges the CPUC to continue to seek opportunities to work with the city to eliminate the regulatory schism between taxis and TNCs. And with that, I would like to make a motion to adopt the amendments and continue the item 1 week.
Supervisor Peskin has made a motion to amend. Is there a second? Seconded by Supervisor Marr. Colleagues, can we take the amendments without objection? Without objection, the amendments pass. And to continue the item to the meeting of July 26, 2016, can we take that without is there a second for that? Seconded by Supervisor Marr. Colleagues, can we take the continuance without objection? Without objection, this item will be continued to the meeting of July 26, 2016. All right. Is there a motion to go into closed session? Motion by Supervisor Farrell, seconded by Supervisor Yee. Colleagues, can we take that without objection? Without objection, we will adjourn into closed session.
We ready?
Okay, I'm going to reopen public comment. First speaker, please.
Good evening, Supervisors. I think there's a whole misconception, even on the part of Supervisor Peskin. There's been all this talk about people being disqualified by having a fingerprint test. This, unfortunately, has been put about by vested interests. The fact is, the MTA employs bus drivers and taxi drivers regardless of if they have a criminal record. However, they cannot be employed in those professions if these offenses were against women, like rape, like kidnapping, like molestation of children. And those have to be, because if you are going to employ people to look after your children, and you're young and you're old, you have to have a fingerprint test, because identity theft is alive and with us. And if you have to hide something, the easiest way to hide it is by stealing somebody else's identity.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, good evening. My name is Brent Ritz. In the interest of public safety, public interest, public policy, national security, I definitely recommend the TNCs have fingerprints. I've pretty much consulted every single company in this space. I've been consulting with the governor's office for the last 6 months. I've testified at the CPUC 3 times. The TNC companies are flooding the market in order to drive the public transportation and the commercial transportation insolvent. They're running under cost. Okay? They're purposely done this. It's been done in the 1930s. I can go into grave detail on this, but the vast majority of TNC drivers cannot pass a fingerprint check or background check, which is why these companies vehemently oppose them. We ran 60 Uber and Lyft drivers through a background check, and 3 passed, or a 5% pass rate. Do you really want to have a criminal in the car with you, or have your family member in the criminal in the car with you? 90% of San Franciscans want fingerprint and background checks. It was just in the paper. I advocate for full FBI background checks in connection with Real ID. The governor wants the DMV and CHP involved in this. That bill actually passed on the 27th of last month, SB 215, and he will be taking away the power from the CPUC. And if you guys don't get the message, I don't know what to tell you. But they are flooding the market, and when we have a big problem here, and we will, you'll see it happen. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Ms. President and Board of Supervisors. I appreciate you letting us speak tonight. I know it's late. I'll make it brief. I've been a taxi cab driver in San Francisco for 25 years. I'm currently serving on the board of Yellow Cab. Our industry for 100 years required background checks. And just last year, we upped it to now we have drug testing. So we're trying to raise the bar here. We need to raise the bar for these people to come up to our standards. Our city deserves it. It demands it. We can't compete with an outrageous 37,000 registered alone in San Francisco. That's not accounting for the other ones that come in from other areas and work here. We only have a 49 square mile city. So these people do the odds. There's some bad apples in everywhere. So if we have them have this background check, we can eliminate some of the bad apples, and it would be good for both industries. So I'm urging an aye vote here, or some support with you supervisors to help us out. We are your city industry, and we're being thrown under the Muni bus to just make a little light here. But we're really hurting. And without us, if they start putting the taxi cabs out of business, which they're really close, then they can do whatever they want because they have no one regulating. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing us to speak. My name is Marcelo Fonseca. I've been driving a taxi full-time in this great city for almost 28 years. I came here to urge this board to support Supervisor Peskin's resolution urging the CPUC to adopt fingerprinting for all TNC drivers. It's a non-controversial safety measure. Although I'm not very clear on the amendments made today, it is the most reliable way to confirm a person's identity. If I could have the overhead. This is a letter from the MTA demanding that I submit myself for a drug test. If I do not comply with it, I will not be able to operate my taxi. Even though I welcome drug testing for all taxi drivers, it bothers me tremendously that thousands and thousands of TNC drivers are not drug tested. So the resolution in discussion here to have everybody drug tested, it's a public safety issue. So I not only urge this board to support Supervisor Peskin's resolution, I also urge you to look into the drug testing policy for everybody ferrying people around for profit in the city and county of San Francisco. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who haven't had an opportunity to speak who'd like to speak at this time? Seeing none, public comment is now closed. Colleagues, is there a motion to go into closed session? Motioned by Supervisor Tang, seconded by Supervisor Farrell. Without objection, we are adjourned into closed session. Okay, welcome back to the San Francisco Board of Supervisors. The board took no action during closed session. May I have a motion to not disclose any portion of closed session? Motioned by Supervisor Farrell, seconded by Supervisor Campos, colleagues, can we take that without objection? Without objection, the motion passes. And on item number 87, is there a motion not to approve item number 87? Supervisor Peskin?
Or do we just vote no?
I think you vote yes or no.
Okay. Roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
On item 87, Supervisor Farrell.
Supervisor, no.
Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr.
So the recommendation is to vote down, so I'll vote no.
Marr, no. Supervisor Peskin.
No.
Peskin, no. Supervisor Tang.
No.
Tang, no. Supervisor Wiener.
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee.
No.
Yee, no. Supervisor Avalos.
No.
Avalos, no. Supervisor Breed.
No.
Breed, no. Supervisor Campos.
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Cohen.
No.
Cohen, no. There are 4 ayes and 7 noes with Supervisors Marr, Peskin, Tang, Yee, Avalos, Breed, and Cohen in the dissent.
The ordinance fails.
President Breed, I put my
Supervisor
name on the right
Kim?
during the vote. I thought we were voting on the do not pass.
Oh, I apologize if there was confusion.
Yes, I
So would you like to rescind the vote?
Yes, I'd like to rescind the vote. It was clarified after
Okay.
I had voted. I was
Supervisor
trying to
Kim has made a motion to rescind the vote for a legitimate reason, and Supervisor Campos, I'm just messing with you. Supervisor Campos has seconded. Colleagues, can we take that without objection? Without objection, the motion to rescind passes. Madam Clerk, on item 87.
The question is, shall this ordinance be passed on first reading? Supervisor Farrell. Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim.
No.
Kim, no. Supervisor Marr.
No.
Marr, no. Supervisor Peskin.
No.
Peskin, no. Supervisor Tang.
No.
Tang, no. Supervisor Wiener.
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee.
No.
Yee, no. Supervisor Avalos.
No.
Avalos, no. Supervisor Breed.
No.
Breed, no. Supervisor Campos.
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Cohen.
No.
Cohen, no. There are 3 ayes and 8 noes with Supervisors Kim, Marr, Peskin, Tang, Yee, Avalos, Breed, and Cohen in the dissent.
The ordinance fails. All right, folks. Madam Clerk, would you suggest that we adjourn the current board meeting and move into the next one?
Yes, Madam President.
All right. Can you please read the in memoriams?
Yes, today's meeting will be adjourned.
Supervisor Peskin?
So with regard to item 82 is not before us. Item 83 we have not yet dealt with. If you want to have 2 meetings going, I would make a motion to table item 83.
Okay, so do you want us to just open up the new meeting and leave this meeting open, or do you?
We could do it that way, or we can table 83, and when you call the other meeting, if there are enough votes to approve item 4 after we hear from the public on that, in that committee of the whole, we could come back and table item 83 on this agenda.
Okay, so I'm going to leave this meeting agenda open, but did we take action with item number 82? Madam Clerk, I don't remember that.
That item is not in front of the board, Madam President.
Was it continued?
It was called from committee to the special meeting occurring in a moment.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to leave the board meeting open, and then, colleagues, we will go directly to our special meeting. We're just bouncing around all over the place. We will now convene that special meeting. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Madam President. Supervisor Avalos.
Aye. Here.
Avalos present. President Breed.
Here.
Breed present. Supervisor Campos. Campos present. Supervisor Cohen.
Yeah.
Cohen present. Supervisor Farrell.
Present.
Farrell present. Supervisor Kim.
Here.
Kim present. Supervisor Marr. Marr present. Supervisor Peskin.
Present.
Peskin present. Supervisor Tang.
Physically present.
Tang present. Supervisor Wiener.
Present.
Wiener present. Supervisor Yee.
Present.
Yee present. Madam President, all members are present.
Okay, called from committee. Madam Clerk, please call items number 1 and 2.
The Board of Supervisors has agreed to sit as a committee of the whole for an item that has been called from committee pursuant to Board Rule 3.37 and a motion that has been approved on July 15th For items 1, which is a public hearing to consider a resolution affirming that the Board of Supervisors will not approve policies or submit ballot measures that underfund or otherwise undermine the ability of the Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing to successfully implement a housing first and public health approach to addressing homelessness scheduled pursuant to motion M16-091 approved by the board on the 15th, which is the subject of the resolution contained in item 2.
Okay. Seeing no members on the roster, I will open this item up to public comment for items number 1 and 2. Are there any members of the public who'd like to provide public comment for these 2 items? Seeing none, public... Come on, John. Come on. No? Okay. Seeing none, public comment is closed. Supervisor Peskin.
I'd like to make a motion to table item number 2.
Okay, Supervisor Peskin has made a motion to table item number 2, seconded by Supervisor Kim. Colleagues, can we take that without objection? Without objection, item number 2 is tabled.
That was the pledge, yeah.
Okay, that was weird. Madam Clerk, can you please call items 3 and 4?
The board has agreed to sit as a committee of the whole for pursuant to a motion number M16-091 approved on July 15th, 2016 for an item that has been called from committee for a public hearing to consider a charter amendment third draft to amend the charter of the city and County of San Francisco to create the Housing and Development Commission to oversee the Department of Economic and Workforce Development and the Department of Housing and Community Development, to require the Commission to review and make recommendations regarding proposed development agreements and conveyance of certain surplus city property before the Board considers such proposals, and to require the Commission to hold hearings and make recommendations regarding proposals to adopt or change inclusionary housing requirements for housing developments, and to require the Commission to adopt rules regarding the competitive selection process and expenditures of affordable housing funds for the development of affordable housing on city-owned property under the jurisdiction of the Department of Housing and Community Development, and to provide that ordinances regarding inclusionary housing requirements and rules regarding competitive selection for affordable housing adopted and set forth may supersede ordinances and rules adopted by the board or the voters prior to March 1st, 2017, at an election to be held on November 8th, 2016, scheduled pursuant to the motion approved on July 15th, which is these item number 4 is the charter amendment, Madam President, aforementioned.
Thank you. With that, Supervisor Peskin, no comment? Okay, we'll open this item up to Supervisor Tang.
Sorry, I have a question. Are we also able to, or have we called item 83 to discuss with this in conjunction?
It's on the floor, Madam President,
Okay.
before the body.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to open this hearing up to public comment. If there are any members of the public who'd like to provide public comment at this time, please come forward. First speaker.
Thank you, Supervisors. My name is Fernando Martí with the Council of Community Housing Organizations. As you all know, affordable housing has emerged as one of the most important issues of our day. And voters have looked at affordable housing, passing a housing trust fund in 2012, an affordable housing bond in 2015, a 25% inclusionary in 2016, a proposal for surplus properties, as well as development agreements for Pier 70 and the Giants. As we've talked to voters, one of the questions that comes back again and again is how do these decisions get made, and how does affordable housing actually move forward and become implemented? What the measure before you will do is ensure a smoother and more transparent process for bringing affordable housing construction in front of people now. The measure will create a single point where discussions will happen about affordable housing, economic development, development agreements, and proposals for the disposition of surplus properties for the city. It creates greater transparency and is something that is greatly needed and will ensure that voters and the public understand how the city is delivering on its promises to meet at least a 33% affordable housing in the city from here on out. So again, I urge you to support this measure, put it before the voters in November. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Supervisors. My name is Malcolm Young. I'm with the Chinatown Community Development Center. First of all, I just want to support the comments that Fernando made. We agree with those, and we urge this board to put on the ballot the measure that includes the commission, because we're not sure which one is 3 and 4. Perhaps somebody can clear 4. Sorry, Supervisor Peskin said we're measure 4. But, I want to add something to this conversation. We in Chinatown have always understood that affordable housing, economic development, social services are all part of a broader package around comprehensive community development strategies. This commission is going to create the opportunity to have a public conversation about how these 3 pieces work together and work together in a cohesive way. If we did not have this kind of comprehensive conversation in Chinatown in the early 80s, we would not have been able to pass the Chinatown Master Plan. The Chinatown Master Plan was a conversation that understood that small businesses were dependent upon residents who shopped there and were within walking distances, and those residents were folks who were low income and who could not survive a rebuild of Chinatown as was being proposed by a number of interests, including downtown office developers. This fusion of conversation, this opportunity to have a public conversation about marrying these strategies is something that we're incredibly excited about. In the 39-year history of our organization, comprehensive community development, not just affordable housing, not just economic development, not just social services, has been key to our mission, and we really look forward to this commission. Thank you, Supervisors.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Supervisors. I'm John Delbing, the Taco Group. As it happens, I'm now the elder, battle-scarred veteran in the room tonight, which is ironic. But I have perspective. 20 years ago, Mo was a relatively small agency because nearly all the housing money in the city was handled by the redevelopment agency, and the projects and its funding and the RFPs and developer selections were all done by the commission through a public process. And 20 years ago, there really wasn't an OEWD. Didn't exist. The big deals in those days were cut by the redevelopment agency. Now, Mo handles hundreds of millions of dollars of city money, billions of dollars of development. OEWD negotiates all the mega real estate deals in the city. And all they do is done in the dark. It's all done in their offices privately. There is no commission. There is no accountability. There is no public hearings. Nothing happens until it gets to you, and by the time it gets to you, it's too late to unscramble the eggs that they have decided to cook and present. This is inherently wrong. Secret government is always wrong. It is obviously open to political patronage. It is obviously open to political favoritism. It is obviously open to political retaliation. I'm not casting aspersions on any of the current members or the current mayor, but these things do happen. My company faced political retaliation in 2000. We were recommended for a housing project at Plaza Hotel on 6th Street, and it was denied to us at the commission because we had gone head-to-head with the then-sitting mayor politically in the 2000 election. Now, it was done in public, and that points out the second problem. That commission was all appointed by the mayor. It was not split between competing checks and balances as this ballot measure would do. Secret government is always wrong. We should have done this decades ago. It is time to do our business in the open, to do it fairly, to be accountable for everything, everybody. Now.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who'd like to provide public comment at this time? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Supervisor Peskin, I have a question. With this commission, aren't we just adding an additional layer of bureaucracy which would slow down housing development?
So, Madam President, I would like to answer that question, and I'd also like to address something that Supervisor Wiener said earlier with regard to the charter amendment having to do with the Municipal Transportation Agency. And I hark back a number of years ago, I believe it was 2002, when the Planning Commission, entirely in those days appointed by the mayor, serving at the mayor's pleasure, was absolutely out of touch
with the city and county of San Francisco. Neighborhood after neighborhood, the affordable housing community, and we put a charter amendment on the ballot that gave the president the ability to appoint a minority of 3 to that commission. The mayor still appointed a majority of 4. All 7 of those were subject to confirmation by the legislative body in the same way that the United States Senate approves a nominee to the courts. I say that today we actually have much better deliberation at the Planning Commission than we had a decade and a half ago. Everyday people's trust in the process has gotten better. It's still got a long ways to go. I think what Mr. Elberling said is just right, and you, as somebody who is involved in the Redevelopment Commission, should know that that layer of bureaucracy has existed over many of these functions for many, many decades. And does it take a little extra time? Yes. Does it increase trust? Yes. Does it create a better product with more public input? Absolutely. Does it give people a venue to express their frustrations, their good ideas? Absolutely. This conversation that we've been having, which I know is not an easy conversation for the administration. I understand that it is seen as, quote unquote, taking power away. I actually think is a set of policies that will make these processes better. And let me say that in the discussion that we've had with the various affected departments, a number of good things have come forward, and I appreciate Supervisor Tang trying to find, as we have all tried to find, another compromise path that will make everybody happy. But in those discussions, which are in item 83 in the other meeting that we're having simultaneously, the notions that have come forward from those departments, because finally somebody is scrutinizing, finally somebody is calling for oversight, have been, let's create a 5-year housing plan that is reviewed by a public body. Now, the problem with item 83, if I may address it as it is also before us, is that it really doesn't give any day-to-day oversight. It really does not give the public and the interested stakeholders a venue for real participation. I understand and I appreciate the fact that this body would convene twice a year and have a hearing, but with all respect to the Transportation Authority Commission, it will be an informational hearing. Everybody's eyes will glaze over. There will be no decision that this body makes, and ultimately will prove to be a lot of show and tell. And I think that item 4, which is a real commission, is actually going to improve the process and the outcomes. And I mean no disrespect to the head of the Mayor's Office of Housing, Olson Lee, who is a storied professional who I've worked with for over a decade and a half in his role at the Redevelopment Agency and then at Mo. The same for Mr. Rufo and Ken Rich at OEWD. But I actually think that both of these departments, who have overlapping jurisdictions in the realm of housing, will be improved with a balanced professional oversight body called a commission, and I hope that we will send item 4 to the ballot.
Thank you. Can I get some clarity of what would happen with public housing, what would happen with the successor agency housing developments? How is this going to work, and how is this going to impact the production of those, like rehabilitation of affordable housing and production of new affordable housing? How do the projects in the pipeline continue unobstructed?
Oh, I suspect that all of the projects that are worthy will be embraced by this new commission, will receive positive input by members of the public, and in the process will be made better. I mean, there will actually be a forum and a venue for people in that kind of housing to actually have a place to go, rather than have to figure out how to, be politically connected to get into the mayor's office and to, work it out. There will actually be a place that real everyday people can go, like they went for year after year to the Redevelopment Agency Commission. OCII is now, by virtue of the changes in state law, really a backwater commission. This will not affect OCII and the successor agency at all. And as Mr. Elberling said, the action is really at Mo. That's where the action is today. And the action for DDAs and DAs is at OEWD.
So, let me give you an example, because there's been a lot of work that has been, of course, happening as it relates to housing. Things that I'm concerned would not be able to happen with a commission, and I actually am very concerned about the impacts, especially on public housing and rehabilitation of affordable housing units that are falling apart in my district. I know that we, for example, were able to work with the Mayor's Office of Housing and work with the Housing Authority to get them $2 million to rehabilitate former units that were empty, and we were able to work together to house formerly homeless families. Now 179 families are housed as a result of that. And we are, through the RAD program, which people were skeptical about, we are in the process of not doing exactly what I wanted. I wanted to make sure that we were able to tear down places and rebuild, of course, like the Pings, like West Side Courts, like some of our older public Holly Court, some of the oldest public housing in the city. We didn't have enough money, and the challenge right now, as we speak, especially in Pitts Plaza in my district, those units, I was almost in tears seeing the night and day of what those units used to look like, not just mice infested and roach infested, but rat infested. And we had, of course, there are layers associated with trying to get a project of this magnitude done for the city through public housing, but I'm not seeing the connection of how this particular commission is going to help us move the projects that I care about forward in a more timely manner, specifically a lot of the rehabilitation work. And I want to understand exactly how this is going to help, because I don't want people to continue to live in these conditions a day longer than they have to, and I don't want a department that's going to be an obstructionist department that's going to prevent us from getting to that point because of its layers of approvals and requirements, and someone reaching out to not only all the commissioners but reaching out to members of the board. And what happens with CEQA? What happens with all these different layers that already come into place that makes this a challenge? I just want to understand how this is going to work, and I'm not seeing the writing on the wall.
So, Madam President, I think with regard to your fundamental concern, as I understand it, that there is widespread, many years consensus between the legislative branch of government and the executive branch of government relative to our imperative, be it at North Beach Place or Valencia Gardens or Alice Griffith, to rebuild and bring into the dawn of the 21st century our public housing units. And we express that again as the Board of Supervisors working with the mayor relative to the funds that you just talked about that are going to help benefit projects in your district and Supervisor Cohen's district and the Pings in the district that I represent. I think there's widespread agreement on that. I don't think that a commission is going to undermine, particularly given that the appointing authorities are this board and this mayor, our universally held consensus around the need to address those issues. But there will be a place and a venue for people to have input. I go back to, for instance, the controversy, and granted, this was before the rental assistance demonstration program. There was no RAD program in those days. It was the Housing Authority, which was not exactly, well, it wasn't really the city and county of San Francisco, but I remember the hundreds of residents at the North Beach projects who had no place to go where they were heard as they voiced their concerns about how that project was going to work. And as a matter of fact, it ended up becoming their district supervisor who had to intervene. There was no place for them really to go and be heard.
So not the Housing Authority meetings?
Well, those were some tough days, if you'll recall those days, and I don't want to get down into those details of how that entity and that Housing Authority Commission wasn't listening to much of anybody. But if we can make a commitment to create a real, transparent, open commission, I think all of the concerns that you're expressing will ultimately become part of the fabric of that institution in the same way that that has happened at this MTA commission that was a big thought in 1999, but now has powers to legislate all of the things that they legislate in the public transportation realm. Let's give this a shot and see if it works. I don't think it's going to slow projects down. I think it's going to make projects better.
Okay, I have a lot more questions, and I will give my colleagues an opportunity to make their comments and ask questions. Thank you for your patience. Supervisor Farrell.
Thank you, President Breed. I would actually just like, especially in light of this conversation, I know we have a number of staff and department heads who are here, I think, that are moderately involved in this issue. I know I see Olson Lee from OCD and Todd Rufo from OEWD. I'd just love to come up, if you guys could come up and give your opinion here about either the commentary that you just heard or as well your overall opinion about this initiative.
Thank you, Supervisor. Todd Rufo, Director of the Office of Economic and Workforce Development. I strongly believe, and I shared this in the Rules Committee at a number of hearings, in increased community engagement, public review, additional oversight. But I have serious concerns about the proposed commission and the impact it would have on our ability to achieve our ultimate mission, to help people, connect people to good jobs, to help keep jobs in San Francisco, to support our small businesses. In particular, OEWD is a grant-making organization. We provide $23 million in general fund funded grants, and we are very concerned about the delays that this commission process would have on our grant-making ability, and that's 3 months is what we anticipate the impact to be. And these are grants that go to CBOs that provide workforce services as well as small business assistance. We are also very concerned about the potential conflicts that a commission as an oversight body would have on workforce development. As you know, half of our department is focused on training and connecting residents to good jobs through our Workforce Development Division. The work of our Workforce Development Division is governed through the Workforce Investment Act, and we have a federally mandated body which Supervisor Cohen sits on, which is appointed by the mayor, is prescribed by federal law, and has by federal law is required to oversee our workforce programming. It's not clear how a conflict between policy direction that's given by the commission, the proposed commission, if there's a conflict with which way the WSIF direction would be, it's unclear how that conflict would be resolved. Finally, I just want to touch on a point around the oversight today. I am proud of the amount of oversight and engagement that OEWD engages in today. Is there more that we could do? Of course, and we welcome that, and we have engaged in conversations with the supervisors' offices about how we can do that, and that's related to, I think, item 82. But I just want to point out that today, in the last fiscal year alone, we've done 56 commission meetings, and those include commission meetings at Planning, PUC, MTA, Rec Park, OCII, and others. We've done nearly 100 advisory board or task force meetings, and we've done more than 500 community meetings that we've either convened or attended. Again, we are firm believers in community engagement and welcome additional opportunities to do that. And I think that's why the amendments that, in working with supervisors' offices, have put forward specifically related to the 6-month work plan hearings as well as the 5-year strategic planning hearings, we think that's an appropriate discussion to have here at the board. I think if today's discussion has highlighted anything, it's the importance of having these discussions at the board and with the board, and we would look forward to those opportunities to update you on our work, brief you on our strategic plan, and take the guidance and feedback that you have on it. And I think our amendments, as again in the 82 item, it increases, it achieves the author's intent of increasing transparency and oversight while allowing the department to still remain nimble and be able to serve our clients and customers in an effective and expeditious way.
Supervisor Farrell.
Thank you, Mr. Rufo and Mr. Lee.
I have the unique sort of position.
Can you introduce yourself?
Excuse me. Olson Lee, Director of the Mayor's Office of Housing. I have the unique position of being the Director of the Mayor's Office of Housing and formerly the Deputy Director for the Redevelopment Agency, working with the Commission. And I can tell you, just standing here, that having a commission for the Mayor's Office of Housing and Community Development and the Office of Economic and Workforce Development will not expedite the work that we do. It will make it more transparent because we will have yet another body to go before we also will have to still go before the board. So one of the major differences between the Redevelopment Agency Commission and the commission being proposed, it was that it was a separate state agency, and it had many of the powers that the board has and is not delegating to this new commission. So it just creates yet an additional body for which we would have to go through before we would actually get to the Board of Supervisors to issue our bonds, to do our purchase and sale agreements, to do other things that are reserved for the board per se. One of the things that the controller spoke about in terms of the question of the commission is the minimal cost of a commission, of a mere $160,000 in terms of a commission secretariat and staff time. One of the things I really wanted to say was the question of it's the opportunity cost of staff time and the amount of time that would take to prepare commission memos, to attend and staff commission meetings, and to provide that level of staffing necessary for a particular commission. And, again, at this point, I think the public speakers are correct. This is the busiest time ever in the history of the Mayor's Office of Housing. We're trying to churn out thousands of units, and we're doing amazing things in terms of the rental assistance demonstration program. And by the way, not only do those projects all come to the Board of Supervisors at least 3 times, they've also gone through a subcommittee of the Public Housing Commission as well as the full commission. There is a level of oversight, and the measure that the administration has proposed provides what is potentially missing in terms of the overall strategic planning of the 5-year plan and the annual plan. But I do want to mention that we do provide a consolidated plan to the Board of Supervisors, which is our annual expenditures of not only community development block grant funds, but also other city funds on an annual basis. But so to the extent that there is a need for greater oversight, the measure sponsored by the administration provides that level of oversight. But I think that our biggest concern is the ability to do the job that the residents of the city of San Francisco and you, the Board of Supervisors, expect of us. No one has ever told us to do affordable housing slower. This measure, this commission, will undoubtedly slow the process down. Yes, there will be more transparency, but it will indeed slow the process down. The other thing that I want, I would like to mention about this process, we have 160 community development block grants. That, in addition to the work of OEWD in terms of their various grants, is a huge workload. And this would really fall upon this commission to be able to handle that type of workload in a very, very short period of time so we could meet the annual funding cycle for all these nonprofits who are perhaps not solely dependent on our CDBG block grants or the OEWD grants per se. But there would be sort of a collision of funding before this particular body. So the bottom line is it will not speed up the process. We feel strongly that the board oversight is where the oversight should be, and we are happy to provide materials to the board and to answer any board requests as it relates to a particular project or a particular NOFA. That would allow us to try to complete the work that we're trying to do on the RAD program. We hope to close in September on 2,000 units of public housing. That may or may not have happened with a commission. And the question of getting those 15 projects through the commission process again, and then also to the board, just adds an additional step that is duplicative of the work that this board does and the work of the Public Housing Commission.
Thank you. Supervisor Farrell?
Good.
Okay. Supervisor Tang?
Thank you. Through the chair to the sponsor of the commission measure, something I neglected to ask in Rules Committee, but given that certain departments such as MOHCD have to go through various commissions for certain approvals and including the Board of Supervisors, how I'm trying to understand the mechanics of how your proposal will work. So for example, is it one additional stop that they have to make? And then also, what if there's conflicting kind of decision or direction that, say, this Housing and Development Commission makes versus, say, a Planning Commission? How do you envision that working?
Supervisor Peskin?
Thank you. Through the President to Supervisor Tank. First of all, the Planning Commission's role is really a role of making sure, is an entitlement role. I see this as really a clearinghouse for policy priority setting. As President Breed raised, she said, she had a different vision for tearing down some, I forget which project.
West Side Courts.
West Side Courts. And there was right now, all of those things happen behind closed doors. There is no place where the public and interested parties and stakeholders get to see that decision being made. This commission could figure out ways to streamline things. We've actually have provisions in there for NOFAs. This is in no way intended, and I believe when it becomes regularized, in no way will it slow things down. I understand, and I think Mr. Lee is very clear. Will this give more transparency? Yes. Is it going to be a pain in his butt? Well, yes, that's true too. But I think it's worth it.
So again, just to clarify, it's more of a policy direction versus actual decisions on.
We don't have any body where the policies of, are we going to build 100% supportive housing? Are we going to build senior housing? In what amounts? That is not discussed really in front of any policy body. Let us have a housing commission that is the clearinghouse for those policy conversations.
And I'm glad you spoke to that because actually, unfortunately, we have not come to an agreement on the direction we want to go here. I actually do agree with you that we need a little bit more of a high-level policy discussion as to kind of where MOHCD should be going. Perhaps even OAWD as well, and I think that we could do that at the Board of Supervisors, and in fact, we could do it quicker. We could even adopt an ordinance right now that would require both departments to do certain things before us at the full board. In terms of MOHCD, so much of their work actually comes before us at the full Board of Supervisors. I think the vast majority of all of their decisions have to come before us, and so, as I've said in Rules Committee, certainly I wish that maybe we would pay more attention when they come before us or ask more questions, but we do have that opportunity when those items come up for a decision by us, most of which also hit committee level as well. In terms of better transparency and so forth, I support that. And that's why I suggested to Supervisor Peskin certain things that we could do here at the Board of Supervisors, again, immediately. While I don't support delaying things, I also don't see it as a huge deal if it means that, yes, we have a collective vision together that we can discuss fully in front of the public. But unfortunately, I know that this particular commission and the issues around it go beyond myself here today. It's a lot of other issues that are involved. But the fact that we're also creating a commission that subsumes two departments, not just one but two, I think is very problematic. I think that, yes, there needs to be a more holistic, comprehensive conversation around economic development and how it intersects with housing. But, here we are creating a commission that, again, oversees OEWD and MOHCD. So I just have real problems with this. I wish that we had been able to come to an agreement on things that we could achieve in the short term. I would like to actually continue, I think it's item 83, if possible. I still want to keep that conversation live today. So I think that's all I have to say, since Supervisor Peskin and I have had many conversations. I'm glad I've been able to kind of understand, I think, what you're trying to get at. I just wish we could do it in a more collaborative way here.
Thank you, Supervisor Tang. Supervisor Weiner.
Thank you, Madam President. Supervisor Peskin's comments at the beginning in many ways are very attractive, talking about the experience of the Planning Commission. Could also talk about the Police Commission, another situation where the commission that was wholly controlled by the mayor was split with 4 mayoral appointments, 3 supervisorial appointments. And there are a lot of positives for both of those transitions. And if this were simply someone coming in and saying, I want to create an affordable housing commission, it's an oversight commission for MOHCD, I would be, along those lines, I would be hard-pressed to say no to that proposal. But that is not my understanding of what is being approved, or what's being proposed here. What's being proposed here goes well beyond simply creating, say, an affordable housing commission. Supervisor Peskin will correct me if I misread anything, but as I understand it, this commission is not the sort of typical split appointments that we normally see: 4 appointed by the mayor, subject to board approval, 3 appointed by either by the board or by the board president. Instead, it's 3 appointed by the mayor, 3 appointed by the board, 1 appointed by the controller. So the mayor appoints a minority of the commissioners. In addition, as I understand it, the 2 department heads for the successor to OEWD and to MOHCD would be appointed by the commission with no involvement by the mayor. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I think with planning, head of director of planning, the police chief, the commissions present multiple options to the mayor, and the mayor either picks one or can reject all of them. The way I read this, and please correct me if I'm wrong, this commission simply hires or appoints the 2 department heads, and the mayor has no participation. So that is very different than how we do things with the planning department or the police department. In addition, for reasons I don't understand, if this is supposed to be about really about affordable housing, OEWD is swept into this as well, and so Supervisor Peskin is not. He's not jumping up and down to correct the way I've characterized it, so I think I've characterized it correctly. So this measure goes absolutely dramatically beyond the measure that the voters adopted to restructure the Planning Commission or the Police Commission, for that matter. This is absolutely taking 2 departments that are very much part of the executive branch and taking them away from the executive branch, so that they now are actually not really, neither department is truly accountable to any elected official, the mayor or otherwise. It's one of these splintered departments. And for something that's critically important as affordable housing and economic development, why would we do that? There is a way to create a split commission, and it's happened before. That's done in a way where we still recognize that the mayor is the elected chief executive of the city. You can campaign for whoever you want, but we do have an executive branch, and this absolutely withdraws departments from the executive branch. And so when I talked earlier about these 4 charter amendments in combination, it really is an absolute assault on the institutional integrity of the office of the mayor, period, for this mayor and all future mayors. And this measure is actually, I think, of the 4, is, I think, the largest in terms of what it takes away from the executive branch. So So again, if Supervisor Peskin wants to propose what he actually described at the beginning, something along the lines of the Planning Commission, I'm open to that discussion, but that is absolutely not what's being proposed here, and I just won't support it.
Thank you, Supervisor Wiener. And Supervisor Peskin, for clarity, or if you can clarify why the controller's appointment is not subjected to Board of Supervisor approval, but the mayor's appointment is. Can you clarify your thinking on that?
The notion was to have a truly independent commission that was not controlled by the legislative or executive branches, but that the seventh position be vested in a independent body or an independent position in the form of the controller, who I think is universally respected on all sides of City Hall, and that was the thinking behind that.
Thank you. Supervisor Kim.
Thank you. I just want to express my support for this measure and talk about why I think it's important. A couple of things that I should add. I think that we really need a consistent standard about which departments have commissions and which don't. And it's not clear to me why the Mayor's Office of Housing doesn't have a commission and the Planning Commission does, and why the Rec and Park Department has a commission and the Mayor's Office of Economic and Workforce Development does not. And so as we talk about adding a citizen overlay to these really important departments, I think that the one thing that we do know is that housing and affordable housing is clearly a very important issue in the city, and one that our constituents and voters are very engaged on and would like greater input over. I've heard over and over again from many residents that they'd like to see a citizen oversight body for these two very important departments. And to speak actually of the development side, it is true that ultimately development agreements negotiated through the Mayor's Office of Economic Development, Board of Supervisors office, sometimes even the Planning Department, does come to the full board for approval. But sometimes at the end of the game, there's just a lot of public input that hasn't been incorporated. And having worked on many development deals on the Board of Supervisors end and seeing a lot of development here in the city, I believe that actually more process produces a greater project at the end of the day. And sometimes I'm often trying to incorporate a lot of public input really late in the game because there wasn't earlier points in time when the community could have provided that input. And we're doing a lot of last-minute negotiations as we come before the Board of Supervisors. And I actually think that this is going to provide a better process for all of us. I don't see a time when more transparency and accountability doesn't produce a greater result. I think that we can work within existing timelines, that we can place these commission meetings to take place so that there aren't delays before these projects come before us. And finally, I think to Supervisor Peskin's point, we don't really have a good vehicle through which the public can talk about the types of affordable housing that they'd like to see the city produce. We have a vast sum of money that we have dedicated and set aside to build and construct affordable housing or to acquire and rehabilitate existing housing. All of this is incredibly important. I know our residents would like a say in terms of the types of housing and the varying levels of income that they'd like to see the city prioritize. We have family housing, we have senior housing, we have a whole variety of income, low income, middle income housing, and I think having a citizens commission will only actually enhance the decisions that we're able to make and provide the Board of Supervisors and the Mayor's office greater input in terms of what the city would like to see. I would like to see this move forward. I think it's wholly consistent with what we have in other city departments that are considered of import here in the city. I think that actually really the only two things that we really distinguish is which departments have commissions that are entirely appointed by the mayor and which have split appointments. I think there's no question that these departments should have a commission. Every other department has a commission. DCYF did not have a commission. We finally put that into place with our children our council. So these two departments should absolutely have a commission. I think the question is whether we think that these departments are worthy of a split appointment commission. I think because of the issue areas that they oversee, which is housing, of tremendous importance to our citizen body, very similar to MTA, which I believe should have a split appointment as well, that these commissions should be split. But I think the question of whether these departments need a commissioner or not, I think that's a moot point. Every other department has one. So let's make this consistent. But if we really want to talk about expediting the process and removing bureaucracy, then let's talk about all the departments and which departments truly deserve a citizen commission and which don't. Because unless that's on the table, then I think the only question here before us today is whether this is a split body appointment or not. And I think because of the issues that these two departments oversee, I think that these two bodies deserve a split appointment.
Colleagues, I'm starting to lose it. I am hungry, and I know we have other business to continue with. So do we want to take a recess, or?
No.
I need a recess.
No.
No? Well, somebody needs to take my place up here. No one ever wants to switch out with me. I need a minute. Supervisor Campos.
Thank you, Madam President. I think Supervisor Weiner is going to take you up on that.
Don't move either, because y'all be trying to run away from
I'll be very brief, and let me simply say that I don't want to make generalizations about either one of these two departments. I mean, there are very good people who work in each one of them. I see some of them here. And I do think that qualitatively there has been a difference in terms of my experience between the Mayor's Office of Housing and the Mayor's Office of Workforce and Economic Development. I do want to commend MOEWD for on a number of issues. I think you have gone out of your way to be responsive, and I'm very appreciative of that. But I think that even with respect to MOEWD, if you look at what happened with the legacy business legislation and the ballot measure, where the voters, we passed that legislation over a year ago, the voters acted on it months ago, and then yet very little happened during that period of time. In fact, nothing happened until recently. I think that MOEWD itself could have benefited from that. With respect to the Mayor's Office of Housing, I simply have to say that I was listening to the presentation from that department, and I felt like I was living in a surreal world, in a different reality, because the discussion of what the Mayor's Office of Housing has done and how it has performed, it is the complete opposite of my experience, not only as a supervisor, member of this body, but as a supervisor for District 9, which includes the mission, which has been ground zero for displacement. The Mayor's Office of Housing, with all due respect, in terms of the housing crisis, has been the least responsive department that I have seen in my history, not only as a member of the Board of Supervisors, but also as a government lawyer before that. At least other departments actually try to address your concerns and try to even make it look like they care about what concerns you have raised. And we have raised issue over the years about the Mayor's Office of Housing, and there hasn't been a response from the Mayor's Office of Housing. Some of us actually even raised that issue prior to approving the $310 million bond, and there was no response. And we went ahead and still supported the bond because it was the right thing to do. So at the end of the day, it's unfortunate that we're here, but it really is because of the Mayor's Office of Housing and how it has operated over the years that we find ourselves having to be here. And the idea that the Mayor's Office of Housing will work more quickly without a commission is just laughable. I mean, it's laughable that an agency that hasn't really demonstrated any ability to actually get any kind of affordable housing built is coming here and say, don't slow us down. Don't slow you down. What have you been up to all these years? I mean, I look forward to having this discussion because the facts are the complete opposite of what has been presented. I actually think that this is a long time coming, and I appreciate the concern that some of my colleagues have in not slowing anything down. which is why I think this is needed, because I don't see how it is possible for anything to be slower than it's been for the last few years. Thank you.
Supervisor Tang.
Thank you. Question through the chair to Supervisor Peskin. So I think we all know where this conversation is going to go, where everything is going to be with the two items. My question to you then is, would you consider at least separating out the commission so that one is for MOHCD and one is for OEWD?
So, through the chair to Supervisor Tang, this is not just my work product. This is really the evolution of hearing from many, many different individuals and organizations that work closely with MOHCD and OEWD. So I am a vehicle for expressing that. This is something that this is not the first time that this conversation has come up in these chambers relative to creating an oversight body over one or both of these agencies, but I think that what is before you is been vetted with many of the stakeholders, and I think that this is what they want and the public deserves.
Thank you. I'm just responding, really to some of the comments that Supervisor Kim made earlier. Again, all those different departments actually have their own commission for their own departments. And some functions of OEWD may overlap with MOHCD, such as, perhaps development agreements and so forth. But I think that fundamentally the two departments actually have very different functions, and so for the vast majority of their work. And so I would, if we know what's going to happen, I would much prefer that it be a separate commission for both of them, for each of the departments.
Supervisor Yee.
This has been really a good discussion. It's something that I haven't focused on. I think my focus was more on, I guess, the 50 other ballot initiatives. In regards to a lot of it was the revenue issue, and there's some straightforward ones. I think the MTA one that I put on there was pretty straightforward to duplicate some of the stuff that we've been doing anyways. I'm in support of having a commission of some sort. Certainly, there's been some issues raised by several people here that makes me feel like I need to study this even closer. I'm actually inclined to continue both of these items if somebody wants to make that motion. So it gives me an opportunity to really get my hands around all of this.
So you're making a motion to continue?
To continue items 4 and 83 to the meeting of July 26th.
Is that your motion, Supervisor Yee?
I think Supervisor Tang made the motion.
Or I suggested it.
And that I was...
Okay, well, you can make it, and I will second. Supervisor Tang will second it. Is that okay?
Supervisor Tang will make the motion, and what I said is that I would be like to see both items, continue.
Okay, Supervisor Tang has made the motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Supervisor Wiener. Colleagues, you still want to talk?
I have a question.
Okay. Supervisor Wiener.
Can I through the president
yes.
to Supervisor Peskin, can Supervisor Peskin, through chair, just at least acknowledge that the commission that's being created here is very different than what was created with the Planning Commission or the Police Commission, in that the mayor does not make a majority of the appointments, and that the mayor does not have any say whatsoever in the hiring of these department heads. And so I understand, when Supervisor Kim talks about they should have a commissions here, I think we probably all thought at one point, well, should there be an affordable housing commission, for example, over MOHCD? I think probably every single one of us at one point or another has considered that. And as I said at the beginning, it's a reasonable thing to consider. But I feel like this is being pitched as we're just creating like another planning commission situation, when that is absolutely not what it is. And am I wrong about that? Can you acknowledge that?
Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, Madam President. Through the President to Supervisor Wiener. First of all, let me acknowledge that everything that is set forth in this charter amendment is what it is. There are many different commission structures. The Ethics Commission, for instance, can hire or fire its executive director. There are many, many different models. Let me say this. The mayor would have 3 appointees on this body, and those 3 appointees would be involved in the selection process. Those 3 appointees would be part of the process of removal of a department head. So the mayor would have influence in that. I mean no disrespect to our board liaison, but we all read in the paper that she was texting a mayor appointee on the Planning Commission about ways to vote, because those texts were out there, and we all know that. So yes, the mayor would have influence. So no, I would not acknowledge that.
So you would not. Well, that's interesting, because again, you through the chair, Supervisor Peskin, you started this whole debate by saying this worked out so great with the Planning Commission, where the mayor got 4 subject to board approval, the board president got 3 subject to board approval, and it's just changed everything. It's been great, and I'm a supporter of the Planning Commission and of that model. But the Planning Commission is 4 mayoral appointees. Mayor appoints a majority, and the Planning Commission, as I understand it, submits 3 names of potential planning directors to the mayor. The mayor either picks one or rejects all 3. That is not what's being done here. The mayor no longer has the majority of the commissioners, and the mayor has no say whatsoever in the hiring of the mayor. So the mayor of San Francisco, post Ed Lee, will have no say whatsoever in terms of any kind of control, because there's a minority of the commissioners appointed by the mayor in the hiring of the person who oversees affordable housing in San Francisco, the person who oversees economic development, including negotiation of some of the most significant development agreements in San Francisco impacting our city. And we're saying that the mayor is not going to have any kind of actual control over who those department heads are, when the mayor has been elected as the chief executive of the city. Support him or don't support him. And again, I'm not criticizing you through the chair, Supervisor Peskin, for proposing this, but I think we need to at least be very open that this is not in any sense replicating the model of the Planning Commission or the Police Commission. This is a very, very new structure, and when I said before that this is about dismantling the executive authority of the office of the mayor, this is really what I'm talking about. That's what this does.
Madam President, may I respond?
Supervisor Peskin.
Through the President to Supervisor Wiener. First of all, the reason I'm having trouble acknowledging what you're saying is because the mayor would appoint 3 members. The mayor is also the appointing authority of the controller. So I think the mayor would have actually a remarkable amount of influence in who was ultimately selected to be the director of this department. So that's why I'm having trouble acknowledging that. But I also think that we need to kind of move into the real world, and the real world is in attempting to negotiate this with members of the executive branch. They're not interested in having this commission at all. So I have attempted in good faith to try to find a place that I could minimize or eliminate opposition from the executive branch. They're not interested in having this commission at all. As a matter of fact, they are not interested even in having a citizens advisory committee that, by the way, was not something I thought was good public policy relative to what this department needs, but that was rejected out of hand. So I'm delighted through the President that, Supervisor Wiener, you're saying you might vote for this if the mayor appointed 4 and the board appointed 3, and the mayor could, as is the case in the planning department, select from 3 that are forwarded to the mayor. But the mayor's office is not interested in that compromise.
But through the chair, the mayor's office doesn't get a vote on whether a charter amendment goes on the ballot. We do.
Well, that's why that's not before us, because they didn't want to negotiate.
Thank you. Supervisor Campos.
I know that it's getting late, so I'll simply note that where I do think it's important to acknowledge that there is a difference of opinion in terms of how well or not so well things are functioning. In that sense, I think it is a different vision. I think that if you are happy with the status quo, then you would be against this proposal, just like you would be against some of the other proposals that have been put forward. And in that sense, there are those of us who have a different vision and are trying to present that vision to the voters. And at the end of the day, we can debate all we want about which vision is the right vision, but that's not our call to make. That should be up to the voters to decide. And I think that in the end, voters will decide that the status quo is not working and that they want change. And that's what we're proposing.
Thank you. Seeing no names on the roster, there's a motion to continue item 83 and item 4 of the special meeting to the meeting of July 26, 2016. It was moved and seconded, and we will take that, colleagues. Madam Clerk, can we take it without objection, or should we do a... Thank you. Roll call.
Thank you,
on the continuance.
Supervisor Farrell? Aye. Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim?
Aye.
Could you restate?
Continuance, yes.
Supervisor Kim?
Aye.
You want clarity? Okay.
I just got clarity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr?
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin?
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang?
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener?
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee?
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos?
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed?
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos?
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Cohen? Cohen, aye. There are 11 ayes.
Okay, the motion to continue to the meeting of July 26, 2016 passes.
And that's for item 83 and item 4, Madam President.
Yes, so they'll be on the meeting, the agenda meeting on the 26th. All right, Madam Clerk, I'd like to make a motion to rescind the vote on item number 37.
Wait, which one's 37? Which one's 37?
Police accountability.
Great.
Is there a second? Seconded by Supervisor Tang. Madam Clerk, can we take this without objection?
Yes, Madam President.
Without objection, the motion to rescind passes. And then I'd like to make a motion to continue this item to the meeting of July 26, 2016. Is there a second?
Second.
July 26, 2016, seconded by Supervisor Tang. Colleagues, you want a roll call vote to continue?
We already dealt with this item.
Well, I rescinded the vote and wanted to continue it to the meeting of July 26, 2016.
I think we'll end up having the same result.
Okay, but can we continue the item to the meeting of July 26, 2016?
I'll have a roll call vote on that.
Roll call vote, please.
On the continuance, Supervisor Farrell?
Aye.
Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim? Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr?
No.
Marr, no. Supervisor Peskin?
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang?
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener?
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee?
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos?
No.
Avalos, no. Supervisor Breed?
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos?
No.
Campos, no. Supervisor Cohen? Cohen, aye. There are 8 ayes and 3 noes with Supervisors Marr, Avalos, and Campos in the dissent.
Okay, item number 37 will be continued to the meeting of July 26, 2016. Madam Clerk.
General public comment, Madam President.
General public comment for the special meeting. Are there any members of the public who, come on, you want to come speak? Okay. You're tired? I got you. Are there any members of the public who'd like to speak on public comment for the special board meeting? Please come forward. Not so fast, colleagues. Take your time, Mr. Gilberte.
I want to go home too. What time is the meeting?
Next Tuesday at 2 o'clock.
This is for the special meeting, if you want to make public comment for the special meeting?
No, I just want to know what time the meeting was.
Next Tuesday.
Okay.
Next Tuesday, not Friday. Thank you.
Yes. Are there any other members of the public who'd like to provide public comment at this time? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Madam Clerk, can you please read the in memoriams?
Today's meeting will be adjourned in memory of the following beloved individuals. On behalf of President Breed, for the late Mr. Josh Williams, at the suggestion of President Breed, Supervisor Cohen, Yee, Kim, and Marr, and on behalf of the entire Board of Supervisors, for the late Principal from Galileo, Marcus Blacksher.
Okay, Madam Clerk, is there any other business before us today?
That concludes our business for today.
We are adjourned for our regular board meeting and our special board meeting.